life in a cube. Life is like a cube, like a square, like a box, if you will. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, Fuzzy?
No.
No? Chat, do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? Chat, do you live in a cube? Chat,
You picking up what he's laying down?
Yeah, you squaring up with me? Square. Just like step. Chatfish, get in the fucking cube. Get in the Gabe cube. All right, chat, listen. We all need Gabe cubes right now. All right? The Gabe cube is real. And it can indeed fucking hurt you. It is a cube.
Hold on. There's a better image I've seen of someone doing an art, custom Gabe cube.
Custom Gabe cubes? Oh my god. Like, sorry, step aside, Nintendo.
You can customize them.
Oh my god, it's Half-Life. Wait, you can customize them? What do you mean?
Yeah, that faceplate is custom. You can change it out for whatever you want.
Beautiful.
Gabe's face on it.
It's just the fucking like a microwave.
Yeah.
That you can click on like
It's beautiful.
and then you click. My god. Welcome to stream, Semper.
My god.
Semper became oops, excuse me. Semper became gravy. So chat,
Rip.
before we get started in the topic, I want to know what chat thinks about the Gabe Cube without further prompting. Yay or nay to the Gabe Cube? Come on, chat. It's beautiful. I don't care what this thing is called. It's called a Gabe Cube. Okay? That's the only name that's allowed. The only name I will allow you to call this thing. It is a Gabe Cube.
Steam machine.
Wow, chat says Gabe Cube is great, Kib.
And
I agree.
Gabe Cube is great, Kib. Oh my god, everybody it's expensive. Nice. I gotta make sure my Gabe Cube is made out of gold.
We technically don't know the price yet.
Well, Tauberia says $5. This is for Lost Planet. May the Gabe sorry, I almost said Gay Cube. May the cube give birth to the future hashtag Lost Planet. That's $5 for putting Tauber down on a bucket fish or a pocket fish for starters on the Lost Planet Fund. That's right, chat. You too can become a frozen popsicle.
You too can become lost.
You know, why is it called Lost Planet? Okay, it's not that they don't know where it is. It's that it's a lost cause. I think it's a lost planet.
I always assumed it was a lost planet. As in it lost. It was lost in the
They just
galaxy.
fucking forgot where it was.
It's one of those rogue planets. Yeah, that's what it is.
See, I think they sort of gave up on the planet because there's acrids on it and it's frozen and it's hell and nobody wants to go to that because it's literally a hellhole.
Might be onto something.
Like, anytime humans tried to settle that planet, I forget what the name of it actually is, but they get murdered by millions of acrids that swarm over them. Basically, imagine Pitch Black with Vin Diesel, except instead of it being night is what kills you and monsters come out, it's the planet's fucking cold, and if you do anything outside, you freeze to death. Also, there's a million monsters that will eat you. Yeah, there's Lost Planet for you in a nutshell. Blade291 donates 2 Aussie bucks and says, Gabe Cube? Nah, Gabe in a box. I'm living in a box. Living in a Gabe Cube box. Living in a Gabe.
Surely there must be a art of a Gabe Cube out there where it's just Gabe trapped in the box.
I can't afford a Gabe Cube, but if I could, I'd buy one.
A lazily made AI generated one? What?
Alright, chat. I have important news for you. 2 bits of news. About the rat in chat. Well, I guess now there's 2. The Semper Tantrum. He is gray. He is offering a personal bounty. If you make him green, he will get you a chatfish.
Oh, personal bounty.
Chatfish or pocket fish. I'm assuming he means, yeah.
And thank you for the donation, Blade, by the way. I had to say that, okay, because I don't know if I said that.
Semper has come to chat's aid. If we make the weekly, he will pledge $750 towards that $1,000 Fire Warrior goal.
Oof.
So he will fund over half of it if chat can just get that goal started.
Chat gets it easy. The fact that Semper comes and bails him out. See, chat, you can't be bailed out by the feds. The feds have pulled their support of our channel, finally. And so it's all up to the Raffia to do the deals now. The Raffia has won. They defeated the feds. And now that the Raffia has total control, they're already making evil Raffia deals. Damn, Dana was simple. I
Evil
hate
Raffle
you
deals.
guys.
Like, hey, if you hit me with a membership, I'll give you stuff. Evil deals.
The ratfish have seized full power. The corruption in the bucket knows no bounds. Are memberships broken right now? I don't know. If I did, I would tell you that I don't. Actually, no, I'd tell you what I know.
Currently, I think they are working.
We think. We don't know. But we
The
think
last few have gone through, so...
Oh, they have? Okay. Well, I must have missed it.
Yeah.
Jano Berries donates 25 Polish bucks and says, if I shot Kib into space as colony seeds and he landed on a frozen planet, I'd just leave him there. Beep. Signal lost. Hashtag Armain lewd. Hashtag fit. Well, the Armain lewd is getting funding. Princess Armain desperately needs your seed in order to create more heirs. I don't know where I was going with this. Let's go.
Daniel Anderson asks, is the war game physical or digital? The art's banning.
The war game for our stuff?
You talking about Terrestrial at War?
It's both. You can download the STLs and print out. Holy smackarolies. Grumpy Rat gives 5. Sorry, I can't count because it says 10. The Ratfia is rising to the challenge. They're celebrating their victory. They're celebrating their... All right, let's see what they land on.
Damn.
They do work. So let's take a look. Callie Smith, Blasterbot, George G, James Rock, AR, Fordak, Ajax Lynx, The Great Prophet, Nax. Oh, Nax. Oh, yeah, he's a lurker. Shadow Warrior, he's also a lurker. Jackson Kai, he's also a lurker. He's also a lurker. I recognize all these chatfish. They're always hiding in the bucket. Usually on weekends because some of them are European. And yeah, thank you for your generous gifting memberships, both of you. Both Grumpy Rat and Stern Rat. 2 ratfishes. 2. Power. Rat power. Rat power. Rat power. Sadly, no strikes on Hugo Fugi or Semper Pemper. There are 2 active bounties.
Hopefully Semper becomes easier to hit than Hugo.
The
Semper,
ratfish.
well, I guess it depends. Semper, are you greased up like Hugo is?
Semper, you greased up. It's all lathered and shiny and shit.
I mean, that's the only explanation for why no one can catch Hugo.
I still
Little
hate
pig running
Fire Warrior
around.
streams. That was to test. I had no idea Grumpy would do that. Still, why, Simple? Why? Listen, chat. If you fund the Fire Warrior stream by Friday, not possible. Let's give them a little bit of rope. If you fund it by Saturday, I'll throw in a Beano-based art piece. And Beano can draw whatever he wants.
A free Beano, you say?
Yes. I throw in a free Beano.
I'm not greasy. Okay, so then Semper should be easy to catch. He does have a long tail, after all.
Yeah, just grab him and whip him around in the air. Like,
No. While we are talking about reminders like the bounty, don't forget, the New Year's thumbnail has just started, and the Christmas thumbnail ends this week. If you aren't on them already, make sure to get on them. If you cannot afford to be on them at this time, make sure to let one of us know, and we can put you down as credit, and you can pay us pay for it later.
Mm-hmm. Also, there's some very tragic news. Jonathan Macy points out. This is actually really bad. All right, so where is it?
Ah, yes.
The Battlestar game is apparently going to be delisted from Steam. If you want to talk about gaming, Twilight Kibs, did you know Battlestar Deadlock is going to be delisted in 2 days after the company announced it on the 7th? No, I didn't. And part of me feels like I have a choice. Buy the other DLC or never buy it. You know what I mean? And just never get it ever. But I don't know if I can afford that. That's a lot of money. But yeah, so Battlestar Galactica Deadlock, breaking news, because Chatfish has told me so. This game is going to be delisted. Yes, it's going to be delisted in 2 days. It is a turn-based sort of like real-time hybrid where you make turns, but then time passes. It's kind of a cool game. I honestly think Battlestar Deadlock is actually better than the TV show because I wasn't a big fan of the TV show. That's actually really, really tragic.
I'm assuming it's because they lost the license.
Yes, it's because they lost the license.
They don't want to renew it, basically, or something to that effect.
There's no gameplay here. I don't think there's a gameplay.
No, I think this is just...
These are just cinematic things. But yeah, so either way, this game's going to be delisted. I want you guys to know about it in case you want to pick it up. You know, there's a limited time to do it. Just a heads up. This is going to be delisted from Steam. Now, if it does get delisted from Steam and you can't afford it or you want to get it at some point, you can always check things like Gungan or key distributor sites to get keys to games that have been delisted. They will go up in value in time, but initially they shouldn't go up in too much, unless like the keys are super rare. I wish to put up 2 charity pocket fish for Raffle, says Grumpy Rat. Well, that's very kind of you. You don't want to put yourself on anything? Oh, no, he did. Pocket fish.
I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's pocket fish for Final Fantasy XIV, which he got by redeeming the commission, the comm slot, or game.
Oh, here's some gameplay.
Because that is the max tier bounty. Gives you either a commission slot or you can have a game be funded that'll get a thumbnail.
Did he catch the Fugi?
No, he got the last big bounty.
Oh.
So here you can see, because I played this before, like you have to basically position the ships around, and so each turn is like a measurement of time. And so what you do is you go between all the units, and then you basically move the units, and that's how it works. Now, just remember, this is a movie licensed game, meaning that it does go down in approximately 2 days. So if you want to try this game, you can do it then. If not, I think it technically will start to quantify as abandonware, but I'm not entirely sure because it's legally gray. So, you know.
The only time will tell where it will.
But if it goes from Steam and you don't want to get it on Steam, the only way is to put on your little pirate hat and sail the 7 seas. So, you know, do what you have to. Video game preservation. The last line of defense is actually piracy. So, for the pirates out there, now's your chance to step up to the plate and do what's right and make sure it's preserved. Because you're the last line of defense. They are the last line of defense, by the way, when this shit happens. It's kind of a shame because this game was actually kind of cool. I wasn't particularly amazing at this style of game. I thought the space battles looked really cool visually. And I think they did a good job there.
I got like the whole thing in a bundle once, but I never got around to playing it.
I believe it's co-op. I don't remember %.
I don't know.
But yeah, this game's going to be delisted in 2 days. Worst case scenario, like I said, Gungan is a key site. You can buy the keys there. And otherwise, put your little pirate hat on and get on your little boat. And get on your little... Ooh.
Love me abandonware games. Yeah, that site is nice. That exists.
So yeah, it might appear on my abandonware because technically it's going to fall into that legally gray area because as a former anti-piracy agent, I can tell you right now what usually happens to games like this. Usually what happens to properties that companies don't care about, they don't care about it. Unless they hire a firm that has a bot or something, like it's just gone. It's just gone.
Company gives 5 more memberships. Oh, that's sad.
What? Why is it sad? You just gifted 5 memberships. I'm very confused.
They hit Garb Wire, you monkey.
Oh no. Garb Wire will forever be with us, chat. Literally.
Forever.
He's got his beautiful chatfish still on.
I'm sad now, says Grumpy.
Yeah.
There's Vulpus. He's late.
Think about it.
Grab his tails, chat.
Because Garb Wire is still subscribed to the channel, by the way. That means he enables another slot to be gifted, which means even though Garb Wire isn't with us, he's actually still supporting the channel. He's still helping us out. He always would talk about how he's like, I'd have to bail Kibbs out. He always gave me shit all the time. He did. I've got logs of it. But
yeah.
But
yes,
goddamn.
S for Garb Wire.
He was a good man.
Now the Germans are Germany again in chat.
Garb Wire was
trying to figure out how paperwork.
No, with Vulpus and Semper and Germany at each other. There isn't co-op. Campaign isn't co-op, but there is 2v2 and 3 versus 3 multi. says Tauber.
Mm-hmm. The phrase "chatfish strung together" was funny because Garbwire was dyslexic, and so because he was dyslexic, he always fucking misspelt every comment. That was one of my. Originally, when he first subscribed, I was kind of annoyed because, like, oh my god, I had to like decipher what he typed all the time. But as time went on, it became funny because he'd be like "Tippy strung together" because he just always couldn't spell. It was always funny. Oh my god! And so the phrase "Chatfish strung together" is a quote from Garbwire because it's forever been immortalized in our community as a way of remembrance. He was a strong, powerful chatfishy.
Very powerful. And yes, Evan says it's on sale on GOG with all the DLC 50% off until the 17th. I think it's also on sale on Steam. If you want to scroll to Gibbs.
Oh,
It is not.
it is not.
Okay, so
Well, it is
only on sale
10%
on
off.
GOG. That's the
23%.
bundle sale.
Okay, so GOG is where you want to buy it. Let's go pull it up.
And I do have all of them already myself. And I believe all the DLC is just campaign extensions.
Campaigns and
campaigns?
storyline stuff. It's like what Slytherin is doing with the Terminator RTS, where they're basically extending the campaign. That's kind of how Slytherin does it. Slytherin is actually doing better at game making, actually.
How well did the expansion do for the Terminator RTS, actually speaking?
We'll take a look at it.
Last time I checked, they were doing well.
Okay.
Actually, let me just start up my own Steam. I'll look.
Yes, if you want to buy this,
You got
pick it up on GOG. It's substantially cheaper. And I mean genuinely substantially. Remember, this is going to... Wait, is it delisted? It's going to be delisted from GOG or just Steam?
Everywhere, I believe, because it's... I think it is they
Licensing.
don't have the license anymore.
Now,
Yeah,
bear in
which is the
mind
thing.
that this movie license game, it is carried by its movie license. It's a relatively serviceable strategy game, but it's like, I don't want to overpraise it. It's very much carried by the paint job. Like, it is cool. It gives you that Battlestar Galactica
Action
vibe.
stations. Set condition 1 throughout the
But
fleet.
always full disclaimer.
We
Yep.
will not.
Well, it's always important to be
silos
honest,
of
so
the
people
fleet
don't
today.
buy something they don't want. I like how I can't make it bigger.
Might have to open up the
I know,
YouTube
that's
video,
what I
though.
did. So it's going to be delisted. So there's a bit more visuals and gameplay stuff.
By the way, Terminator Dark Fate did the Uprising's expansion, right?
So, Terminator Dark
Yep.
Fate itself
Turned in the
has very
single moment
positive
that you take
reviews.
full
The
control.
Real
Prepare
Legion
flat
story
on the
campaign is
Jupiter's
very
port
positive.
broadside, then focus all
Uprising
other firing
is
solutions
mixed.
on their Corvette. And I want those alert
Why is
vibrators
that?
in
But
the
Uprising
air
is
now.
like a conquest mode as well.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay, never mind.
Yeah, some people are just not a big fan of the not
The
being so
conquest
fleshed
aspect
out.
of it. Not so
Yeah.
much the story, almost just the conquest aspect.
Yeah, I believe the conquest thing was kind of received mixed because people were expecting it to be like a bit more like Empire War and more robust. It was actually
I-
a bit shallow.
They also were expecting, I think, just more of, well, story campaign, like the main campaign and the first DLC was, I think.
Well, there's story in that one. It just not a lot of story progression happens until you like beat it.
Yeah, but it's, I mean, like, the main game belief is like a conquest.
Yeah, the main meat, and then you get the story bits at the end. I guess to the flow of it.
It was a very Polish accent. None of our Polish team members are on right now.
That's not Polish.
Bavios.
That's posh.
Oh, is that what he said?
This
There's
who
no
has
L
the
there.
posh accents. I think it's
Fuzzy?
Fuzzy, I guess.
Me?
That's my Jersey accent, I guess.
Jersey accent, yeah.
My
I guess you're posh
Jersey
now.
accent?
That's a
Some
southern over here.
Jersey?
Get it right.
But yeah, that's the overall
You're
game
a
flow
fellow
of this game.
Northeastern, are you?
There's another game that does this that's called, what is it? Phantom Brigade?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Phantom Brigade. I think I'm more interested in this.
Phantom
than-
Brigade was sadly, the gameplay of it's actually very good. The story and writing's not good at all.
Just
The
dog
main
shit.
problems.
I may actually have to pick this up next page, because
Well, this you're gonna have to pick up on a key site because this is gonna be
Uh.
delisted in 2 days.
Yes.
luckily I get paid tomorrow.
It's on GOG.
If you're gonna pick it up anywhere, pick it up on GOG for the collection because I think is that the collection right there? Buy all games in the series. Yeah, I think that's it. $20. So there you go. Thanks for pointing that out, Chatfish. It's always important. We like to give shout outs to games that are about to go delisting. There needs to be more push for some sort of video game preservation stuff going on here.
Yeah, I'll give one example from my childhood. Mega Man Legends. Go look up trying to find that game. It's in the hundreds of dollars if you want a decent copy that's not abused.
Yep, for me, it's Battle for Middle-earth, the collection. It's $300.
On my side, it's the Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, and you can only play that via piracy nowadays. Because
yeah, that's pretty much how you have to do it.
There's no way to play that outside of like emulation.
I don't really have any of that because all of the childhood games I treasured I own, and or I just have an emulator for now.
Yep.
At this point, do what you have
because they
to
were
preserve
preserved
games.
through
Yeah.
emulation.
Emulation and piracy is unironically the only the only thing that is reliably preserving games from completely disappearing into nothingness. Like, you know what's funny?
Yep.
I have
It's the dark
Emperor Battle for Dune. Emperor Battle for Dune is one of my personal favorite little RTSs from Westwood before they went tits up. It's set in the Dune universe. It's a movie license game, so you can't acquire it anywhere. And so it's like, where do you get it? Well, I own the physical copies, but because of DRM put onto those discs, basically, or anti-piracy measures put on the discs, it makes the modern PC reader think it's a virus and won't open it. And so, what do you have to do? I have to use cracked versions that pirates made, and that's how you can play it still. Yet again, pirates are they literally the unsung heroes when it comes to video game
It's a
preservation.
service issue. It's always been a thing.
Yep.
There's a demand for these old games, even if you don't get much. Even if it's not the highest profit, even if it's a good return on investment, it's still worth doing, and so many companies refuse to grasp this.
Also, if you're feeling ill, Polly, make sure you take it easy, buddy, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah,
push
you take
yourself.
care of yourself, man. Also, Grumpy, I'll need to know what that next 25 is. Going, you buying another pocket fish? Which there is a raffle now, chat, to get a pocket fish from Final Fantasy XIV.
Yes, be sure to apply.
I also just found another image that we'll have to go over later.
I have some floppy disk games too, but I can't use them because I don't have a floppy disk drive. All my video games were inherited for the most part, so most of these old games over there on that shelf, which I don't know why I pointed to it because you can't see it, but you know what I mean.
We could hear you point.
Yeah, but those games over there, I haven't played any of them. Those are all my dad's. But because when we were moving and stuff, he didn't really want them anymore, so I just kept them for safekeeping. And there they sit on a shelf. A little dusty probably, but they're there. I also have a stolen game from my family had stolen, which I did find out the lore of. It's in that little plastic bag. I don't know I pointed over there either. There's a plastic baggie over on the second desk. Inside that little plastic baggie is a little napkin. A little napkin next to it is to prevent static and charge to build up or whatever. But it's a little chip. Or a little chip thing. It looks like a Sega Genesis chip that was pulled out of a Sega Genesis cartridge. I call it the mystery game because I don't actually know what's on there. But yes, apparently that used to be a thing. People would just undo the cartridges and then yoink the fucking thing out and return the cartridge to the, rental shop. So yeah, we got a stolen game here. What the fuck? Show chat. I can go get a picture. Hold on. I'll take a picture of it so you can. 1 second. Entertain Chatfish while I get a pic.
Well, chat, if you want to get on that raffle, make sure to add me also, Grumpy. Just let me know what those tags are then. So, will either of you, Reguline or Fuzzy, be picking up I'll just use their name for it now, the Steam Machine, or GABE
The
Cube.
Steam Machine.
Should I ever get my own place? It is very tempting for a living room.
Funny.
So,
my
one of the
computer is
things that I want
technically
Kibbs to
stronger
bring
than
this
its
up
son, though.
is we'll look at the specs, because it's interesting why the thing has the specs it does. Flurry went on the raffle.
It has
So
some
does
pretty.
Pondo.
It has pretty solid, gaming laptop.
Blunk Jamma. Wow, look at all these people who just
Coming
weren't
out of the
talking and
goddamn
now
woodworks.
suddenly are here. Isn't that interesting, chat? We should grab them, make them stay. No more. There's
little
Ragnaraka.
lurker
God
shits.
damn, everyone just lurking.
Oh, the minute free shit's announced, you're all there, huh?
Yeah, isn't that interesting, chat? Look, there's even Robert also looking.
All right, here's what we
Baffios.
do. We lie to them and tell them there's free shit, so they type. It'll
Also,
drive up interactions.
Have a good night, Baffios.
Good night,
Raffle, is this?
Baffy.
There's Gregor's too. Okay, Gregor's I'm going to give a free pass because he's currently testing Terrestrial War. Like a good little chatfish.
I'm going to be...
But he should
Oh,
still- he should
no,
still
there's
be
a
active.
Death Stranding anime coming. Excuse me while I blow my brains out.
The raffle is for
Okay,
Pocket
give
Fish
that.
for Final Fantasy XIV. So I've posted 2 things in the stream room, Gibbs.
So first,
I would
I
like to go
posted
over.
something. This is the picture. Oops, I gotta... Why did it put it vertical? I don't know why it does that.
Because you took a vertical picture.
There we go. So there's the little cartridge right there. You can see it. It's in a little plastic baggie from like 1999 or something. I've never opened it, and I found it in the closet in the old house back when I was grabbing everything to move out of it. And there you can see it right there. That is that I think.
By this point,
I don't know. I've never opened it, but it's a Sega Genesis cartridge. I don't know what it is. I think it is, or is it N64? I don't know. What is that? But
it's the last remaining copy of the.
I found it in the video game section of my dad's stuff when I was grabbing everything for storing it.
Oh my god.
Look at that dunk. Oh yeah, I left that out. But yeah, I mean that's the damaged box for I think War for Cybertron there. That's that Switch that I bought to use for streaming, which we did use it, thank Christ. I almost felt like that was a waste of money. Yeah, I've left it over on that desk because chat hasn't wanted anything to be streamed from it, so it's just staying over
But we
there.
finished.
Yeah. So whatever this is, mystery video game. What do you think it is, chat? I don't know. Chocolate chip cookie? It's like fucking Christ, chat, not a cookie.
It's your
It's very
dad's.
clearly a cookie, yeah.
So do you
I
think
think
that's
it's-
a Genesis or an N64?
I think it's an old, one of the original old porn games.
Is that a battery on that?
Yeah, that's how they
That-
kept save data, Gibbs.
What happens when that battery bursts?
You have
I
no
don't know.
save data.
Yeah.
It
Huh.
physically can't save anymore.
I'm surprised. This cartridge is capable of bursting? I've never seen those batteries
No,
burst.
those kind of batteries just die.
I don't know. That looks like a. That does not look like an N64 cartridge. It looks one more along the lines of the box ones.
It's also
Like
not
an
an N60. It's definitely not an N64. That's a NES.
Yeah, NES or SNES.
You sure?
I don't remember which is back. I don't remember which
shape.
is bulkier.
That's NES.
Chatfish, what do you
Yeah.
think it is? No, jumped in. You think it's NES? Really?
I.
You could always
Yeah.
take it in to get.
You know what? You know what? Hold on. I will
Shape-wise, it
just
looks
Google
like the
image
shape
it.
of a Genesis one. I thought it was a
Google
Genesis
images.
cartridge. I have no idea what that is, to be honest with you, chat. It's a mystery. I've never used it, never tested it. I just looked at it and was like, huh, it's obviously a game. And when I asked my dad about it, he said that him and my uncle took it. And by took it, I assume they mean they opened the cartridge out, returned it, and then, took that out in a bag. Must have been good
Yeah,
if it was worth stealing.
No, I don't
either
think it's. No,
Genesis-
it's not a NES. Because
It-
NESs are a lot smaller.
So it's a Genesis cartridge, I bet.
Yeah, it's either Genesis or SNES.
My money's on
think Genesis.
Genesis. Because it was next to the Genesis boxes. That's my theory.
I forgot Sega had consoles back in this era.
Yes, they were competing.
I don't
for
think it's a
while.
Genesis.
SNES? No, NES? It's an ancient
Must have had
Gooner
Sarah.
game? Oh my god. Those
look
did
different.
exist.
No, it looks different than a SNES as well.
It's like that one Gooner game where you play as Custer and you have to fuck the Indian princess. Sounds pretty fun if you ask me. Just like, what the fuck? I know about that one because it's infamous. Because people are like, it's racist. Racist for what?
How large is it actually?
Race
Could be
mixing?
Game Boy. Good point.
Yeah.
That could be small.
Game
We don't
Boy.
That's
quite know this.
huge for Game Boy, by the way.
No, that's way too big.
Look at how
That's a
big
handheld.
that is. That ain't
That's
fitting
too
into your
big for a
Game Boy.
handheld.
Look at how big that is. You can see how size. It's gotta
To
be
be
Genesis.
fair, the cartridge took up a large section of Game Boy.
One day,
Not
chat, we
GameCube,
should
GameCube's
figure out
more
what the mystery
flat.
game is, chat.
Game Boy.
If it turns out to be a Gooner game, I won't be able to stream it, though. Ancient Gooner games. They were a thing for a while.
So the first thing I see when I look it up is the game. This for the Game Boy.
See, the battery placement's similar though.
Yes, it's very similar. It looks like a Game Boy cartridge.
Yeah, I
It's
think it is a Game Boy
huge.
cartridge.
That's the biggest Game Boy cartridge I've ever seen in my life. It won't even fit in a
Game
Game
Boy had big cartridges.
That's not gonna fit. Or would it? Is it a Game
Guys,
Boy
remember,
cartridge?
Game Boys were big, dude.
That's pretty big.
Game Boys were
Are they
big.
that big?
Size comparison.
Fuck. You have an exposed
So
board on a paper towel. Yeah, look.
Here you go.
Listen, I found it like that, okay? It was that way when I found it, Master Morty.
So
It was
go
like
ahead
that.
and pull up the thing I just posted in the stream room.
Mystery game. It's like mystery.
See, the battery placement is very similar.
Okay, let's see.
It does look like it's a Game Boy.
What game could it be?
It's the Game Dude.
That is similar.
It's like I know a lot of those kind of gold bottoms. I know
But
virtually all
it's
cartridges at the time used
slightly
it.
smaller. Because look at the battery size ratio.
Good point.
A lot of cartridges here are similar designs. So
Yeah, and it's wider too.
Let's see. SNES cartridge.
Chat's
We
like
have I
trying
think
to
we have one right
decipher
there.
it. This is the great mystery, chat. The Gabe Cube will have to wait for a
No, it's
second.
Game Gear.
A Gabe Cube.
Okay, so this is what the insides of a SNES looks like.
Yeah.
Too wide.
no.
So it's
No, that.
What
shape
about
does
the
not
inside
match
of a
at all.
Genesis one?
Genesis is possible, but it also wasn't quite right.
It's the same
what I was
shape as
seeing.
a Genesis
It-
cartridge, though.
It is not. Oh, maybe.
Post it. Post it.
So
And repost the picture here.
This-
And then we're going to talk about the Death Stranding anime, which I'm going to kill myself.
We'll
This
do
is
that
the Sega
last. Let's talk about the
Genesis.
same box
Okay,
first.
next, not the Sega Genesis.
No.
Yeah.
It's too
What was
narrow.
the last what
But
all
it could-
consoles used cartridges?
it
Fuck,
could
what
be
is
a
that thing?
different- It could be a different Sega one. 'Cause
Oh, that
this
looks
one's-
similar.
Sega
Yeah.
16? Hold on, Sega 16?
This one's Sega 16, yes.
That looks right. Look at that.
That will.
Post the other
That looks
picture in
so
here.
much.
Another picture.
It's sweet. Sweet. Just like, Electronic Arts, 1994. I was
No,
born
it's
that
too
year.
small. If that's too small.
That thing was
Look,
made
that's
as it
the size
got
of a
popped out
coin.
of the oven. Oh my god, it's weird. That's ancient. That's as old as I am.
This is the cartridge external and the internal side by side.
That looks similar. It's a Genesis 16. I'm ashamed for a hot minute, guys. Again, it looks like a Master System cart without the case. Listen, we're so focused, Big Zug. We're trying to decipher it. Yeah, because there's the picture.
Hmm.
Look at the spacing of that stuff. The board, the little thingies. It's got the same little thingies and stuff.
What if it's a Virtual Boy?
I don't fucking know. I found it
Fine,
look like
I'll
that.
look at the Virtual Boy.
Oh my
'Cause
god.
I have a list here supposedly because we know Nintendo systems. So there's the Game Gear, which had decently sized cartridges. Maybe it's a Game Gear.
Okay, the abomination of the
It's a
Virtual
fucking
Boy
mystery,
is,
man.
Is not it. So what was it? Game Gear?
The great mystery, chat. As Chatfish put on their little fucking Indiana Jones hat, like
It's
whipping
not a
around.
No,
Game
the
it's
Gear
apartment.
not.
either.
It's not a Game Gear.
It does not resemble a Game Gear.
So it's got to be that Sega Master thing, 16-bit.
What if it's Atari Jaguar?
Fuck, dude. I don't think my family had one of those. But maybe? I don't know. I mean, I have all the things my family ever had that I'm aware of over here.
In before it's written in the PCB what it is. Yeah, just look at it, Kibbs.
Oh, wait, is it?
Open the relic.
No! It's probably contaminated. Okay.
You're a Virtual Boy, says Robert.
Let's see if we can see what it says. Oh, it's so hard to make out the reading. Is there a light in here?
Did you put on your glasses?
It says something. Fuck, I can't even read it. Hold on. Where are my glasses?
Where are my glasses? Fucking Velma Kib over here looking for the Goliath.
Okay. I translated it from ancient English letters. It reads SEGA. Sega is what it says. This is kind of cool. This is like a detective story happening on the stream. It's just like
Yeah, they try to sell the real stories as much as possible.
yeah, so it says Sega MPR.
MP. I don't know what that is. I am not familiar with consoles that old.
That's all I can really see. There appears to be dog hair on it, from what I can tell.
That doesn't really help, does it?
Yeah, because upon further
Chat, we must ID the dog, and then we will know.
The dog hair looks white.
What could it mean?
That means it was one of our dogs from way back when. Oh, that's the one that probably got hit by the car. Damn.
Sega
Peaches! Was his name Peaches?
Hold on a
I can't
sec.
remember. I think that's Peaches' hair. Oh my god, that's ancient. Chippy chip, chippy chipper, 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 chipper. That's all.
Peaches gave his life so that Kib could remember this time.
He's like, ooh, and then he's like, here you go. Sega Master System. It doesn't quite look like that because it has a battery in the upper right hand corner. Yeah, because the difference between this one and that one is that this has the black box thingy there. There's a littler black box. It's got some little transistors all over the place.
It has some similarities to ones that have a battery.
Yeah. Okay, Peaches the dog. Yeah, I think his name was Peaches. We had a dog named Chance and then Peaches. And then I think I remember seeing Peaches dead on the road as a kid. Because Peaches was laying on the side
You know what I
with his guts
learned
out.
after I've been looking
With
up
his
all these
guts
cartridges?
out.
And what is now my favorite thing?
What?
Do you know how big and chunky the NES and like SNES cartridges were?
Yeah. I think his name was Peaches.
Almost none of that space is used up.
I can only remember the dog, like, from my little memory. That's like when I was like 3 years old. I could barely walk. Because Peaches died first, then Chance died after Peaches. And I remember Chance was a border collie. I remember her more than Peaches. Peaches would always get into
Poor
trouble.
Peaches.
Well, Peaches wasn't alive for very long. Then
Damn.
Furball came after Chance. And after Furball, then it was Emma. Then Abby. Then Maggie. Say, Maggie. Emma died, though.
Kib.
Just like,
He's a
dang.
murderer. Kib.
All right.
It doesn't help that there's
just-
actually a lot of variation.
Not
Yeah,
long
I don't
enough.
think we're gonna really.
Either way, my
Solve it.
money's on Genesis. That was a cool mystery. It's like,
I think
ooh,
it's a Game Boy.
I think it's a game.
that will
Boy.
not fit in a Game Boy, dude. Like that's I'm looking at that right now.
Go find one of your Game Boy cartridges and check.
Because I know what my Game Boys look like, and it ain't gonna fit.
Go
Now,
go get it.
Back to
Go.
the articles, you little munchkin.
care more about this.
Your caring
So do I, honestly.
doesn't matter. The Kojima article awaits.
World.
So,
fucking hate Kojimbo.
I only,
Kojimbo.
I only found this because Kib's screamed at the thought of it.
Kojimbo.
Great.
So Kojima Productions. When you think of sellouts and you think of things that are the most corporate as fuck, Kojima Productions might be a name that comes to your thought. Or if you're an art tard, you might be like Archie Farchie. But I think Kojimbo Productions. So, Kojima Productions announced that they will be making an anime in collaboration with the beautiful and wonderful Disney Productions. Disney.
I'm so happy Kojima finally got to make a movie, given that that's what he's wanted his entire game.
He hates
career.
video games. We know that. So, like, yeah, it's probably for the best.
He all of his games are movies because he wants to do movies.
Cutscenes that run longer than movies.
So yeah, they're making an anime. Death Stranding Isolations, working title, streaming exclusively on Disney Plus. Oh boy. Legendary game creator.
Hideo Jama.
Hideo Jama, as Squealy calls him,
Hideo
stepped
Kojima.
on stage at the Disney Plus Originals preview to announce the animated series Death Stranding Isolations. Working title. God, because that name is fucking ass. I wonder why. Like what? Death Stranding Isolations? Are you fucking kidding me? What is this going to be about? Is it going to be about COVID? Like, it's isolations because people are stuck in...
Kojima feeling
People
isolated.
building bridges and being friends again.
Because people are so
Connecting with
disconnected
people.
with
We
each
wanted
other.
to make a game that didn't rely on the stick, only the carrot.
Only the cat.
That's great.
So the reason why they're doing Death Stranding is it's the only game he's made.
Yes. Like, he's... Okay, what has Kojima
It's
made?
his only game.
He's
It's
made a
his only
bunch
game
of
out
things,
the
right?
corporate thumb.
Hey, I
No,
know
he
people
doesn't have-
really
he
like
doesn't
Death
have-
Stranding too. They love the fact you can pee on the demons and kill them.
He doesn't have ownership over anything but Death Stranding gives. Remember?
Damn.
Because
Yeah.
everything else belongs to Konami.
I mean, at least Konami's doing a better job with Metal Gear now that he's gone.
Yeah, you know, like Metal Gear Survivors or whatever it was called.
That was great.
I'm just sitting here
Yeah,
as
that
like,
was one of the
as
worst.
Chatfish, like, you know, there's like that Chatfish just sitting there with like a blank expression, and that was me with a hot iron, like pressing it against his back, and saying, "Oh," you know, just like fucking Kirby, you know, sucking in air, like that was me burning them. But yeah, jokes
Honestly,
aside, let's keep
This will
reading.
be
Hold on a
real
second.
test.
So, announced in front of a packed auditorium at the Disney Plus Originals preview at Hong Kong. Oh, Hong Kong, wonderful. Yeah, Disneyland Resort executive producer says of the series says Hideo Kojima. God, I can't read his goddamn name right.
Hideo Kojima.
Hideo Kojimbo man.
Kojimbo, there we go. And the series director Takayuki, oh God help me, I can't read Japanese. Sano appeared on... I think it's Takayuki. I feel like Takoyaki makes it sound like he's yucky. Either way, appeared on stage to announce that their first ever partnership with a global streaming platform will be Disney Plus. Ooh, that's rancid. And that the latest expansion of Death Stranding franchise will be an animated series. New concept art created by Ilya Kovshinov, who served as character designer for Ghost in the Shell, SAC_2045, was also revealed along with the Death Stranding Isolations working title announcement. The fact that they have working title there is so fucking scuffed. Alright, so, set in the world of Death Stranding. Death Stranding Isolations working title. Fucking kill myself. We'll tell a completely new story, separate from that of the video games. Really? Wow. The upcoming series will follow a young man and woman as they set out on an adventure told through traditional hand-drawn 2D animation style. Some of Japan's top animation talent at E&H Production are currently working to bring the series to life. The only good thing about this at all is that they're doing classic hand-drawn animations. Beyond that, it's garbage.
Like as soon as I heard hand drawn, I was like, Disney isn't doing this. They don't. Do
Disney
hand-drawn
can't.
anymore.
You know why Disney can't? Because they remember when Treasure Planet and like Atlantis: The Lost Empire made.
Well,
You know what
They
happened?
killed the studio.
They killed those studios. So they are dead. They lost their jobs because Disney fucking hates
right.
animated stuff. So
Yeah, the brain drain was that bad.
yeah, so it's cooked. So they have to turn to fucking like Japan or China or some shit to go
Third-party studios.
fucking get like animation only for it to take off so they can kill them too. Because it's always what these corporations do.
Especially Disney. But... Is this
God.
Kojima's first ever show, quote unquote, he's directing? Because this is technically what he always wanted to do, so it will be a test to say, hey, Can you actually do that now that you're an old fart, Kojima? I like to remind people of
The
that.
answer
So,
is no.
Let's.
He's not going to be able to.
I mean, who knows, right? Benefit of the doubt. I will give the benefit
It's
of the
like
doubt in
almost-
this one case. But I will say that all his games are terrible. Like, in terms of, like, they're not terrible games. They're funny. And I now understand, now that I've played some of the Metal Gear stuff, I understand why people like it. It isn't because it's good or it's well written. It's because it's incredibly funny. Because it's
It's good
incredibly...
I'm gonna disagree with you there,
pretentious.
because that might be true for some people. I know for a fact, because I've met people
Nobody believes that.
who
Nobody
love
thinks
their
that.
his games,
No.
because they think the writing is actually good.
Nobody believes that. They're fucking high.
No, I've also met people.
No.
Like it. There are people that
No, that's
No,
not-
legit
they
do
actually
it's
think that
good.
they are actual literary masterpieces.
Oh my
And
god.
they like Kojima simply because he just does what he wants, and that's the arguments I've been hearing. Not
All right,
the quality of
so-
the writing of the games.
I've decided that the Mixers project will no longer have editing because clearly the world doesn't deserve editing. So it's just going to be broken sentences and bad grammar from now on.
Oh, you mean everything's gonna be just a single run-on sentence paragraph?
Yep,
Nice.
that's what we're getting. That's what you get. This is what the world gets. You fucking asked for this. So we're going to release a book of the entire setting, and it's going to just be one big fucking run-on sentence with only one period in the second book. That's
A
it.
lot of low-level philosophy that doesn't make any sense.
And you have to read it out loud when you start. So good luck, as many people will fall over dead. Like,
There'll be a 4-hour exposition dump before 3 minutes of gameplay.
You know, fuck dialogue. It's just exposition. Fuck you. Just-
An exposition won't even be that good.
It's not even gonna be good. You know what it's gonna be about? It's gonna be
It'll just
talking about
be
like
someone
wanting to
saying
go to a
something.
restaurant. It'd be like, I'd like to go to a
Yeah.
restaurant. Not that I like restaurants or anything. It's like, oh my.
It'll
fucking
be
God.
Celeste autistically going on about some random topic that Kojima likes.
Is that NIM 1911? Oh my god. Look at the thickness of it. Look at the
Oh my god, James Bond, isn't that so nice?
Oh my
We
god.
had to talk about the fine details for 2 hours.
So the one thing I like about this is that it's gonna have traditional animation, and so while I normally don't give a shit about Kojima's crap, I actually hope this is successful for one reason, and it's a purely selfish reason. Okay?
Kojima won't make games anymore.
No, it's not petulant.
Let's not be that hopeful.
So the reason you fucking monsters. Oh my god.
Listen, he'll get what he wants. He won't.
Uh,
Listen, Kim,
he-
it's a win-win. Kojima gets to make shitty movies and TV shows, and he won't be trying to make video games into TVs and movie shows.
I hope
He won't be
this.
trying to wreck the
Win-win.
industry
I'm gonna kill
with
myself.
his hubris.
So I
also,
hope
Robert said
I
something
hate
that has
you.
me greatly disturbed.
people in our
Yeah,
team
also
think
even
that
better.
Kevlar. Who thinks that?
Who thinks?
Who
there's
on the
people
team
apparently
thinks that?
who thinks Kojima's writing is good?
Which you fucking spit their little names out right now. Is it Baffios? Carlos? Carlos like, oh, starts sweating. Starts fucking
Well,
running.
we know.
Full
Okay,
Artie
let's
boy
see.
in
We
the
know for a
team.
fact it's not Albine.
It might be Indio.
It's probably India.
It's Indio.
He was on for the stream
It
of
is
the
Plague.
remake.
It's
Plague's
me.
awesome.
It's Blake as well, but Blake's taste is terrible.
Questionable.
Blake
Well,
likes
best.
War Thunder, okay? Opinions.
Blake's like War Thunder
He-
and Sisters.
He
Little
doesn't
Sisters.
have a say in this.
Enemotos, yes.
Okay, so back to
Yeah,
the.
no, that's-
Hold on a
that's
second.
the take.
Hold on a second. So back to this thing. The one reason why I want this to be successful is not because I give a damn about Death Stranding. Death Stranding is ass. I would like this to be successful so that this can become a maybe something that can. This can come back. That's all I want. Hand drawn 2D animations. That would
Yeah,
be nice.
use AI now.
Better yet,
Huh.
it's just normally good.
That's all I
That'd be
want.
Nice.
I
And
just.
you just get a good show out of it, I guess.
I mean, who knows? Like maybe Kojima's games were kind of always jank and bad because he was actually a good storyteller. I will give him the benefit of the doubt, and I will say that maybe this could be good. But I will say that I don't like Disney, so fuck them. So and also
don't think
I
Kojima
ain't
was
gonna
ever
pay
a good
Disney Plus.
storyteller. But I think he was funny though.
It may be good for one simple reason. Hello, Kojima will have a corporate thumb.
Death Stranding is beyond dog shit. It is. Death Stranding is genuinely
Ah.
irredeemable trash.
Well,
But if
well,
it- if it's
well.
wait-
I
if it's-
have I have a little birdie whispering in my ear.
What's that?
It's Indio.
Is that
Yeah.
actually India? What did he say?
I'm not revealing my sources, Kibbs.
Oreo. Let me check my
It
DMs.
doesn't take. Okay, I have to point this out. It's not
Is
that
it?
hard to figure out, considering he wanted to be there for the Metal Gear Solid remake stream.
That's true. It is Oreo.
He did really want to be there. That's true.
He also wanted to draw the thumbnails. It could be Palo too.
Tron Ares was Disney, and that had AI footage as well.
Oh,
yeah,
that
no,
explains what that's
it's
about.
modern Disney. They're gonna use AI to animate. I can guarantee it.
Yeah, because they have no talent anymore.
Oh my god. Death Stranding is a masterpiece. Play, come here. I'm going to lovingly compress your chatfish. It's like,
But yeah, if this does well, there is one definitive good thing for the gaming industry. Kojima fanboys won't get another game from Kojima ever again. They'll just be focused on his anime.
Oh my god. See, like, a part of me's like, oh man, you never wish that on anybody. But then I sit in my corner and I'm like, I look at EA and EA looks at me. I'm like, so you gonna Dead Space? And then they just like spit at me, like Command and Conquer, and then they just start laughing. And I'm just like, you know what? No, if I can't have anything, you can't have anything. Go to hell. That's all I
Death
have to
Stranding
say.
is a masterpiece.
Yes, I know. I read
Well,
that.
Blake, if it's a masterpiece,
Master Place.
why isn't Kibbs played? Yeah, I don't care.
Chat, don't fund it.
Master Blake.
That's ass.
I can't even say it in a. You know what, chat?
No.
Fund it and fund the second one. Go ahead, do it. You won't because you know it's bad.
You already played the first one and hated it, so just fun the second
No.
one.
Okay,
Kids
firstly.
played Death Stranding once, and like 20 chapters showed up. The rest didn't want.
Oh my god,
Because
we
the chat
played
knows
it.
it's bad.
This stream was
And it was
awful.
so bad. It was so bad. I can't even. Oh, I'm
We tried to
getting.
make it as entertaining as possible, but we couldn't.
You just walk around and then nothing happens, and then sometimes you
I
fall
will
over.
point out, I saw a parody game called Anime Stranding. It looks like a better game.
It is better. Actually, I don't know. Anything that's related to Death Stranding is actually terrible. Oh my god. It has combat, but it's so bad. And it's you can climb stuff, but it's so bad. And you can walk around, but it feels bad. And existence is pain. The game should be called Life is Suffering. Rename Death Stranding to Life is Suffering, and it will describe the game perfectly. I fixed your game. Death Stranding is dumb. It's not a new genre. It's a walking simulator, but with slightly more mechanics. And somehow, having more mechanics makes it worse.
You need to spray your boots every occasion.
You gotta walk around and stuff. Also, it's just these long cutscenes with nothing happening. Sometimes I think that I'm a bad storyteller, right? When I write stuff, and then I look over and see other people, I'm no matter what I make, it will be better than falling over and dropping 5 boxes.
No, Gibbs, you're really to criticize your own work and accept people criticizing your own work. Kojima, that guy cannot take anything.
Now listen, I'm just saying we kill Celeste, chat. We all work together to bring her down. Chat, what the make his fish walk across America. That game is ass. It's not even there are bad games that were worth funding, and that'd be Fire Warrior. I'd rather play Fire Warrior than Death Stranding. Okay? Fire Warrior is at least ass. At least it's something. Death Stranding is just trash. It's trash. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to even. Honestly, the more I look at this poster, the more upset I feel.
So why don't we move on to the things I posted right after that, right before that?
The Steam machine.
Is it this thing?
I
Nintendo
posted
patent?
2 things. No, you never clicked on them, Kibbs.
No.
It's right above. It's right above Fuzzies. There's 2 things there. There's an article and an image.
And a graph. Or not a graph,
It's an image.
All right, so let's see. Valve's new Steam machine, aka the GABE Cube. Just a GABE Cube.
Now, the timing of this is interesting, as this comes sometime, a little bit of time, maybe a month after Xbox surrendered the console, their share in the console market.
Don't worry,
I also posted
Grumpy.
another
We will be
article there
playing
for
the
you.
monkey game, and Squealy will be having the best time. We're just waiting for it to go into
So-
deep sale.
Specifically here,
I
what I
feel
want
like-
to take away from this,
Go for it.
because I already thought about what to say for this. So if you scroll down,
Hmm.
this lists out the actual specs, at least the initial one, as far as you can tell. It's
Oh,
down
here.
a bit more. This lists the specs the GabeCube will have on launch.
16 gigabytes
Which
of RAM.
it's not bad.
16 gigabytes of RAM is not particularly good in the modern era.
So yes, but
Wait, 8 gigabytes of VRAM?
We're posting a comparison.
no, hold on. Bring up the image. That's why I posted above it.
Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. That's you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is a list from Steam itself of the stats of each of the pieces of hardware and what the averages are that people use it.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, they looked at what the average hardware is and made it into a console.
Yeah, okay. So it's like so my theory was right, Chatfish. Let's rewind the clock to back to 2018 or whatever it was when I said that the future of console gaming would be buying like affordable gaming PCs. It's going to be two things:
Steam...
Switches or gaming PCs. And it's Steam's attempt at a affordable gaming PC just to buy that can run games off the box.
Yep.
Yeah,
So it's also
3060.
it uses I believe newest version of Steam's OS, which you can still get Windows on it, but apparently it can run the majority of all of
Now, what's
the
important?
Steam library, basically.
Now, when it comes to Steam OS, that's actually to a major benefit. Steam OS runs games very efficiently, and Valve is putting a lot of work into developing Steam OS for gaming. There's even a lot of push for it to come to PC, as even if on paper may say, I think it has a little slightly less power than say the PS5, just for argument's sake, the Steam OS will completely negate that. It's like and put it into a benefit. That alone. And if they develop this more, well, you have a bunch of Xbox players that pretty much have been screwed and are not going to be buying Xboxes anymore. Well, here comes Steam and offering the next best thing. It's like, hey, you can get all these games, all the exclusives and everything, and you don't have to deal with Sony or Microsoft's nonsense.
You get more games. Like the GameCube will play more games than your fucking Xbox will.
Yep.
Yeah, when you update, say a new Steam machine, you don't have to worry. You just buy the new hardware, and all your games and operating system and everything are still there. The only Achilles heel I will add is, of course, especially according to Rapier's post, we don't know the price yet. We have estimates, but that's not the what
they
the price
have not
is.
announced the price. Now, along with that, and I just posted this in the server as well. People have found out that because Steam themselves have announced they won't release a new game until they have new hardware to push. They only try to release stuff when they're trying to test out new things, new ideas, like a whole new engine, new hardware, like Half-Life Alyx was to push VR stuff. There is now an unlisted game on Steam by Valve.
Yes. There's an unlisted Steam game by Valve. Now, could be like, it's either one or two things that's going to happen. There's either going to be collective gasping or collective sighing, the loudest you've ever heard since the last time they announced something, when it was that stupid fucking card game they announced.
Artifact, which did that die? Is it still around?
I hope it died. Card games are gay and cringe. Now,
Card games are all appear to win inherently.
They are. Card games are literally scams. They have been scams since the dawn of time. The reason why a card game is a scam is because the way they introduce new cards is literally designed so that if you don't buy the latest shit, you're fucked. Hence why Magic the Gathering is a scam. It's not a game, it's a scam. You're being scammed if you buy it. You're being screwed in the pooch, Chatfish. And you don't want to be screwed in the pooch, do you? Like, no. That's why.
Like you, my pooch is screwed.
Yes.
That being said, Chatfish, Yu-Gi-Oh fun win.
Please God, no. That's also a scam.
Now, here you was asking what the Fire Warrior and Lost Planet Fund is. So the Lost Planet Fund just started, so it only has $5 towards it, so I was doing at $95 to go, but it did just start. The Fire Warrior Fund is a stretch goal. Chad has to raise 1,000 over the weekly. However, Semper Tantrum has made the generous offer. If Chat makes the weekly, he will put $750 towards the Fire Warrior Fund.
You gotta
so then you only
bail out, Chat.
You only need to do $250 over the weekly to get Fire Warrior.
Mm-hmm. And the stretch goal for Fire Warrior for 500 extra. It is. I made that deal. I made a deal.
I'm gonna finish my whiskey.
You might. You might. They haven't funded it yet.
Card games or gacha? Card games.
I'm actually not sure what was first, card games or gacha. I think card games. But
Trading card games existed
yeah,
like
for
before
ages.
video games were prevalent at all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trading card game, yeah, baseball and stuff like that. Baseball trading cards. Yeah, so the big thing is with cards and like these card things in general, is that the problem is they're intentionally designed this way. By the way, so they have predatory designs. It's why like I'm not a big fan of gacha games because the gacha game is a predatory game design. Like if it's like mobile games, not every mobile game is bad in terms of its design, but those that are bad are incredibly predatory. You have 2 drunk streams in the waiting, so Reggie can get chugging. Yes, they are, but we are waiting on the thumbnails for those. And I have been waiting for a long time, haven't I? And
I think it just hit my mind to look at the Steam Machine stories. You see.
No, I'm just angry about how long I've been waiting for those. You go ahead.
Yeah.
You interrupted the Kibs. Throws Fuzzy out the window.
Screams as he
I
blinks.
wasn't sure I wanted to talk.
Go for it.
No, it's like you have all these pro-consumer, pro-customers moves Steam's been doing. It's a wonder why you have Epic, just so many, European regulatory agencies, UK, just everything trying to go after Steam. It's like they develop all this goodwill. It makes you wonder. You clearly see a lot of parties desperately trying to influence and go after Steam. They have such a dominant position because they keep doing the right thing, and they suggest sitting on their butts and not wrecking a good thing, and then they pull off this when you see the console market being a mess with prices and everything.
So the latest thing I've seen in regards to other companies in regards to Steam is I'm seeing an attempted push to get Steam declared a monopoly so that they can get slapped by the government.
I don't know if that'll happen.
No, because they're not a monopoly. They do nothing to force people to be on their platform.
That's true.
There
happens
is
to be the case that
competition.
No
Yeah.
one can create a better fucking storefront.
No one's even trying. They're actively like they try to force people onto their platforms. They don't do anything to bring people over.
You mean Epic? Sorry,
Well, Epic is one, but there's others.
Yeah, Ubisoft.
Epic,
They're not trying to
Blizzard,
offer the other.
Ubisoft.
GOG is one.
GOG is the only one that tries to develop something, but it would have been a lot
Also-
farther if PC Projekt Red wasn't stupid. Go ahead, Gibbs.
Hero UE donates $20 through Streamlabs. Read it. Good job, Bosh.
Here,
Well-
donates $20 and says, Fire Warrior, get Kibbs smashed.
You will try.
Now, I'll point out, chat, how good of a deal this is, because normally Channel 3 is what, like 5,000 to get a Fire Warrior or something?
You're lucky,
At this
chat,
point-
that I need tax money. The government made this deal for you.
Because we are basically
The government
1,500 away
made
from
this
Fire
deal.
Warrior, chat. Because of Semper's Tantrum offering his little incentive.
Chat
Separate
wins
tantrum
when the
cult.
government fucks Kibbs. Oh my god, Chatfish love government. It's like, god damn it, chat. God damn it. Let's see. After which the game mechanics are pulled, named. Yeah. We I know about the physical thing. We're not talking about the physicals. I don't even think the gacha machines were as old as trading card games, but I'm not entirely sure. Not
Well,
entirely sure.
Gacha. Well, the original thing, it was literally pachinko machines and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's gambling.
Pachinko machines are relatively new technology, like in the last.
But it's
century,
that kind of thing, like the kind of slot machine thing. Like those were old, like there was slot machines during the Wild West, and they're old.
Yeah.
Yeah, this whole inventing new gambling machines is nothing new.
Yeah.
I think this is the latest
But-
fad.
Let's go.
The whole
gambling.
gacha thing, especially as it's known now, is
Very different.
very young.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
But yes, so
get your pawn.
in regards to the rest of the new hardware from Valve, it's a new controller, the Steam Machine, or what everyone's calling it, the GABE Cube, a new headset, and then they have the Steam Deck, which I think is getting just firmware updates. They do want to do a Steam Deck 2, but they aren't looking to do it now. It was their official statement, I believe.
Yeah. Let's see. Stormrat donates €2 and says, so blame Bucky. #FreeBino. #Clamit. #Teef. Thank you for your generous donation. No, you can just blame the regular government, fortunately. It's like, yeah, regular government. Regular government.
Wikipedia says Gachapon is 1916. First card game is Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering is not the first ever card game.
What the fuck? No, it's not.
Like poker's in the background. Am I a joke to you?
Am I a joke to you?
It's like trading card games. What they're referring to.
Trading card games like would be back to like baseball trading cards.
But Magic's actually pretty old. How old is Magic?
Magic is old. Well, he says right there, 1993.
How old is baseball trading card stuff?
I will look it up.
That's what Wikipedia says. Oh my god, you can't trust Wikipedia. Wikipedia, the articles you can edit. The articles. You gotta do a little bit more.
Okay, according to AI Overview, and this is literally pulling from Wikipedia, because I see it, the Wikipedia link. 1869 is the first baseball trading cards, according to that.
Oh.
1869 sounds about right. Sounds potentially right, and I say potentially. Didn't Nintendo start making up baseball trading cards? Have been around for a long time. Yes, I know they're.
Yeah.
I know they're older than 1900s. I know that they were in the 1800s somewhere.
A game. It's not a game you play.
But
they are trading cards.
They are trading
you
cards.
Play, I guess.
I mean, you gamble them pretty much. Like they're gambly as far as I'm concerned.
Which is really what the comparison should be, because Gacha's a gambling thing.
Because you buy those packs and you were trying to get like the good baseball player cards, and then you get them signed and you get them all sorts of blah, 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 blah. And there'd be like super different rail value ones, etc., etc. And now any of those cards from like the 1900s or 1800s are like worth $1 bajillion now. Mommy
says Vampire Jihad was before MTG. Yeah, Magic the Gathering. There's no way that's the first trading card game.
Yes. Also, BattleTech had their own trading card game as well. I know that much.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're as old as Magic, though. Because I think they were 1880s, but I'm not entirely sure. 1980s, I mean.
Card games are not really my thing. I mostly play regular trading cards with my friends.
But either way,
poker,
we are just getting autistic about cards and versus gotcha. It doesn't really matter which one's older. They're both bad.
Yeah, they're both systems designed to take as much money from you as possible.
Which one's...
I have an idea. We need... Kib, but you need to play one that's both of them at the same time.
Let's have Kib play Artifact.
Please kill me. Please, I can't say that on YouTube. Fuck. I wish I could.
No, you can for $5.
Please Sudoku me now.
Please play Advanced Sudoku with a long knife. Dies.
I'm committing Sudoku.
They don't need to do anything at the moment, says Jonathan Macy, for Steam Deck, as they can just bundle the remaining units with the new stuff until they release the replacements. That's true.
Now, I do need to promote something to chat right now, because chat, I think we should punish Kibs. And I have a win-win scenario for you. You see, we can get progress towards the Fire Warrior stream, and you can help force Kibs to play another furry game if you help fund the Dustin Elysian Tale game. I'm just saying, chat.
And Albine has to draw it.
It's about a third of the way funded already. Actually, it's a fourth.
Dust and Elysian Tale is literally a furry game. And I will hear no argumentation otherwise.
It is.
Yeah.
No one argued against it. I literally just said they can help fund a furry game to make you play it.
I'm sure they would love to do that, won't you, chat? Like, yeah, we'd
love to do that. Gibbs will likely enjoy the gameplay.
Likely? You mean unlikely?
Yeah. No, likely.
No. No.
Gibbs is going to go and decide and he hates it already, Fuzzy. Because of you, Fuzzy.
Yep, just because of you. Just to spite you.
Yeah, just to spite Fuzzy.
Yeah, spite Fuzzy. Fuck
Deserved.
Oh, Fuzzy's must
What happened to looking at a game on its own terms, Gibbs?
I've changed my opinion.
He's altered the deal.
Pray I don't change it on a whim further.
He is a woman after all.
Wow. Did Bino convert Chumba into furry? Yes, he did.
No.
Ulfeth says gamble bad. Gamble.
I agree, Ulfeth.
Big thinky's right there. He's a big dinky.
But life is a gamble. And when you realize you're gambling,
life
is great because gambling is
We're going to set Grumpy right on my desk. He's going to be my desk fish today.
Let's go gambling.
What's next on the list?
Oh,
If we have
dang
any-
it.
Oh, dang it. I can't stop losing.
I can't stop. Wow, sounds like squealing in my life.
Oh, dang it. Hey,
Let me
next
give it a
article.
try.
Fuzzy,
Jackpot.
post one.
I have posted up a bunch. If you can scroll all
Yes,
the way
but
to the
post
top.
one, post it again.
Let's do this
Going
one.
post.
Valve hides mysterious announced game. So okay,
We already talked about
we
that.
did, but we didn't really.
Yeah, but we didn't
finish.
show the image showing it, which
Yep,
is right there.
yeah.
That your mouse is on it. That's how you can. That's how people have been finding out that there's another game unlisted initially.
Yeah, a lot of
People
this
really
Steam-
want it to be Half-Life 3.
They do.
A lot
Yes,
of
because
these,
when you basically filter. In fact, I'm going to do it myself right now.
Yeah, it's quite easy to go through the Steam databases and figure out, okay, what's going on in the back end, what's being uploaded, delisted, yada yada yada.
Imagine they're releasing a new fucking source engine.
I mean, they should because like the old source
Yeah.
engine is kind of crunchy.
And we really could use another solid engine other than Unreal.
It's true.
I think
could.
Steam has some real growth opportunities here ever since Unity dropped a bucket.
I mean, the big thing about a Half-Life 3 that would be really nice is just like it would be cool to see that game storyline progress, and it would also be a turning of the era, basically, because each Half-Life game does mark a turning point. But it's been so long since the last turning point from Valve that it's kind of one of those things where it just feels like how do I put this? If I look back at the Half-Life games retrospectively, Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, Half-Life Episode 1, Episode 2, and stuff like that, they're okay. They're okay shooters. They're fun. But aged-wise, they have not aged particularly amazingly. Because again, why is that? And that's simple. They were pushing something in those games. Half-Life 1 pushed their early source engine. Half-Life 2 pushed their later source engine, which like had more advanced physics simulation. You know, you could put little fucking cinder blocks on like a fucking board, and there was physics-based things, and that was what it was pushing. It's pushing the physics stuff. So it was Portal and Left 4 Dead, and they all sort of did like these different things with that engine where they sort of pushed the bounds, right? So what is going to be the gimmick this time around, right? The physics stuff, for all its intents and purposes, only actually affected gaming to a small degree. I know that sounds weird, but when you actually think about it, how many games truly take advanced like physics and actually do mechanical stuff with them? Even Halo 3, like, okay, you can throw the grenade and it bounces off things. Okay, that's something. But what else?
Most physics I think of when it comes to games is that it's breaking, usually.
You know, there is one game that I know took a heavy advantage of physics on the Dreamcast called Wet Tricks.
Well, there was a few.
Because the entire game gimmicks was the water physics.
Dark Messiah Might and Magic, but Dark Messiah Might and Magic focused entirely on the kicking thing as like a core
Also, I
physics
posted
thing.
in the stream room, Gibbs. I literally just double checked it myself. You can literally see that they have 2 games as upcoming releases, and there's
Would it-
only one showing.
Would it be another push in VR? Because that's what Alex was doing.
Wait,
Alex
what?
was a push for VR.
Did the squirrel
I
fucker post
just
something here?
posted it.
Oh my god, he did.
Uh,
Squirrel
All the way
fucker.
down.
I'll open that one on a bit though.
So yeah, you can quite literally see right there on the left.
Yeah, 2 games.
for upcoming releases. Only one visible.
Only the Deadlock game.
I enjoyed that game.
See,
But that's
here's
aside.
why I want Half-Life 3. Half-Life 3 means potentially a new source engine. What does that mean? That means we might
More
get
competition.
more competition because let's be fucking frank, guys. The Unreal Engine sucks ass. The
Yeah, and
Unity
we have
engine also sucks ass. Like I can tell you
we have
because
a
our
real
game,
supply problem.
yeah, our game uses Unity for now. What we're doing with our game is we're actually building our own proprietary engine basically to break free of that. And so like everybody wants to jump ships off these fucking decrepit things, right? Like Unreal sucks. Unreal runs like ass. Like the only reason why
A lot of the new tech is bad.
the Arc
The
Raiders
only-
game works is because they literally hacked into the Unreal thing and turned off half of its features.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
gutted
all of
it.
the new features, Nanite, Lumen, and Virtual Shadow Maps, I think it was called, or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Virtual Shadows something.
All that crap that makes the game run like piss and doesn't even make the game look that much better.
Yeah, and even then, you look at combine all the other Unreal stuff, it still runs a lot worse than 4. 4 and 3 ran fantastically. Even if they had the standard Unreal look, they at least ran. You can at least do something with it, and it didn't run like garbage. What they did with Unreal Engine 5, which is their main bread and butter money maker, which on top of Fortnite, it's like, well, let's face it, Fortnite's a cash cow that's not going to last forever. Their main bread and butter is Unreal. They're not focusing on developing that well, and you can argue is a dual problem. Epic likes to, and Tim Sweeney like to blame developers for not optimizing well, and there is an argument for that because of the brain drain, as we discussed on previous Bunchcasts. That still doesn't excuse the fact that if you look at Epic's business history, a lot of their money has been focused on several things: trying to force people onto the Epic Game Store that they don't develop, and Fortnite.
I'll also point out that with Unreal 5, at least I recall hearing about this and having people confirm it with me, they also try to push things like the body type if you use their engine.
Yes, it's in the documentation, if I recall correctly, or it was at least leaked.
Well, if you have any, like, you have to use body type 1, body type 2.
That shit's
Which is
cringe.
why even Arc Riders, it's body type. Species Unknown is on Unreal. They have to use body type. So everything else in the game refers to male and female, except that.
So these developers are being strong-armed into doing this?
Yeah.
Yeah, which
With
is
Unreal
hilarious, 5. As Tim Sweeney likes to go after Steam for their nonsense 30% cut, even though Steam provides a lot of services and features.
Oh my god.
Things. Meanwhile, Tim Sweeney does this stuff. Try not to curse here.
So
this nonsense to developers.
Okay, so
Steam also will.
But as a developer, right? So looking at it from like my lens, and I guess this is only my developer lens, but for other developers, you have to let me know what your thoughts are. But from my lens, when I look at this and I look at like the Epic versus Steam thing, I look at Epic as this sort of like corporately secret underhand deal, backroom shady shit company. Like it just gives me bad vibes. Like I can't trust you. Like if you're doing backroom deals and signing like these secret agreements and arrangements and stuff like that, that is a red flag. It's like Microsoft does that shit too, by the way. Both these guys are scary. And so as a developer, when I look at things like GOG or Steam, I'm like, okay, GOG is pretty transparent and open with things. That is welcoming as a developer. Steam is one of those that they more or less don't do anything, but they do. Steam is getting strong-armed and attacked by external groups to remove games from their platform, and we know this is ongoing.
Said the censorship problem?
Yep. Now, I don't really blame that on Steam, but Steam, I think, needs to do something to combat this sort of like brigading, because that's still concerning as a developer, right? Like, okay, what is it going to take before I piss off somebody for my stuff and they try to set out to sabotage me, or something like that? Like, what's my recourse? What protection do I have? Will I be protected, or will I be left to the wolves?
As to why all of these problems, it's important to look at the incentives and ownership structure. Steam, for example, is something along the lines of 50.1% is owned by Gabe Newell. The other rest that we know of is owned by long-term employees. Those have been there with Gabe for a long time and are just stay in the Steam Valve culture. So they're interested in the success of the company. While Tim Sweeney, he sold something like 30% stake of his private company to Tencent. So it's important to point that in mind, that Tencent has its grubby little paws in anything Epic and Tim Sweeney does.
Yes,
and know what Tencent
I will say the 30% cut thing, well, yes, Steam taking 30% is also a big deal. Like, even from a developer standpoint, like, ooh, that's a little bit much. But you also get access to the biggest market. You also get access to advanced tools and discussions and forums. And so it's like, okay, they offer a slew of features, right? One feature I would like to take advantage for our game, and I know Robin would absolutely be thrilled, is workshop integration. Because I love the concept of that. And taking advantage of the Steam forums and bug reporting features and stuff like that. Not to mention, if we were making a multiplayer game, which we aren't, but if we were making a multiplayer game, you could take advantage of Steam servers for server hosting. So there's a lot of valid offerings that Steam offers you as well. And it's quite tantalizing. Go ahead.
Specifically for server hosting, that can often be the thing that drains the fucking money out of a company. If you look at
over time,
when it initially released, Power was fucking dying, despite the fact they were doing so well. it was entirely due to the fact that they just had to pay for so many goddamn servers.
Yes, I also want to point out, as Balzer says, it's not even necessarily guaranteed 30%. Could be potentially less because Steam negotiates, and they even have policies in place of if your game sells certain amounts, they lower your percent that you have to pay them. And I think that goes down to like 10. So Steam at like minimum only gets a 10% cut.
Yeah, which means say Expedition 33, for example, likely hits that 10%.
Definitely does.
Definitely double check the numbers just for factuality.
Because if I recall correct, the highest amount you had like to get the lowest possible cut was like a million copies.
Yeah, which Expedition definitely sold well.
Yes,
that.
So they absolutely are basically getting almost all the profit for each sale.
Yep, that's true. That was from the green light era.
It was said. Let me find who said it. I was asking the question, will the Valve will try to push Source Engine 3? So I noticed, I went back to that screen upcoming releases, they have 2 things under software. Nothing shows up. So they are potentially going to release 2 new pieces of software as well.
We know they're working on Steam OS itself.
Yep.
Could a new Source Engine be in the works? Because if that is
potentially,
the case, that'd be another boon for indie developers. Because the original Source Engine, as well as like the improved version, were massive for indie projects.
Yeah, a lot of games were made with them. A lot of games, like we got, Portal, we got friggin' Team Fortress, we got literally Left 4 Dead, and
Divine Cybermancy.
That was a bit janky, but yeah, Vampire the Masquerade, Bloodline Squealy, scattering on like a prototype one.
Like, I care more about I. I is funnier.
Goddamn, Chatfish.
Interstellar. No, it's Interplanetary.
But yeah, there was a bunch of games that take advantage of that. But the big problem is that I will say, part of critiquing that, there was a case of like if you weren't high budget enough, you had that sourcey feel. You know what I mean? Where things felt sourcey. Or it's like, it's
actually,
a bit sourcey.
Wasn't Titanfall on the Source Engine as well?
What?
The first Titanfall.
Let me check.
I don't think so. But
I think it was.
I think it would be like CryEngine.
No, I'm pretty sure the first Titanfall was Source Engine.
I don't know about that.
One engine.
Big dinky. Big dinky.
Titanfall was built in a modified version of Valve's Source Engine.
Holy shit! Well, modified, but
which is why it was always surprised to me it wasn't on Steam initially, because like it's using the Source Engine. Why isn't it on Steam?
It was a highly modified version.
Well, yeah, but the point still being, its base was the Source Engine.
Respawn Entertainment prototyped the game using Insomniac's Illumina engine.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, Titanfall is apparently on the Source Engine. That is interesting.
What about 2D Fall 2?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure they switched engines.
2D Fall 2 is just Source, yeah.
They just
it is Source as well?
Yeah.
Damn. So you can do impressive things with the Source Engine.
That just means yes. But my biggest problem with like some games though, when the Source Engine was super trendy, was you had Day of Defeat vibes. Where
a lot of them also have terrible gunplay.
Or Counter-Strike, yeah, because for whatever reason, a lot of games on the Source Engine would never really improve the basic gunplay from Half-Life 2, and it would control
which is terrible.
Absolute ass.
Like I love Half-Life. I love those games to death. The gunplay is dog shit in those games.
Yes, the gunplay is not very good.
People fucking love Counter-Strike too, and that was all built on Source.
Oh, the
yes, but I've also always thought Counter-Strike had terrible gunplay. I don't like you have to aim at your feet to keep hitting the enemy.
I hated that so much. It's why it's like I like a lot of the ideas in Counter-Strike. I just could not play for the gameplay. It was so bad.
Oh, excuse me. But yeah, so as long as they make the next Source more malleable, I think that was one of the biggest things, is the next Source Engine. And who knows, because it's already probably in development, especially if it is going to spearhead the new Half-Life 3, which I think that would probably
that'll be huge.
Yeah. So the big thing here is I think they really need to push and improve the accessibility of the engine, but not in the way Unreal did, right? So if you know anything about Unreal Engine, I know briefly, I'm not a coder, I'm a director, not a programmer.
We need Robin for this.
I know. I know a bit of how they're trying to have
But
coding
it's
for
Robin,
Unreal
it's
5.
super it's super streamliney, and so because it's super streamliney, there is not actually that much flexibility with what you can do with the Unreal Engine. Like you can,
So,
but it's like it's not designed to do that. Go for it.
do you want me to go over my experience actually using it?
Yeah,
as
go
an
for
engine
it.
for
I mean, you
coding? 'Cause
used it.
I was
only
literally
heard
learning
people
that,
talk about
how
it.
to fucking do it.
Go for it.
So the main thing with Unreal, yes, you can still manually type in code, but what they really want to push is their own like built-in language that basically uses almost like a flowchart system to code, which makes it mind-numbingly easy to code things. But if you're trying to do anything outside the box, it bricks itself. It also is extremely unoptimized because it's trying to convert basically a flowchart into actual code, and it has to do that back and forth whenever you are trying to edit it. And it's horrendously optimized because of that. But it is brain dead easy. Like literally just look up a guide and you can start throwing together code because it's all pre-built into the engine of like, oh, I need a third person camera. Okay. I slide that into the flowchart. Okay, I need to have that tie into WASP. Slide that into the flowchart. Drag a line from the camera to the character model. Now the
Funny
code
enough,
works.
That's actually been a thing being pushed by a lot, even in say the data science field. A lot of these flowchart systems
Yes,
and
but
just
the
all
point is it's
aspects.
pre-built in, and they basically try to stop you from doing anything but
Yes.
use that system for Unreal 5.
Yeah, and the problem with
Do
those
you-
systems is, or software as a service is, which a lot of these are these days, is they're
You
just
don't even know how
bad.
much better it is to program in C++ and Unreal versus before. I have heard it does work well with C++ dastardly, but I know that they actively are trying to push. Last time I was looking at Unreal 5, they want you to use their built-in flowchart, their own language. You can still do that, but you have to do a little jump through hoops to do C++. You can get it to work with that, but now you need to know how to code in C++.
This reminds me of Scratch.
Hmm?
That little,
Oh, a little
teacher's
squirrel.
coding thing. No,
Oh, never
it's,
mind.
it's a little cat. It's a little cat that you animate by bring like code things together and making a little chart out of it.
Nice.
That's what fucking the Unreal Engine reminds me of.
God damn. But why?
So Grumpy Rat donates $5. So if we get Half-Life 3, what are the chances we get Left 4 Dead 3? If your choice fit and Cookie.
Possible, but the studio behind the original Left 4 Dead is long decrepit. They have, remember, it's been many years. So a lot of the people have either moved on from that studio. I think they're called Turtle something. They made like a couple games, but they were very, very hit or miss. The first one was that Evolve game, and that pretty much tanked the studio's reputation into the ground. They
Really
lost
sucks.
all
That game-
goodwill.
That game
So-
was like really cool.
Cool
But
conceptually,
Dastardly
yes.
wants to point out, he's not counting a point, he's telling me that they have improved actually coding, and like how much it works with C++.
Mhm.
But it basically used to be a lot worse, which good on them.
I mean,
Absolutely,
improvements are good, but the big thing is, as a developer, unless, okay, so like, if you're making a game and you think that it's like, okay, yeah, it's pretty simple and you're not trying to do anything new or basically like, take risks, you can use things like Unreal or Unity because like the basic systems in there will be fine. But like, for example, now this is where you tell if somebody knows anything about making games or if they're just a complete nub. Right? The first thing is door opening. Door opening. If you don't plan to do anything special with doors opening, and I know it sounds stupid, but like you can just use the basic door opening stuff. But God forbid you have any sort of unique mechanics about buildings whatsoever, you're gonna want different door code. Because that's one
press the
thing.
interact key.
One thing I learned from our program, like, why don't we just use the basic Unity door opening stuff? It just looked at me and was like, if we do that, like, all these things you want are not they're not impossible. But now we have to do like these other things and like bridge the gap and get these things to work a certain way. Because buildings and certain things, like most games, you can't enter buildings, and even if you can enter a select number of them, right? Like, for example, having an enterable and exitable building with opening and functioning doors and having characters go in and out of them at the same time is a big deal. There's a reason why Starfield and all these other games don't have that, or Elder Scrolls, because it just doesn't work.
I'll point out a huge selling point of Oblivion was NPCs are able to follow you into new buildings.
Yes, because
Into buildings.
it has to
That's
deload the
because
world outside and load a new like set and basically that.
the creation engine itself can't struggles to have too many entities or too many objects in one cell, which is what the world is, what each location is. It's a cell. And if there's too much data in that cell, the game breaks down.
Mm-hmm. Because the other part where I realized this too was stairs in our game. Because in our game, I wanted
stairs are fun.
I wanted characters to be able to go into buildings, close doors, and fight outside of a building, fight inside of a building, and also fight upstairs and on the balcony of a building, all at the same time.
So you're a sadist. Got it.
Yes. And at first I was looking at the design spec because I wrote it, right? Like you know that scene with like that fucking anime dude who's like writes with his pen and he like swooshes it. That's me with a stroke of my pen writing madness on a line.
So I'm gonna point out, I thought so the people, so Dashley and others who were talking about the code and stuff in chat will probably already know this, but for the people that don't know this, the majority of games don't actually have stairs.
Yeah. Stairs are actually a nightmare.
Like, stairs are unbelievably difficult to do.
And so our game's 2D and it has to have special code for the stairs, which also why our doors are special, because the buildings have to be special too. It also has to be special because if you go inside, you need to have what if you have characters in your turn-based tactics game that are fighting on behind the building, and you have a character that's fighting in the second floor of the building, and you have a character fighting on the bottom floor and also in front of the building. How do you view that? Which layer of the building do you remove and which layer do you put back on? That is a big deal. And how that works, because you actually have to have all these different things like open, close this. It's like a toy house. It needs to assemble and reassemble itself at will, like when you need it, and it needs to be seamless while doing it and quick.
You bring up 3 or 4 different camera angles showing the building with each of the different states of each floor visible. Done.
Oh my god, that would be retarded.
It would. But you would see everything at once, wouldn't you?
You would see everything at once. You would.
Just bring up 1,000 little windows showing different camera angles.
But yeah, and there are games that also do this stuff too. Fallout 1 had all this in 1996. Not quite. Fallout 1 has quite a bit of stuff, but it's actually very, 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 very limited. And also, not a whole lot of that actually is functional or works. You have buildings
Only
and you
3D games have stairs?
You have buildings in Fallout 1, but one of the big problems you have is it doesn't understand what layers to remove in certain points. And this is something, because I actually played Fallout 1 and 2, that I realized is that the game doesn't understand when you can see out into a building, because it will be like, you can't. Like, sometimes it just won't, even though you should be able to see into a building. Or a tent. And it has that tent, but it doesn't actually have different layers, if that makes sense. Because it has a wall, it has a door, that's true, but it doesn't usually have, if I remember, multiple floors. That's not until Tactics, if I remember right. And even then, that's a bit jank. Because I don't believe Fallout 1 actually has that. Fallout 1 has buildings, yes. But one of the big problems is understanding which layers to see. Like, for example, I remember having characters outside of a tent, but there was enemies inside of a tent, and not being able to see or interact with the character inside of the tent shooting me.
That is a huge problem almost every single isometric game has, and very few actually solve it at all.
So the big thing is...
Hell, Zomboid doesn't.
Yeah, because the big thing is what games need to do is like, okay, if that target is presentable, there's a couple of solutions. One, create a red outline of a target that you can select and interact with. 2, remove layers dependent on what you can see, because you have to think about this from every aspect, right? So my preferred thing, ideally, is that when I click on a character, what I think it should do is it should remove the layers of anything that character could see. So if it could see into the second floor or the bottom floor, because here's a really crazy question. You have a character outside of a building, chat, right? Your character is being targeted by a character on the bottom floor of a 3-story building, and also on the top floor of that 3-story building, as well as somebody on top of the roof of that building. Which one of those targets do you present? And how do you present that? And then you need to answer that question. It's not terribly hard to figure out how to answer it. You present them, or you layer them, or you do a transparency filter on certain layers, and then you prioritize certain things. Or you can use a tab selection tool, where you just press tab to select different targets. There are solutions. Companies have figured this stuff out. But these are still problems you have to ask yourself. Now, if you try to ask yourself, okay, let's make that an Unreal. Let's...
I have to do a slight correction on Tencent owns 35% or so of Epic. Disney owns 9% and Sony owns 4.9%. So the corporate control for Epic is actually much worse.
Jesus. That's a game I have yet to play. I've never actually played it. Jagged Alliance 2 handled floors and windows nicely as far as 90s 2D tactics games go. Yes, there were some games that did handle it pretty well. I remember Fallout 1 didn't particularly do a good job, neither did 2. Then that's no fault of the developers, because when you actually look at well, it is and it isn't, right? When you actually look at the development history of Fallout 1, one of the things you're going to notice is that it was done in their spare time because Interplay did not like the idea. And then when Fallout 1 came out and succeeded, despite the fact that it's a ramshackle fucking mess, then Interplay gave them more money. Remember, Interplay is basically your corrupt EA on a whole other level, because Interplay has had more corruption problems. They also imploded ages ago. Polymathy donates 10 memberships. Thank you very much. Very generous.
He does not hit Semper or Hugo.
Unfortunately. But it lands on Zivich.
Hugo, Funky.
And Rusty Ruh. And Little Toiva. Some of these guys
hashtag
are deep
dust,
lurkers.
hashtag sandwich, dust.
Dust?
Interesting.
The one with the fucking...
You mean Elysian Tale?
Oh no, that's what
He
he
could
means.
mean that. He could mean that.
I was wondering if it was the
Is that
Ubisoft
when you-
game with like the sand.
Or is he talking about that dust game that's just dust?
Which dust are you referring to, Polymathy? I mean, Kosh.
Yeah. But yeah, so
He's not red.
the big thing is when engines need to handle and do certain things, you have to ask yourself, can this engine do that? And some engines are really well designed to do that, right? Great example of this. You guys are all going to know this. The Frostbite engine, right? It was designed explicitly to make Battlefield games, but EA wanted it to do everything, even though it wasn't designed to do everything, right? What was some of the things that the Frostbite engine was trying to ramshackle it to do? One thing I know of, because I was part of the early tester program, some of you here I actually know were part of the tester program too. You can definitely... Because I had a conversation with a Chatfish who actually played it too, and we had some memories. But the early access alpha for Generals 2, the last Command & Conquer game, the one that was pulled, it was a fucking disaster. Nothing short of a disaster. The Frostbite engine struggled to basically do an RTS. It had amazing sound effects and stuff like that, but performance was fucking abysmal. Like, holy shit, it ran like total ass. You'd think the Frostbite engine would be incredible for seeing like buildings and garrisonable structures destructibility until you saw the fucking frame rate. Oh my god. Sometimes it would run like butter. Other times it would just like... and things would just start despawning. It just couldn't handle it. Another great example would be Mass Effect Andromeda. Or Anthem. It was never designed for third-person infantry combat. And they had to ramshackle it to do it that way. It's not that you can't do it. It's just that by doing it, it's going to turn out very, very, so. It's going to have a lot of problems. Versus if you handcraft an engine explicitly for doing a certain thing, right? If the Frostbite engine is just making a Battlefield-style game, it does really well. Usually, even the flawed Battlefield games, when you play them, they run really well in the Frostbite engine. Because the engine was explicitly designed to make games like that. It was designed to make destructible battlefields in which you could interact with the environment, and the environment could interact with you in fun and interesting ways. You could destroy buildings, you could collapse buildings, you could drive through buildings, etc., 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 right? It was entirely built around these core principles, and so it really works well that way. And it can do other things, but it wasn't really designed to do it. But it can, right? You can make engines do anything. I wish Robin was here, because if you missed the developer stream last week, you should watch it, because He would be perfect for this. Because, yeah, people often think they know what an engine is until you actually talk to somebody who actually knows what it is.
We need him to do a rant on Unreal Engine 5.
Well, I don't think he has a lot of experience with Unreal Engine 5. He has experience with our engine and Unity and a bunch of other things. He's insane, though. If you've ever seen the shit that guy does, holy fuck. But yeah, so, just wild. They tried to force SimCity on Frostbite? Yes. And the reason why they did it is because they wanted to have Frostbite be their in-house engine. But the big issue with that is that can work on paper if you keep the engineers around who actually made it. The issue is EA didn't keep those engineers. They let them go.
And they were overstretched on top of that.
Yes. Instead, what they should have done is expanded the budget and resources of those engineers so the Frostbite engine could be used to do other things. The one thing you actually see under big corporations, as far as engines being used correctly, is the id Tech engine for the most part. It usually produces the game and is made for the games that's made for, right? Like the new Doom game, and it looks beautiful, honestly. Doom Dark Ages, I know it didn't succeed very well, but it was actually a really fun game. I think it was a good game. But I think it's probably going to flop. I think it probably did flop, mostly because that budget, like $70.
Well.
They also pushed it heavily on Game Pass,
and
so...
Game Pass is basically consigning it to death. Doom Dark Ages is good. Pick it up when it's like $10 on sale.
Yeah, one thing I do know, not as much on id Tech, but I definitely know Saber Interactive, for example. If you're going to have an engine that's going to be flexible, you need a separate team, separate from all of the other development teams, just one separate team that only answers to corporate that maintains and develops that engine.
They shouldn't answer just to corporate. They should be communicating.
I'm just saying, communicating.
Because logistics. Because, for example, if the Mass Effect team is like, hey, I want to have space combat, they should be in communication with that team. Because when it comes to how Unreal works, usually developers will actually submit tickets, and these bigger corporations will submit tickets, which will then have to go through a bureaucratic process to reach Unreal for their engineers to actually look at, and then they can maybe fix it. But because Unreal is a separate entity from these games that are being developed for Unreal, because they're two separate bodies, there is a bureaucratic process that has to take place for communication. What you really, really want is in my opinion, when I think about this from an administration point, is direct lines of communication. You want Frostbite to have a section of their team dedicated to only so many things. The reality is you can't have Frostbite doing several dozen different games at the same time. Like that's just the reality. Logistically, it doesn't work. It didn't work for Unity. It doesn't work for Unreal. Like both things are actually like Unity's kind of tanking now. But the big thing is before we move on past that is that you're only going to be able to make that engine do so many things with the engineers that you have at a time. And so you need to prioritize, okay, the Frostbite engine, we're going to make a Battlefield game. We're going to make a Mass Effect game. It's going to have space combat and stuff like that. And we need to have clear and concise objectives as to what mechanics we need. Can Frostbite do that right now? And the engineers will be like, yeah, easily. No, it's not. Okay, what do we need to make that work? Do we want procedural world generation? Yes or no? That's going to take a long time, boss. We don't want that, because it's going to be like this, or it'll take like 6 months to get that done. Like, we need like a plan. They need a better structure. But the issue is that with EA, it's too corporate. The problem is the executives, like everybody reports to them, but like nothing actually is intercommunicated between the different studios. I mean, look at Halo Wars. When we got more information about what happened to Halo Wars communicated with Bungie. The reason why Halo Wars 1 is so faithful visually, story-wise, and music and everything is because Bungie was able to communicate with Ensemble Studios. Bungie was passionate about Halo and cared about it, and they wanted to ensure that it be done well. Now, compare this same situation, more or less, that happened with EA's teams. BioWare Team A went to go produce Anthem. BioWare Team B, which only had experience making DLC, went to produce Mass Effect Andromeda. They were probably fucked to begin with. They don't have experience making a game. But when BioWare B team asked for support from A team told them to go fuck themselves. And so because that occurred, based on the reports we've heard, and until we find out more information, we don't know, right? But from that information that we know, that corroborates why there's such a massive disconnect, both visually and aesthetically, from Mass Effect Andromeda and the original Mass Effect trilogy. There's just not this connection because there wasn't a communication of shared information and resources. When you look at Halo Wars 1 and you look at Halo 3 from Bungie, Why does Halo Wars feel so close to these things? It's because there was a direct line of communication between both studios. Both were working together for a similar goal. Both wanted to be faithful. Both wanted to create the same thing. When it happened in EA, when that team reached out, that happened there. Another example, EA Los Angeles, when they were working on Command & Conquer after Westwood was gone. The original Westwood creators had created a lore Bible for the franchise, detailing the lore and the general story directions of what was going to happen in the universe. That lore Bible was never used. And we know that, love it or hate it, Command & Conquer Tiberium Wars 3, I don't think it's like terrible or anything, but it ignores the lore Bible almost entirely. It doesn't factor in any of the plans of what was going to happen with the Tiberium. It does a complete revision to the overall thing. The goal of what the Skrin were after, it wasn't about terraforming Earth anymore. It was about turning Earth into a giant crystal. And it's like, it's weird, right? And you get this that happens again, right? What happened between Mass Effect 1 and 2 and Mass Effect 3? What was the big disconnect narratively there? And this, oh my god, this permeates with everything. Like I can go on, but I should keep going.
On a tirade.
This is important because all these references, it all connects. What happened there is that the original writers set up a plot point for something called the Void Plot. And at the end of the day, the other writers that came in for 3 ignored it and went a different direction. Now, you could maybe don't like that plot, it doesn't matter. But this disconnect of information is what created the problem in the first place, in which there was a disconnect, which led Mass Effect 3 to be wibbly wobbly when 1 and 2 were kind of on point in a direction of where they were going, right? And that ends up getting lost as time goes on. And you see this happen time and time and time again with all these games where there's just these disconnects and like it doesn't make sense. Great example again, Halo 3 basically, or like Halo Bungie's Halos, if you will, and then 343's Halos. In the lore, it talks about how the Forerunners, time and time again, and we know this now, without a doubt, because Ensemble Studios leaked the plans for Halo Online, or the MMO for Halo, which I think would have been a disaster idea, honestly. I don't think it would have been a good idea. But that's just my opinion. I just think an MMO Halo was just a terrible idea. But ignoring that, the original plans for the Halo MMO was that it would be set about 100,000 years before the events of the original trilogy, and you would be playing as the Forerunner humans. That's right, they're humans. This is a huge disconnect, and it confirms and corroborates what information we know based on the original Bungie lore and what it was setting up to do, and then versus the new Halo lore that's completely revisionist. Love it or hate it, this disconnect creates a schism. This schism is deepened and widened and leads to problems. Some people like the new Halos for some reason, and that's whatever. But the problem is that they didn't honor the setup of the original stuff. And because they're not doing that, they're already not showing respect to the original source material. The game is already doing what we call drifting in its direction. We're drifting. And if we're drifting away, what's going to happen over time? You're going to like look at Halo 5 or look at Halo Infinite. Now look back at Halo 1. What the fuck happened? These things have nothing to do with each other whatsoever. Even the story and pacing and how the characters behave, it's all fucked up. It's just a fucking mess. And the reason why is because that drift got worse and worse and worse and worse as time went on. And it continued to happen. Now look at the Halo remasters. Why is that so disconnected with the original? It's because that is based on Halo Infinite. That is based on the Halo Anniversary Edition. Everything done by 343. It has nothing to do with Bungie's original vision. They don't even know what the original vision is. They don't even know because they don't ask them. If you read the manual for Halo, it literally has contradicting information with the books, talking about how the Spartans, like Halo Master Chief, is the last Spartan after the Battle of Reach. And so this entire principle of him being like kind of the last one and being a big deal, because he's the last one, it's humanity on its last legs, is revised. His entire team is alive. And also there's tons of Spartans now. Everybody's a Spartan.
The only Spartans that don't contradict the original stuff is Red Team from Halo Wars. Because as far as everyone knows, they are dead.
Yes, And that's Halo Wars Ensemble Studios respecting the original lore. It's like, okay, we have to have Spartans in this because we need to have Spartans, but the Spartans can't be alive by the time of the original trilogy. So how do we fix it? Do we kill them? Or what do we do? Well, the Spirit of Fire as a spaceship was lost to space and never returned in time for the Human Covenant War. It was just lost after the events of what happened. They went into cryostasis and they simply never returned in time for the Human Covenant War. Problem solved. It fixes the problem. There is no plot hole because the Red Team Spartans simply weren't around. For all intents and purposes, they were legitimately missing in action because the Spirit of Fire was missing in action. It was nowhere to be found during any of the battles that took place in the final stages of the Human Covenant War. See what I mean? You see all these things, Chatfish? Do you understand?
Wants to say the Vampire Monkeys was Bungie lore. There was a Civil War schism inside Bungie.
No, there wasn't. There isn't.
Not that I know of, and I've talked to actual old school Bungie people.
Yeah, like the stuff I'm saying is the stuff I've been reading from Bungie and Ensemble personnel. Now, again, it might not be entirely accurate. It might be biased. You're absolutely correct. I have
it also
no doubt
could be
it
that
is.
Bungie started coming up with the lore after people left, because Bungie did they did throw a hissy fit with Reach.
They did, but at the same time, my opinion on that slowly changed. So Bungie did throw.
It's understandable why they did it.
Because when you, the more we find out, the more information that comes out over the years as the NDAs expire, right? Of information about Ensemble Studios. Like, did you know that Ensemble Studios was originally going to basically be making the Halo MMO after Halo Wars 1? They were told that by Microsoft. They were almost assured that. And Microsoft had no intention of actually keeping them on. Microsoft intended to fire all of them and throw them to the wolves, and everyone. The only reason why Halo Wars 1 was made was because the Ensemble Studio bosses intervened. They basically went to Microsoft and said, if you don't secure like six months like severance or so for our boys, we ain't gonna fucking make this game for you. You give our boys 6 months severance or something like that. They give them like months time of severance pay so that our boys can make it to find a new home, or we ain't making this game. We're rebelling. And because they did that, and this all came out relatively recently, by the way, it's like it paints a different picture of what really happened. So when I see the Halo Reach as a child, and I was very disappointed because it wasn't accurate to the books, I now begins to click when I'm older. Yes, they weren't accurate. Yes, a lot of the books don't make sense when you actually look at them. They don't really treat the same story like it's the same setting. The Halo books are quite different, not to the fault of the authors too much, but it's because Microsoft is meddling during this whole affair. This whole time, Microsoft is meddling. Microsoft, think about it. Think about it.
Never good publishers to begin with.
Well, just think about this for a second, right? Bungie's original lore was that basically, John Halo was the last Spartan, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? And so it's this sort of romanticized view set, right? But in the Microsoft interpretation, there's so many Spartans. Just like everybody's got the Force in the new Star Wars, like Disney. Everyone's a Jedi. Just like in the new Halo stuff, everyone's a Spartan. Even the new fans imitate this same behavior. And it's not just a conspiracy. It's actually real. Everyone's got their own Spartan OC, their own trademarkable Spartan, my own little custom thing.
Halo Infinite was designed on the idea of you are a Spartan. And the entire game's entire premise is to put yourself in the Halo universe.
Yes, it's self-inserting. Even Halo 4 did that with like the Spartan Ops stuff too. And like all this stuff, when you think about it, is demystification. And what is mystification? Mystifying things, or mythic. Like things that are myth, beyond belief, right? Things that are ancient, right? Things are special because there's so few of them. What's that line from The Incredibles? If everyone's special or super, then no one's super. Because that's true. And that's so corporate when you think about it. It's trying to sell everybody the same idea without understanding what made Halo great. Halo wasn't great because Master Chief was a Spartan. Halo was great because the story and the atmosphere, the music, and everything came together to make something great. It was more than just one single piece. It was the sum of its whole. And that's something they just don't understand. And it's not just Halo that suffers from this. It's Star Wars, too. It's Warhammer 40K. It's everything. Everything suffers from this. Everything has lost its identity. And it's because these corporations don't really care about the thing anymore. They only care about the thing as in, how do I make it marketable? And the best way to make it marketable is that you're a Spartan. You're a Jedi. You're a Sith. You're the main character. We can't make characters anymore. You're the main character now. And you can be the self-insert. And so what's starting to happen now is things are losing their identity. And these things just don't understand what made them great anymore. What made Halo 1 great? Was it its graphics? Fuck no. Even at the time, it didn't look particularly good. Halo 2? That looked hideous, even for the era. There were Halo killers that looked better than Halo 2. The lighting was bad. The 3D models were terrible. Honestly, Halo 1 looked better than 2. And it's one of those things where it's like, it was never about the graphics. So when I hear Halo Studios say, oh, what makes Halo great? What makes Halo Halo? It's always been the graphics. It's never been the graphics. In fact, the graphics race has been the single biggest disaster in the gaming industry. No longer do we care about mechanics. No longer do we care about good storytelling or music or anything else. It's, are the graphics good? Does it look realistic? No? You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you're just fucked.
Die right over.
This feels like it needs a schizo board. I mean, this is a Kibzo
It does.
board. This is a...
We've had, in fact, a couple of fan art of these. We could always have another one, chat.
God damn.
So far, Plake's done one, Lycan's done one.
Is the death of the author, our franchises don't have an author attached to them. Yeah, it's true. Like, one thing I realized when building, like, this is weird, right? So I studied a lot of franchises and settings when getting into game making to make my own game, because to be brutally honest, Halo, Lord of the Rings, all this stuff, Matrix and all that cool stuff from like the 90s and early 2000s, that was my big inspirations for wanting to make video games. Because they were cool. They were actually cool back then. Like, who wouldn't want to make video games? Are you kidding me? It's like fucking awesome. And when I studied all those things, and I studied them too, even when they were decaying, and I study them even now. And one thing I've noticed is that decay sets in. And the decay sets in usually because the original people left, or usually because a story is not allowed to end. You can still tell stories in the same universe and still be fine. Look no further than Star Wars. It's one of the older, bigger IPs, right? Some of the best pieces of media for Star Wars isn't the movies. It's actually the books for the original Legend stuff. They're actually better in a lot of ways than the movies are. And funnily enough, if you want to be really fucking nitpicky, like the Revenge of the Sith book adaptation outpaces the movie by like leagues. It's just better. The movie sucks by comparison. Or like the microseries spinoff. Like the big thing is you realize is that when it comes to Star Wars, was it just about Luke Skywalker? Was it just about him? No, it wasn't. Like, it was for the trilogy of movies, the original trilogy, but let's ignore the prequel trilogy altogether. What made Star Wars special was the fact that it kept getting new stories and set in the same universe. It got comics, it got games, it got all sorts of things, and it expanded the setting. Just because a setting or a universe has a character or a story, look no further than the DC or Marvel universe, doesn't mean you can't have other characters, other heroes, other villains. You can have other things. A setting can be more than just that. Halo could be more than just Master Chief. Realistically, I think the thing is, and maybe you don't want to hear this, maybe they don't want to hear this, but maybe what they should have done for Halo 4, if they could redo it, is let Master Chief's story end. And let a new story begin for new characters. But not in the process destroying and defaming the old generations. That's one of the big tricks, right? The big thing is they usually do that, right? Look no further than the new trilogy of Star Wars movies where Rey ones up Han Solo, knows more about his ship than he does, he's better. Or look no further than Halo 5 where, you're gonna choose Locke, this guy you never fucking heard of from that terrible ass show, or Chief. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? If you pit these two characters against each other, you're setting up the new characters to literally fail. You've already fucked them over. The new characters don't stand a chance. You're asking me to choose between a character that I've grown to become attached to versus a character I don't give two shits about. You know what I mean? Like, there's no fucking reason for me to care about them. Why should I give a damn about these characters that I don't care about? At least Gears of War had a slightly better idea, but the execution was so bad. It was so fucking rancid. Gears of War 4, at least when they did it, they introduced you like Phoenix's son, but his son's such a fucking lame duck cuck with no personality that he's just got no soul. And then they did the whole hook, line, and sinker. It's like, it's actually about the girl character you don't care about. It's like, wow, genius. So the characters, like, the setting, instead of like, okay, you have two choices when making, you have multiple choices technically, right? But let's say we're making a new idea out of an old story. Should we defame the other characters? No. Should we try to one-up them by making our characters look better than them? No. What do? Let's call it peaks and valleys. Every writer knows about this, and you guys probably have heard of this. Stories have ups and downs, right? Where tension goes up, the stakes are raised, shit's gonna hit the fan, but it's time to simmer down because the big calamity event has been defeated. It's okay to simmer down. Maybe that big calamity event, those stories for those characters that defeated the big calamity, maybe their story ends there. And it's okay for them to end there, so we can move on to another story, so that we can do our different peaks and valleys. Now, you know how not to do peaks and valleys? World of Warcraft. That's called Mount Everest. World of Warcraft is, okay, so like you fought like Illidan, who turned out to be evil, right? You're like, yeah, you killed him. Now you're gonna fight the Lich King. It's like, oh my god, I gotta fight the Lich King. And then, oh, you killed
don't
the
do
Lich
this, the
King.
world will end.
You killed the
We
Lich
don't
King.
do this, the world will end.
Oh, by the way, there's a dragon who's gonna brap, and it's gonna split the planet in half. Oh shit, we gotta stop the brap dragon. Oh, by the way, there's a fucking panda land, and it's gonna fucking jizz all over you. So you better go fucking stop it. Oh, better stop it. And it's like, oh, by the way, there's like a time traveling alternate universe horde that's gonna wipe us the fuck out. Better stop it. Okay. Also, the demons are coming back. The demons. It's like, oh my god, the demons. Better stop them.
You know what also does that, kids?
By the way, did you know about the Black Empire?
DBZ.
I know, but like it's the same thing. It's like, oh, by the way,
I know, but before you go on,
ancient gods, ancient black gods. Don't say black gods, bad for YouTube. Oh shit, we're gonna get canceled. But like that's literally
his mouth.
The Black Empire, right? And it's like, they're coming. They're gonna wipe us all out. Oh, you defeated them. Okay, next big major calamity. Peaks and fucking valleys. Simmer the story down.
Doing the heavy lifting for today.
Yeah.
Donates $50. As a note about the mass narcissism, there are increasing numbers of modern readers that refuse to read books written outside of first-person perspective because they literally can't identify with characters without the use of I and me.
That's true. The big thing is, chat, did I, as a child, relate to Master Chief? No. I didn't. I just thought it was cool that I could kill tons of aliens. I didn't think, when I played Master Chief, maybe this is just me, but I didn't think that I was Master Chief. I think I was playing a character, and that's what I thought. I thought I was playing this guy called Master Chief, and that's who I was, and I'm playing as him. Not that Master Chief was me. I know that the marketing for Halo 1 was targeted to be like, your chief, but as a child, my stupid child brain was like, well, that's not me, because that's some other dude. Some other dude. The only time I made me inserts in games was when I made like my first World of Warcraft character was a human warrior that looked as close as possible to me. Because I'm like, what can I do that would be like I could do? I mean, I can hit things with a stick, so I guess I'd be a warrior. Like, I'm really bad at with my bow, because I did have a bow, but I wasn't very good at aiming. I just never was super accurate. You know? Maybe it's because I didn't need glasses. Didn't find out about that till later.
His glasses.
So, like...
Also, chat.
Go ahead.
We're $18 away from the daily.
Holy shit. We better sell Utheth's organs. It's like, no. I like the little squeals you made. Very good. Can I have your organs? Also, thank you for the donation, Polly. Did we read his dono? I was so busy spurging out. I can't.
I did
remember.
read his dono.
Okay.
But you just kept spurging.
Okay, so read over it again so I can actually respond to it because I need to respond.
But
to
first, Polly wants to confirm that his check cleared, which is good to hear, Polly.
Oh, well, that's good.
He was waiting to donate till the check cleared, and apparently he got money, which is good.
Well, it was very kind of you to give us some of your mun-muns. Very generous. Helps keep the studio afloat. Helps keep me streaming.
So what he said, to read it again, go ahead, Gibbs.
Go for it. No, go ahead and read. Read it again.
Gibbs.
Read it.
I read it once.
Read
You
it.
should read it.
Read it.
Since Polly's generously giving you his hard-earned money,
Read it while
you
I
should
put
read
this
his
candy in my
donation.
mouth.
No, only if it's a sour.
It is a sour.
Is it actually sour?
Yeah. Now read
Is it really a sour?
Yeah, it is literally a sour.
It doesn't sound like he's eating one of the sours, does it, Fuzzy? Or Reguline.
Now, then read it.
I think they're both dead. You've killed them. Good job. Polly donates $50 and says, a note about the mass narcissism. There are increasing numbers of modern readers that refuse to read books written outside of the first-person perspective because they literally can't identify with characters without the use of I and me. That is depressing.
Oh my god, you guys are gonna fucking hate the story I wrote for Celeste then. Because it's not about you, it's about her. And punting her down a flight of steps. Now, let's see. But yes, it is Sour Patch Kids.
Okay, that's not the sour, and you know it.
It says sour on it.
It's not the sours. Welcome to the stream, Ghost. Since Ghost is just popping in, I will quickly remind chat. Last week for Christmas, New Year's just started for thumbnails. Lost Planet just started.
Excuse me.
And 2 bounties you can potentially get on. You can get Semper Tantrum, who will give you a chatfish, and potentially something else.
All right.
And Hugo Fugi, where if you hit Hugo, you get a chatfish, a pocketfish, and a bucketfish. And lastly, you get to choose between a comm slot or a game, and that game will get a thumbnail. And there's also a raffle.
Many prizes up for grabs.
If you want on the raffle, make sure to @ me, so @Rapier, in the chat.
Or chump ass.
And Dust is almost half done. Yes, Dust and Elysian Tale is just over halfway funded.
As for
Warcraft 3, which is also popular, is getting close as well.
That's true. But as for things you can do, chat, don't forget the Cooking with Kibbs challenge. As a reminder for the challenge, if you guys cook whatever I make and take pictures of it and it looks good, popular vote will win. So the most thumbs up on your art. Yeah, it is art in a way. If for those who try to make the same recipes and dishes that I do for your pictures, that is how you'll get a chef fish. And that doesn't cost anything to enter. You just have to cook what I cook and try to make it look as good as you can.
Also, there was a question that I would like to get answered before it gets much later and we forget. There's a question of what was the Xbox 360 game in the picture?
Huh? What?
The picture you took?
Next year's Switch when you posted that old cartridge.
I think that's War for Cybertron or Fall of Cybertron.
It's a Transformers game.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's sitting over there.
When Transformers games were good.
Why is he sitting over there? Because I took it out for streaming and I set it there to put it away, but then I never put it away. So it's just been sitting there ever since the last time we streamed it. It's like a fucking year. Sandy, you're not going to poison yourself, you big baby. Now make the recipe, bitch.
Get cooking.
Get cooking, bitch.
And you go.
Former Ghost says the internal monologue thing confuses me. How do you not have that?
Yeah, I have entire conversations with myself usually.
I don't.
What? No, you do. Everybody
Some of us
does.
are normal kids.
What? That's perfectly natural to walk yourself through a conversation of what things that might happen. Everybody does that. Sometimes I'm laying in bed.
It's called daydreaming.
I talk in my mind about all the things that happened. And
Where
then,
can we find the recipe? Asks Mamu.
It's in the cooking video. But thank you for asking. I put it in there. Hence why it's a
Did you
cooking
put it in
video.
the description?
What? Then they're not going to watch the video. They'll just skip. Gotta watch it to get the recipe. The one thing I will need your help with is we should make European measurements too, as that was a request. So the smash burgers will include a European measurement as well as Western measurements.
That's just making sure you have a simple conversion.
But
for
you guys are
users
going to
to
hate
use.
me because when it comes to cooking, I'm what we call an eyeballer, meaning I sort of just, I look at it and go like, eh.
Oh, so we're polar opposites, got it.
Because like sometimes you need to eyeball it to get it just right. You need to be flexible.
You do that for when you're seasoning it for yourself later, like with salt and things, not when you're actually doing a recipe.
No, you will die. He's like, strangle him. Starmat donates €2 says, I have conversation with you lot without you. Okay, that is something wrong. See, I'm normal. That is not normal. I don't have conversations with people that aren't there. I hypothetically have a conversation with myself about things that they might say, depending on how I do things. Which is me sounding out my ideas, which is normal. You know what?
What Polly said about the breakfast question, I know that.
What breakfast question?
It's apparently a question with people that are typically lower intelligence or physically incapable of understanding or answering.
What?
If it's the question I'm thinking of, it's basically, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast?
I need my breakfast.
What do you mean
Otherwise,
they
I
can't
have trouble
answer that
getting up.
question? How would I feel?
They can't because, yeah.
Yeah.
How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast?
Hungry, sad.
Like shit.
Yeah. People that can't answer that, the response is either, but I had breakfast. They can't actually understand like concepts like that.
Oh my god. Where can I
Skipping
find
breakfast is
a
actually not
woman
good.
like that? No, I'm kidding. That
But
way
on
she
to
doesn't have
the
to
next
eat.
topic before we get
She
sidetrailed too
doesn't
much.
have
It's
to
just a news bit stream.
Listen, it is a fireside chat with Gibbs. Chatfish
This is
cooking.
fireside news.
Fireside
Thanks.
chat. What do you think? What do you think's on the fire chat? It's you.
It's
I say
fuzzy.
news, not chat.
By the way,
fuzzy.
don't forget to like the stream if you like these things. And don't forget, if you guys like these fireside chat streams, we will do more of them. These fireside chats are an experiment where we take the bunch cast formula, but we do them frequently. More frequently than we regularly do the regular bunch cast stuff.
A bit less structured. It's not like we go through your topic,
know.
we do that, and it's kind of
Check and bring subjects too. You can totally bring subjects. Like Chatfish can.
the conversation is a bit
Where
more
do they
natural
post stuff
flow.
like this?
Yeah.
Bickering Bunch
just
discussions.
topics. Yeah. If you have any topics for us to suggest for us to look at, Bickering Bunch discussions.
Doman's like, yeah, fire. And she's
If
like,
you want to
running
have
around
me,
fire.
Rapier, or mainly Maid, feel free.
Also, I saw, I think, a Chatfish earlier say that you wanted to apply for a charity Chatfish. Do so now, by the way.
Yeah, now's a good time.
Synth No State,
Also,
Doman, like all of you, the window is still up. So if you don't have a custom Chatfish for the end of the year banner, because I do encourage you to get on it, because at the end of the year banner we produce this art piece that you guys can be on, and you can have it as a poster, and it'll be really cool. I like to put them up on my screen all the time when I get them. Any more advice on any more GABE box info? GABE box info. I mean, we know of it. It's interesting. It basically corroborates what we kind of knew gaming direction would go towards, and it could spark a new trend. But it's mostly like theory stuff.
The timing of the information is priceless, which is why I find most amusing.
Yes, as Microsoft's tanking.
Here came Bill comes in the Cubs. Time to save the day.
It's getting cooked.
On the topic of Chatfish charity, I have DM do something for later, Kibbs. I'll need you to respond to.
God damn it, for later, but I'm gonna look at it now.
You can.
Because I'm gonna determine whether it's urgent or not.
Yeah.
It's not. That's why I said later.
But yeah, side comment. God, when Gabe Newell kicks the can, I am genuinely nervous for Valve.
Oh, that's Chatfish. If there's any Chatfish named Johann von Bieberheim, wherever you are, sound off. You have a Chatfish funded. You should make a public announcement for that. So otherwise they might miss out. Remember, they
Well,
got
I
a
wanted to
limited
confirm
time.
with you if you knew who it was, and
I
if
don't.
not, then I was okay.
So definitely. I mean, I think I do, but I don't really remember. It's one of those chatfish with like a letter for a name, but I don't 100% know because they're not super active. They're one of the lurkers.
Okay.
So
well,
we gotta make a public announcement so they don't get missed. If you see them,
currently, all of the
email 'em.
chatfish on the Chatfish charity have been funded. I will be contacting you if you've applied and you have one, assuming your names match up with what's on the Discord.
The Gabe Cube. Yeah, the Gabe Cube is an amazing name, isn't it, Syntho State? I love that.
is.
I don't know who came
Yeah.
up with that, but you're a genius.
Yeah, as
Absolute
Doman
genius.
brought up, SteamOS might be maybe interesting. Yes, that's going to be selling the SteamOS and bringing it more to the public's eye and into the public sphere is going to be needed.
Oh,
Windows and
yes.
Microsoft so badly, like Unreal, even more than the Unreal Engine, because the engine situation, yeah, we're going through a rough patch, but we can sort it out.
Man, the SteamOS would be
operating system
amazing.
situation, we so badly need competition, and Steam is the only one
Yes.
that can do it.
Because Microsoft has been fucking awful, to be brutally honest with you. As somebody who's stuck on the new Microsoft shit, it sucks. It's not like the worst
I
thing
keep
ever,
seeing
but there's like,
updates.
Polly donates $10.
it's just bad. Polly donates $10 and says, so the subjects had internal monologues, but they just didn't have the ability to critically recognize two ideas and weigh them up against each other. They could only agree internally. What the fuck? Why are
Basically
humans so retarded?
Yeah, like people that couldn't actually answer like that breakfast question, they actually can't understand
certain things in general.
Yeah, like theoretical things or hypotheticals. They physically can't understand a hypothetical.
So they're just humans that are literally meant for grunt and menial labor. Oh my god, help me. Oh my god, help. Send them to the chat mines. Chat mines.
Also, chat, I call for aid.
What?
Sandwich is catching up to Cookie. We cannot allow this.
Team Sandwich is rising against the cookies. I tried several Linux distros for a new PC. Mint wins hands down, says Syntho State.
Yeah, the problem with Linux distros, and I've looked at some of them, is support is not good. You're talking about people with their free time and maybe some donations maintaining them. Not that they can't be bad for very specific things, but as for widespread market appeal, that is going to require a much larger support system that most companies cannot match.
That is also a thing, Morty. That's interesting. A lot of people cannot picture an object in their mind and rotate it.
What? Can't you travel in your mind?
No, like for instance, the example was always like, okay, picture an apple in your mind.
Yeah, and turn it upside down.
Spin it.
Now take a bite out of it.
For a lot of people, like they could picture it, but like it wouldn't
Cut it.
be.
I can
be,
also
like,
imagine
gray.
juicing
It'd be black and white.
What?
Some people they couldn't. It would only be a flat image. And other people they physically can't picture things in their mind.
What the fuck?
Which apparently, like, that's a pretty large group of people can't even picture things.
Some of it is people like in my mental. What's what I'm thinking of? Mental group where you think pure empirically, you're not the artistic imaginative type. Some people are just not like that.
Well. Former Ghost. Hero of the day. Yeah, that's right. We're throwing you away, Polly. Ghost is now the hero.
Ghost is the hero. As he falls up the ledge.
Polly got us close to it, but Ghost got across the finish line with 5 memberships, completing the daily.
Thank you for the
He also
daily.
does not hit Hugo, Fugi, or Semper.
What?
Who we can confirm is still gray.
Oh my god, there he is laughing in chat.
Hugo, stop dodging, Hugo.
Dustin and Lizzie Dale sandwich and sour. You monster, Ghost. I asked for help, and you've always been on the sandwich's side. So
he's consistent.
You're consistent. Yeah. You are consistent.
Consistently fucking you.
Speaking of kids, it's time for a candy.
Speaking of, yeah, he did just donate to it, and he is the hero after all. Wouldn't you want to give him his reward?
Maybe 2 candies.
That's asking. That's pushing it too much.
I can't have sour candies. They'll actually ruin my taste buds, and I have to start. Tonight, I do have an excuse. My only excuse is that I begin preparing the smash burger recipe tonight. So that's what we're going to be working on after stream. I'll be putting that together and doing the first test burger.
Holy shit. That explains so much.
Down with big sugar. You hate sugar. What do you mean?
Yeah. So Yinlis says, I have amphantasia. I have neither an inner monologue or able to picture things in my mind, not even words.
That makes so much sense why you think the way you do, Yinglis. Oh my god. So the reason why Yinglis is a blockhead is because he literally is. See, I always thought blockhead was like just a slur or something as a joke. It's a real
Master
thing.
Huntsman says, I have heard that you can upgrade the GABE cube. I love that name. Storage by utilizing SD cards. They're yet to confirm something. That would make sense.
Well,
And
usually they're upgradable.
I wouldn't be surprised because like they did this with the Steam Decks. They will more than likely have multiple versions of the thing.
Yes. Well, it's going to be the first generation. I would
Mm-hmm.
not personally want to go out of my way to get a first generation GameCube, purely because A, my hardware is runs circles around it, and
I would also
B,
say Valve's usually pretty good with maintaining things.
usually, unless it's that Steam Stream thing or that Steam controller that was AS with the touchpads.
They ended up like scrapping that. I think yes. There's
It
some
was
cases where
pretty
they
bad.
don't. Also, there's the CS:GO, which got just rolled into CS2, and like that was that whole fiasco.
Did not go well from the reviews I've seen.
I don't know, because they basically upped all the minimum requirements, and a little chunk of the players couldn't play the game anymore.
Yeah, it left
Oof.
people behind. Not good.
Because they literally just forced CS:GO into CS2.
Mm-hmm. The big thing is, when it comes to usually in these companies, you also have to remember, chat, that while Valve and the GABE do a lot of good, there's always a drawback here and there.
Human nature.
Yep, nothing's perfect.
There's
That
always
doesn't
gonna be a
excuse the
mistake.
imperfections, though, mind you.
Yeah, the problem with imperfections like that is, do they adjust? That's the key thing. Well, you can excuse the imperfections if they adjust and at least try and correct things.
Adoman says Yunlis is perfect. Of course. Mamu says he's the opposite of Yunlis. He visualizes too much and he thinks too much. Ghost says he's the same. Overthinkers.
Overthinking is bad.
Yes, I'm in the same boat as you guys.
Yep. The worst part is when you're laying in bed and you're in a bad way, because you start doom spiraling in your head.
Mm-hmm. That is also a good point, Morty. Valve is literally the people who pushed and created the digital DRM. That is what Steam is, after all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
However, they also the nicest DRM because you will always own your games.
Yeah, because see.
Yeah, even games that were pulled, I still can download.
Even if you get like your account banned, you still have access to your games.
Yeah, it's a simple economic concept of people value the service more than the price. It is that simple. And if you realize the services of Steam is far more valuable than the price you pay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, on to dumping on Ubisoft.
What?
Because Fuzzy's really wanted to do this article.
Oh, god damn.
Yes.
Yes! Alright, come on, Fuzz.
Artemis also posted the exact same thing ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, Ubisoft, they're not so confident about their latest half-year results investor report, and they're even requesting, this is a lie, so we don't even know if it's been granted yet, they've requested that trading of their stocks and bonds, which means trading on ownership of their debt and stocks, be stalled until further notice, meaning likely until after the investor report. As to why, well, it's no secret. Let me get it up. Their latest financial results over the past, before this quarter's results have not been good. They've tried to oh yeah, Assassin's Creed Shadows, also good, look at all these players. Yeah, anybody that understands basic statistics means you're not measuring money into Ubisoft's pocket. You're just measuring people playing, not money into pocket. And well, obviously investors, on top of all the nonsense with the Tencent deal, are very nervous and they're forecasted to go down again in revenue, profits, and just overall profitability after the massive hits they've been taking. In fact, let me look up Ubisoft's stock right now.
Ubisoft. We love Ubisoft.
Yeah, over the past 5 years, it's just straight downhill. The highest was $20 in 2021, and yeah, it's wait, is this right? $1.49? Let me double check.
Oh my god, fun.
No, $6.77. I think it's doing conversion wrong. Yeah, it used to be, I'm looking at Yahoo, $82 at $82.40 around 2021, and it's now $6.77 now. I got literally posted in messages where people can say in stream room, and yeah, it should be set to 5 years.
My
Click
God.
the 5-year mark. Click the 5-year mark.
Where's that?
Top of the graph.
Year. There we go. Oh, it's pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
Do I mean, are any of us surprised? And now as Artemis shared with a X post, and now we have an article here. Amid investor uncertainty over how well are you making customers happy? Are customers pay for your product? And yeah, they're expecting year-over-year change minus negative 5.6% operating income. They're expecting negative 12%. R&D investment plus 8%. R&D investment that has yet to breed results.
And the new Anno game also isn't doing well either to help things out.
Yeah. And I guess a lot of this, full disclaimer, could be temporarily. I can't believe I just said that. As to all of the structural changes they've been doing amid mass layoffs, restructuring costs due to taking the most profitable and biggest titles into a separate subsidiary partially owned by Tencent, but mostly controlled by Ubisoft. It's gonna be partially controlled by Tencent, let's not lie here. And yeah, this is just the latest in, if you're an outside investor and you just want to invest where the people are buying, well, Ubisoft and the Guillemot family and Tencent are constantly trying to screw you over, and they're just trying to pull more shenanigans. This is a story that we could do on another fireside chat, as this is live. We don't know all the facts yet, as we don't even have the investor report, but it's not looking good. Ever since Assassin's Creed Shadows, what does Ubisoft have? They don't even have much of a back catalog these days even to make money off of, as usually those back catalogs are usually off games that people want to pay for.
So the big problem is that Ubisoft doesn't own any games. Not only do they hardly own anything, they're fucking toast. Like, did those games? Hold on, did those games that got transferred? Did they actually? Do they even did that ever? I heard the French government was gonna fight that or some shit. Did that actually happen or no?
There was a lot of allegations and saber rattling. Last I've checked, I would keep an eye on this. A lot of saber rattling. I know a lot of activist investors are going, "What the?" Try not to curse here because of YouTube. Don't want too many cursing. What the f is going on here? How are you messing up this bad? And it's all on the Guillemot family messing up continuously, and then you throw in the Tencent shenanigans. A lot of investors are very pissed off. A lot of paying customers are pissed off, as Assassin's Creed is not in a good spot. Who cares about Far Cry? What was the third one? And Rainbow Six X? It looks like Rainbow Six X is their only promising cash cow, and the only promising game they have has been outsourced to Hooded Horse.
Oh yeah, because the Magic the Gathering Olden Era is outsourced to Hooded Horse. Yeah, Here's a Might
of Magic.
Yeah, the old
that demo was fantastic, even though I'm not that good in those games.
It's called Olden Era. It's specifically that one.
But it's like the gameplay is fun, incredibly fun.
Yep, it's the only game that has potential. It's only because Hooded Horse is getting involved. But Ubisoft is cooked. Because look no further than hold on. We don't even need to look at the business unit to know what's happening. Like you can just look at the actual active things that are happening. Oh my god, they turned around to mostly positive. But it dropped on November 12th. It's only 986 sales. Okay. Like if I click on Ubisoft names, will we see the previous one? There we will. Anno 1800. Anno 1800 stands at 26,000 sales, has 590 recent reviews.
What's the player counts? You should be able to click on Community Hub.
Boop. Has 2,225. Now, the other one should beat that out pretty easily. Should.
It should.
2,125, Community Hub. 19,000. Yeah. That's much better.
Most people are still playing it first.
But the reviews are actually recovering. Because earlier this morning when I looked, it was actually a mixed. So maybe it is. Now, to be fair, when I did cursory browse the reviews, most of them said that it was really just the graphics and the performance that was the big issue. As well as the Ubisoft launcher thing. Ubisoft Connect causing issues on game launch. This is the big one right here, because you can see 1,250 people found the review helpful. connect in 2025. We should be able to download the game on Steam without needing third-party applications, which constantly cause issues, which is a valid criticism to have. You bought the game on Steam. Do you really want Ubisoft's Ubi launcher bullshit? I'll tell you this. Ubisoft's Ubisoft Play thing, or Ubi Play, or whatever the fuck it's called, is trash. It's one of the worst things out there.
It runs horribly, and it doesn't do basic storage.
Also, you can't even buy games on it, if I remember. You have to go to like their website to buy their games or whatever.
Yes.
Unless they
the reason
patch
why
that.
the reason why they allowed Steam Link for all of their games is because people are just sick of it. They tried for a moment to avoid Steam altogether, and it completely failed. And what's worse for Ubisoft, they tried I can't remember the studio, the ones that made Avatar, Frontiers, and Star Wars Outlaws, and Tom Clancy The Division.
Massive Entertainment.
They tried to make that their next crown studio, and now they're facing mass layoffs and are refocusing on a few core things like their technology and whatever games they have coming up front.
Yeah, Massive Entertainment's legacy is they made Ground Control, they made fucking World in Conflict. Now, to be fair, World in Conflict, if I remember right, didn't do well commercially. But that's also because it didn't run. It was also one of those things that wasn't really marketed right, if I remember right. And so it's one of those games that kind of suffered because of it. Which is a shame because Massive Entertainment they were actually really promising as a studio. Now and they produce Ubisoft.
Yeah, Ubisoft really wanted them to, and you look at this over the past few years, really wanted them to be their next crown studio. And yeah, they could have done something with Tom Clancy The Division 1 and 2, but did it really take off to the levels of where it would be a sustainable business model?
Also, go get another article, Chumpus, because the Ubisoft one is already growing stale. You know why? Yeah. Because they're already dead. Nothing new has happened here. They're dead. They're gonna die. Wait. We've known that they're dying, and well, they are dying.
I brought the GABE cube thing. What about you, Regline? You got an article?
We have Power World.
Go Google it now. Google
it. Update regarding Night Raid if you want to talk about that.
I don't
think going out. Okay, you don't.
He wants to though.
Yeah, you can, but I don't want to talk about it.
I know chatfish don't care much about it. Tell us.
So. Some chatfish do.
Most don't. God willing, most don't. God willing, most don't.
All right, I've tried to throw you a bone, Regular.
Now go get an article, Squealy. Come on, chop chop.
Keep scoring up, Kibbs. It's a bit further up.
Get me on.
No. just no.
What's this?
Keep going. Almost there. That's the same thing. Oh, you see? Top Power World.
Power World.
There's two. We have some updates and not good for Nintendo.
USPTO Directors Squire's orders Rare Director initiated ex parte re-examination, I hate all that wording, of legal jargon, of Nintendo patent indirectly as a result of Games Fray article. Context.
Now, it's not exactly
silence,
Games Fray.
Peasant. All of the policy decisions, skip that. Direct impact. It will be hard for Nintendo to defend this patent, and even more so if third parties seize this opportunity to submit additional prior art, of which there is plenty in form of games that were published before priority date. Yeah, so the big thing with the issue with them trying to claim all these mechanics and patent this shit is that this has already been established in the games industry as non-patentable. Also, anytime anyone tries to patent a fucking game mechanic, like that is bad. Like people will steal mechanics from my game. I hope. You know why I hope that? Because I think my game is going to be awesome. And if my game is awesome, surely people will want to rip off my ideas, right? Surely. Right?
Yeah.
But you don't fucking pull the ladder up.
Or they're yelling at you for trying to setting the bar too high for other developers.
Oh my god. And that's the worst part about Larian Studios releasing Baldur's Gate 3 is that it didn't necessarily set the bar high because it's only Act 1 that's remotely decent. The rest of the game is actually just abject trash. Like Act 2 and 3 is way...
God, you mean Baldur's Gate 3 for mostly Act 3, but a good chunk of Act 2. The fact that they had a pronouns and all this other stuff suddenly when nobody asked for it.
Because funny. Because Chatfish, what are your pronouns? Tell me right now. Okay.
I do know what the
chat and fish.
I do know with the patent, what's important here is we do have some ideas and some insight into what's going on. That the patent office is so horrifically underfunded and overworked with so many patents that it was probably most probable some cleric that was overworked and tired and didn't do any scrutiny. Does not excuse the result, but it does mean there is because of the community backlash for so long. There is the administration, both in U.S. and likely Japan, are taking notice and going, hold on. Patents are for unique inventions or pushing innovation. This is not that, and they're going, hold on a sec. We need to smack Nintendo down. And now Nintendo's as expressed in the article, any prior art, games, and the keyword examples of this mechanic in this of mechanics in this patent before the patent can be submitted. We have decades of that, of these Pocket Monster systems. Nintendo's not going to win this, and it puts their whole lawsuit against Palworld in complete jeopardy, at least in the U.S. Which, if it fails in the U.S., I don't think Japan's going to have the economic and legal pull to help Nintendo win. And if you go to the other article, Kibbs, of Japan, or looks like at least some of their patents in this Pocket Monster genre are being rejected, which, if Japan is also started to turn against Nintendo, well, Nintendo's going to have a huge amount of legal costs, and Palworld may end up just straight up milking it. May either come out even, which would be ideal for Palworld as they're a smaller company, that'd be their best case scenario, or if they want their cake and eat it, and I'm phrasing it like that, they get profit from Nintendo from this lawsuit of, hey, you did a frivolous lawsuit to crush competition, you get some serious financial pain for this.
Because the big thing here is that, okay, if it fails the United States, because I'm gonna level with you in reality here. If the United States, because when it comes to laws in generally, if the United States does something, the other powers that be will usually look at it because we are a superpower. And so when it comes to legality, the fact that the United States was already kind of rejecting these things and it was looking that way affected how Japan's courts would look at this. And it's also going to affect how Europe's courts are going to look at it as well, and everywhere else. And the only places where this will have no bearing is places in the Middle East that don't care about U.S. law, or like Russia or China. That's where that's not going to carry any significant fucks. Because when it comes to law, usually the power that be, whatever it is, will determine the course of it for everybody else. Usually, not always the case. But you can kind of tell that here because Japan was kind of silent for a bit. And now that the U.S. is kind of pushing in that direction, now Japan's like, oh, yeah, it is kind of abusive. It's because it is a monopoly, and it would look very, very bad if the general public, because we know it is, but if the general public were to realize that Nintendo has a basically criminal monopoly in Japan, it would make Japan look pretty fucking bad. And so because that's the case, now Nintendo has basically backed themselves into a corner in which their big government isn't going to be able to come out and help them. They're going to throw them to the wolves. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's a difference between what's an actual patent and actually protecting your IP, and just flat out you don't want competitions. You just don't want competition in a particular genre. And Nintendo, for all the good they do, has been can still make among the worst business decisions ever. The Wii U, some of the raising of the prices, like $80 for Mario Kart, what we're seeing right now, what we're showing you with the attempt to corner the Pocket Monster genre via lawfare. It's what they're doing to Palworld in a completely unjust fashion.
Well, they're also not giving the studios any funding. Like, for the most part, we know that the Pokemon games operate on a shoestring of a goddamn budget for the most part. Yeah, they don't actually give it that much money. They don't actually care because they have never had a reason to invest more money in it because there's nobody that's challenged them anymore. And now
Palworld comes around.
And now that there's actual challenge, it's time for them to actually do something for a change. Was it Squealy?
I have to go eat
I
dinner,
have
so I'll be
found
back.
something that is actually worth talking about.
My favorite kitten. Grab him.
I had
Right,
to dig
Ah, the Frenchman.
miles and miles of fucking garbage and bullshit
I'm
in
proud
the
of you.
gaming news section.
You need to keep doing.
Yes.
Oh my god, you should use that thing Fuzzy sent us. It's actually super helpful.
So the problem with that thing, because I was just using it,
Yeah.
it does limit how many articles you can view.
Ah, they want me to pay for it. Racism.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
Well, that is only when you
Racist.
click on articles. The scrolling through is fine. But
Yeah, you scroll through and then you just type in the articles. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
yeah, that's the way to get around it.
You wouldn't believe me when I tell you that there's so many fucking articles that are just going over drama bullshit.
Yes, a
in the
lot of it is
industry.
just drama nonsense, or it's
Yes.
all just about the Valve or Fortnite servers go down for a day or some.
Oh my
fucking
god,
shit.
yes, there are entire articles dedicated to that. I was scrolling past that where it was like, Fortnite servers were down again. Kind of sucks.
I did see a thing.
It's like, oh my.
I didn't look into it. Basically, Call of Duty's campaign is apparently
no.
so
Sawyer
horrific
says.
that people are like actually surprised like that they bothered to release it.
Emperor of Overpromising, Peter Molyneux, says he's done with games after Masters of Albion, which is also his redemption title. Redemption. You're not going to redeem anything before
I
you
got something we can check out. Let me find it.
As much as I would love him to have a redemption arc, I don't believe him.
No, I don't believe
Like,
him
look at
either.
this fucking smug piece of shit. Also, he's not French, he's British. God damn it. Why do you keep calling him French? Why does everybody call him French? It's because Molyneux, isn't it?
It's, yes.
His Peter is an English name.
But Molyneux.
Yeah, Peter Molyneux. Peter Molyneux is interesting because he's basically Todd Howard before Todd Howard was powerful. Before Elder Scrolls was
Todd Howard
big.
entered the chess club, there was Peter Molyneux.
And he's just like, you can hold their hands.
He owned the chess club.
Like, hold my
He was the
hands.
grand cyclops of the chess club.
Ah, Peter Molyneux, the games industry's premier promiser. Never believe anything. That's fair article, man. Never believe anything that Peter Molyneux fucking tells you. Yes, this is actual footage from his game, by the way, that he's working on. So, we know a little bit about it. Now, for those who don't know, Peter Molyneux was originally, I think, the director, or he was in charge of Lionhead Studios. He also had a history track record of working for Bullfrog. If you don't know what Bullfrog is, they were legends back in the old days, many years ago. They made Magic Carpet, they made fucking Dungeon Keeper, and a bunch of other all-time classics. Bullfrog was known for kind of just thinking outside the box when it came to games. And so when Lionhead Studios worked on Fable 1 and Black and White 1, it was very much interesting and caught everyone's eyes because Peter Molyneux was spearheading the whole operation. And so people were quite interested. And they wanted to see what he would think up because it was like, oh my God. Like, he worked for Bullfrog. Bullfrog are fucking awesome. Bullfrog always thought about crazy, wacky game ideas, right? Dungeon Keeper. What if you're the monster inside the dungeon? It's your lair. And that's the entire principle of Dungeon Keeper. You're an evil underground overlord controlling a underground realm that's repelling adventurers and killing them. It took the whole RPG and Dungeons and Dragon things and put it on its head, where you're the dungeon master, you're the evil big bad in the lair. It was really cool and definitely had. Or Magic Carpet. You were a literally a magical some sort of magician riding around on a magic carpet, fighting mystical battles with dragons and other magic carpet riding sorcerers, raising kingdoms from the earth and bending and shaping the very world with voxel based damage and stuff like that, which was really fucking cool. Like, not a lot of games had that kind of voxel-based damage and terrain deformation, but Magic Carpet did, and it did have it in the 90s, and it blew people away. It was for the Sega Saturn, it came out for the PC, you can find it on GOG, I believe, with its expansion. Same goes for Dungeon Keeper, to see what Bullfrog were about. Bullfrog were fucking cool, and if you know about them, they're British, I think they were a British studio, they were definitely revered and loved, but unfortunately, they got, murdercated. But one of the people, big names to survive that was Peter Molyneux. He went on to go work for Lionhead Studios, which created two of the most interesting games of the next era after Bullfrog's, disintegration. The first was Black and White. Black and White was a game in which you played as God. You could influence the world, and you had a creature, and you could teach it things, and it was a God sim. It gave birth to a genre that had existed before called Populous, but in a completely different spin, far more immersive and far more simulated than anything anybody had ever seen. However, it was incredibly ambitious. So ambitious that most of its features and planned content were never fully developed, and the game was actually released as more or less a beta. The Fable 1 game, which again takes the concept of an adventurer style RPG, but you can be good, you can be evil, you can do whatever you want, you can own properties.
You can tell people to follow.
Yeah, you can make people follow you, can have relationships, you can get married. It was like the fantasy concept of a fantasy world where you could fully immerse yourself. And again, it was very ambitious. And as somebody who played Fallout 1 and Black and White 1 as a kid, I didn't know about the promises that Peter Molyneux made. So for me, I didn't go into with it any expectations greater than what the game really was. And so I was always wowed and blown away when I played Black and White 1, Black and White 2, and Fable 1 and Fable 2. It wasn't till Fable 3 that I started to learn about the promises that he would always make. And that became apparent because Fable 3 made use of the promise system. How ironic that a system that was based on promises, whether you could keep them or not, it sort of echoed and almost, felt like in a way it was Peter himself as a mechanic, his promises, if you will, and what that meant for the world. Now, those promises did shape the world and what they did, but it was always over-promising. The big problem with Peter Molyneux is he would promise you the world and deliver you that world, but with half of the things that were supposed to be in it. And those things that were in it were a little undercooked and a little raw. Or some features didn't work at all. Like Black and White 2 literally had cut levels. It literally had its multiplayer feature turned off, its skirmish feature turned off. It was just a campaign that would loop at the end of it, and half of the special buildings and some of the miracles and spells and creatures never even made it to the game. Even your creatures didn't actually do what was advertised on the box because they ended up disabling it before the game's launch. Yes, there's a picture on the back of Black and White 2's box, and I remember this picture. It shows two creatures battling in a ravine where there's armies clashing, which can happen, except the creatures' sizes are monstrous. And in the video game, their maximum size is nowhere near as big. Well, as it turns out, that feature was disabled, just like it was in 1. And so a lot of things just never really came into functionality. Peter Molyneux promises you everything. He promised again after Lionhead Studios eventually collapsed, he moved on to the next studio to go and destroy. 22 cans. I remember because this was his first redemption arc. It's funny that we're here again, isn't it? But the first redemption arc was a game called Goddess, a game I actually own and I've played. And I can tell you, you can actually, I believe, still find it on mobile, and it was developed by 22 Cans and was pulled from Steam. Goddess and Goddess Wars to be withdrawn from Steam's store on December 14th, 2023. It happened relatively recently, mind you. So eventually its content was pulled. And Goddess Wars was the PvP version. Game. I did too. I wanted to, as a kid, and as a high schooler, more like, because I was out of high school pretty much after this. I saw 22 Cans, I saw Goddess announced, and I wanted to believe that Peter Molyneux was actually screwed over by Microsoft and that it was not his fault for what happened and that he actually really is talented, and he is talented, and he was going to show us something great. It's now he's got the opportunity to. He's working with 22 Cans. He's now in full control. There's no EA, there's no Microsoft to get in the way. Well, as it turns out, EA and Microsoft wasn't the cause for any problems. In fact, you could probably thank EA and Microsoft for the reason why we even got those games to begin with. Because, oh my God, Goddess was a fucking shit show. It
was a nothing game.
It's a game that, this is much further, by the way, more advanced, because they had armies at this point. But you'd have to click on bubbles to get mana. And the mana points you generate, these pink bubbles, would allow you to shape the terrain. Well, what nobody knew is that it started turning into a clicker the further you got in. You wanted to sculpt and move those mountains there because you could sculpt the terrain. The part where you see like different layers and stuff was important because that was part of the mechanic. You could sculpt the actual environment. These hills, these land, the underwater land, you could pull and drag the land and make it. And so cities could be built on it, sort of like a la Populous. Sounds great, right? It has armies and wars and stuff like that. Now, the Goddess Wars I never played, but I did hear that some people, well, let's be frank, it's overwhelmingly negative. As someone who doesn't particularly care for the goddess-related drama. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, people are mad even now. What? Go ahead, little chump ass.
Oh, it was even early access when they pulled it. Nice.
Yeah, they never finished it.
So, one of the things that I got me into Goddess, because I didn't even know Peter Molyneux and like knew nothing about it, was I remember seeing it be advertised as building off what was learned from Populous the Beginning. And I love that game. That's probably one of my favorite childhood games, is Populous the Beginning. It is. It has many flaws, but besides that, so I was like, oh, sweet. And you're playing as a full god this time. Awesome. Oh, you can shape the land, do this. Oh, that's all neat. But that's all the game is. You drag the land around and then just place buildings. That's the game.
Yes.
In-game footage. Why do I not believe that?
This is Masters of Albion, by the way. This is his redemption arc. I like how you can see the pop-in of the grass. You can see the
pop-in, yeah.
Yeah.
It's both a Fable successor and a black and white successor.
By night, your town will
so let's rewind and just
creatures.
Listen to this, chat. We'll let it talk.
This is Masters of Albion. We're a team of 20 people dedicated to making something new, unique, and different.
He sounds depressed.
Here we are in the familiar, vast world of Albion, packed with stories, quests, treasures, and monsters. This is Oak Ridge. By day, you're tasked with building the town up, gaining resources, and earning money. By night, your town will be attacked by many of Albion's creatures. You can design anything: the food that people eat, the clothes they wear, the weapons they use, the armor they fight with. There is a strategy behind every creation. I can even feed them rats. My town's working hard to make that food. I can help out, or not. I can also design, customize, and create all buildings. Night is coming, the sun is going down, and now my town needs defending against the horrors of Albion. And this is my hero's time to shine. You don't have to play in God mode. At any point you can possess a character and play in third person. My hero is now under my complete control, and now it's time to fight.
So bad.
It's early, okay?
My hero's getting overwhelmed. Let's switch back to God mode and unleash some real power.
Look, it's black and white and Fable combined into one.
Okay, we survived the night. Now, let's design a better weapon for my hero. You can be as silly as you want, but bread swords just won't cut it. This is just a glimpse of Masters of Albion.
It looks like a fucking asset flip.
Full of combat,
mobile game is
choices,
what it looks
mystery,
like.
and story.
It's
available to wishlist on Steam now.
So the problem is that this game looks like he's trying to combine, like the God Hand, he's got the black and white thing going. He's got the, you can play as the hero thing, just like Fable. And like, yeah, 20 people worked on this. I will have you know that I have one programmer on my team, and our combat prototype looks better than this. And I have one guy.
And he's also doing more than just programming.
He does like several things and it looks better. Like the problem is that okay, so let's talk about oh god, the problems. The problems are everywhere, right? So the first thing is they have a team of 20 people. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that in the slightest. They have more people than I have by a large margin, by like 19 times. When it comes to like programmers probably. The problem with this game arises with the fact that it isn't a game. It is a series of games in one game. The first game is the sort of like god management thing, kinda. You can build stuff. They don't really show you much with that, other than customizing the buildings. And there's people, and there's supposedly interactions there. The second game is the fact that you can play as your hero. The third game is the layer of customization and systems there. And so this game is basically an amalgamation of several different ideas, all kind of combined into one, that just really doesn't honestly seem like it's going to work, to be brutally honest. Like when I looked at that footage, it looked bad. It looked ass. That combat is ass. It's terrible. Like you just click and you strike a target. Like there's no mechanics. A basic combat system will have at least a attack, a block, a dodge, and if you're lucky, it'll have a timed parry system if it's real fancy. Ooh, maybe it'll get a heavy attack or something. That looked really, really bad.
Well, let's not get crazy.
Then you have like the god powers, and so you have two conflicting games, right? Why should you play as the hero and take the hero's command when you're supposed to also be a god? Like, are you a god? Like, what is happening in this game?
You're throwing together a city builder, a god sim, and a third person action RPG action. So
yeah, and it's like, what the fuck is this? Like, chat, what would you call this game, chat? Go ahead. I want to see what you call this game. All of you. I want to see. Like, I see somebody saying trash. A lot of assets.
Molly slop.
20 people worked on this. Lev Mazon. Yeah, 20 people worked on this. Like, oh my god, with 20 people, this is the best you could do? Oh my god, and you thought that was being a good idea to present this? This is the kind of stuff that you would present at a closed prototype thing, or in like a closed community. I wouldn't take my game and run off to the fucking like gaming press and be like, look at it now, and they'd be like, wow, it looks pretty fucking rough, is what they'd say. Looks pretty, because that's basically what they do. Blake calls it Molyneux slop. The big problem is Molyneux doesn't really make that many games to call them like as like a common trait, but it's fair to call it that.
I don't know. Like I said, we got the Fable trilogy. That's 3 games there. Black, White, and 2. That's the 2 games.
5 games.
Goddess. 6. Oh, really? Okay, so now it's 6.
Goddess Wars. 7.
7. Goddess Wars. Yeah.
Massive.
Populous. How many of those were?
Wait, no, he's not related to Populous.
Really? Okay, never mind.
No. I think Bullfrog did Populous the beginnings. I can't remember. Did Bullfrog do that? Check.
Bullfrog did. Yes, they did Populous at the beginning.
Yes. Bullfrog. That's why, remember, people revered Bullfrog back in the day. All right, see what Chatfish have to say. Rub his hands together. A clusterfuck,
Dungeon
says
Keeper,
Paul.
yeah, so that as well. That's also Peter Molyneux slop.
Dungeon Keeper? See, okay, so when it comes to Bullfrog, don't really call that. Because the big problem is that, you know that inner fighting with Bethesda before Todd took power? Basically,
he designed that game, Gibbs.
Yeah, but Peter didn't do all of it, did he? I thought there was a lot of other key personnel.
He's credited as the designer for Dungeon Keeper. Only the first game, though.
I'm not sure. I don't remember how much power Peter actually had. I have to dig up my Bullfrog lore. Bullfrog is another story.
Like lore.
I mean, it is lore. Bullfrog used to be a Titan. Bullfrog used to be a name that you'd seen and you saw their logo in a game and you're like, holy shit, this is going to be amazing, whatever it is. Don't know what it is, going to be amazing.
The Trail Frontier Challenge trademark.
Just hangs myself because I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Right.
Sounds modern.
Kibbs has brought up
480
Bullfrog
to
enough, but I
Switch.
now must ask the question.
He's angry. He's like,
Populous the beginning, multiplayer, when?
Maybe.
Oh, it'd be cancer. It'd be so cancer.
It's not a well-balanced game.
No, not at all.
Okay, so let's read what Chatfish have been saying. This looks like complete garbage, says Grumpy Rat. Wow, rude. Pysex says it's an amalgamation of assets. Tauberfish says throw everything in the bowl and shake it up. The game.
Don't you know that Peter's dad would have wanted him to make this game?
Doug says slop. Splunk Gemma says shit. Oh my god, Chatfish are being nice. Yinglis is like, also, as far as the Fable world is concerned, I don't recall guys being super active. It's not the Fable world. It can't be.
But it is Albion. They're advertising it as Albion.
Yes, it's called Albion.
It is the
okay, so
Fable world.
hold up. Albion is not a proprietary thing. It refers to England, basically. It's a mythological like phraseology or some shit. I can't remember %. But
I'm
so hold on.
Tie them in.
They're not. Here's why they're legally not. He's calling it Albion, yes, and he's doing that explicitly to try to make you think it's set in the same world, but it's not. And here's why it's not. Microsoft owns that IP. They have nothing to do with each other. He is just trying to climb on top of Microsoft a little bit. I'm surprised I find it funny, honestly. Because
what if he sucked off someone in Microsoft?
I think he's burned all his bridges, Microsoft. And I think even Microsoft realizes he's a hack now. The big problem is that, yeah, he's done that. Okay, so let's see. So the garbage, a clusterfuck, says Polynate, read that. Now, Molyneux actually has some common things in most his games. The big thing is Molyneux used to have good ideas, but he never tempers ideas. So we know a couple of things from development interviews from various people that worked with him. So one of the problems that people would often say, and again, this is hearsay from people that worked with him, is that they would go to work with an idea and a concept of a game that they would be developing. And as they'd be working on something, Molyneux would then show up into their room in their office and be like, hold up, what if we do it this thing? And every week you'd have a new idea. Every week there'd be a new way of doing the same thing. And so what it led to is programmers would start working on something and artists would start putting together pieces for things. And as they started putting together this mechanic or system, he would come in and then they would add another thing or do this thing, and it would basically segue them into another direction. And so anytime they got traction, they ended up going backwards. And so the reason why it has all these things, like Black and White does and Fable does, is because I think Molyneux had too much power at that point in Lionhead. Versus in Bullfrog, I don't think he had total power and control. Bullfrog, he was involved, but he wasn't the director. He didn't have the final say, if I remember right. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. But I think in Bullfrog, he wasn't in the total control position, and so he wasn't ineptly leading them off a ledge. Hence why Dungeon Keeper managed to come out as an actual game. He's got great ideas. He's got innovative ideas, for sure. But the issue is that unrestrained and in charge, he is a disaster. He needs to be someone needs to have control over him. Like, literally. He should never have attained any actual power. Because power has done nothing but fuck him over.
That fucking idea guy's fucking meme. It's like,
great ideas.
I need someone who can write. I need someone who can code. I need someone who can draw. I wish I had an ideas guy to tell me what to do.
Mm-hmm. Thing is, an ideas guy is actually good for some things. Because, like, when you look at certain games, right? And if I look at certain games, like, let's look at Call of Duty for just a second. It's sterile.
I was just like, Kent, do we have to?
I
don't want to look at modern Call.
We're not going to, like, pull it up because I don't want to look at it. But it's just the same schlop over and over again. Like, that's what it is, right? There's very, very little fresh ideas in it. And because of that, every game after is kind of just sterile, too. It's the same shit regurgitated yet again. Over Petri Dish says YY Racing. That's fair. But yeah. Chatfish had a lot
too many ideas, and we'll make them as deep as a puddle instead of a few that will be made deep.
Yes, fully flesh out ideas. And the thing is, you can have a big project. We've seen that, right? Dustfront is made by a single dev, and it's incredibly ambitious. You want to check it out, Chatfish? Let me show you. Okay, we'll just wait here and just stare at you. So Dustfront is made by a single dude for the most part. And he's managed to do this, but he's been doing this by himself for years and years. This is Dustfront. It is a post, like, or not post, it's like an apocalyptic, like the apocalypse is ongoing, RTS game. And it looks very cool. It's got throwback stuff to all sorts of things. It's got eldritch hordes. It's got this, like, empire that's decadent, that's crumbling, fighting against these eldritch horrors that are overwhelming the world. It's got this, like, super advanced robotics faction that's super clean and sterile. It's very, very cool. And it's just a single dude. This is what a vision can give you when you have vision. And you know what you want to make.
Prepare the goop monster.
Just fucking.
See what I mean? Compare this game, just, even though they're different genres, but like attention to details and like effort, right? This game has an identity. I know what this game wants to be, right? When I look at Masters of Albion, I don't know what that game wants to be. You know what I mean?
It wants to be the everything game.
It wants to be like this big thing. With this game, I know what I'm getting into, right? I've been keeping an eye on this indie for ages. He's got destructive environments. He's got all the fancy bells and whistles that you want to see. He's got a gritty atmosphere.
He's got a very high quality art style that will carry the game. I can tell you right now.
Yes, his art
His
style
art style is
is
very reminiscent
awesome.
of that extraction shooter, which I keep forgetting the name of.
Like, it just
There you
looks cool, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Very
And it's got the
distinct.
hard edges, fucking technically
Yes,
low poly, so it can actually run well.
That's my intention to bring that up next. It's kind of hard to discern the separate units and buildings, says Grumpy.
Yeah, it might be a little harder to see on stream. It's pretty easy to see in the pictures though, because you can see that
I get
the
what he's
units are
saying, though.
delineated by a what we call a black outline. But yes, it's meant to go for a gritty sort of gray war scale, right? Because it's basically on a planet that everything's gone to shit. But yeah, it
So,
feels deep.
Two things I want to, if we're going to talk about good upcoming things, I posted a link to an update on it, and you can just look it up on Steam, Falling Frontier.
Falling Chatfish, right?
So that's for the video, and then the link I posted is the latest update from the devs.
It's a space
Ship
game.
game.
See, look, this
Space.
game's got vision. Yeah, I think we can all say that Masters of Albion, it'll either be one of two things. It'll actually be his redemption arc, and hell will have frozen over, and Peter Molyneux will have made one good game before the end, or it will just be a repeat of what we already know. A repeat of...
And then he'll come back another year later. So
I mean, he's actually gonna die soon. Like, and I'm actually
No
sad about
kids.
that, but like, he's old.
he will outlive us all, kids. Don't believe.
Yeah, Falling Frontier looks pretty good. It's got a very distinct visual style. It looks like Star Wars Empire at War, though, in terms of gameplay. In sense of that it's only isometric and there's no 3D space, if I take it. That's fine, by the way. There's nothing wrong
I
with it.
believe it is focusing on the space stuff. Space, says Mamu.
Just look, planet orbiting a bigger planet. Just like, whoa, oh my god. Oh, fucking Jesus
So the
Christ.
update I posted is the latest update, because it indicated, like, yeah, the game is still been working. It's been in development for years.
I know the feeling.
And they've been kind of radio silent, but then they've released this recently, which is just showing, like, the art. They're talking about the combat where they're switching to everything's actually getting, like, they're going to have everything simulated. Like, every bullet's going to be simulated and tracked and stuff like that.
I like strategy games that simulate actual projectiles.
But they're going to heavily focus on it being a simulated and not just arcadey.
Yep, so that
They go in a bit about the lore, but
things
basically
that
showing
makes-
this article's, I kind of skimmed it, shows visual direction, how they're going to handle things being color coded and seen from a glance, basically, so you can, like, things are identifiable, even if the shape is
Yep.
similar.
the silhouettes. This is heavily focusing on silhouette design over anything, because you can easily tell at a glance, which is a
Mhm.
good mentality to have when making a strategy game.
They also go on about the music, which you caught a bit of in the trailer.
This is his music, I take it.
It's going to play now. Oh, no, it did skip it.
Chatfish. They're building spaceships to launch out of the factory.
It's a big spaceship factory.
Space.
Space.
There's no capitalism in space. Just factories.
There's only capitalism in space.
Yeah, looks pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm quite interested in it. I'm just kind of keeping my eye on it, but updates have been sporadic.
That's fine.
It is still being made.
The best games are the
And-
games that take the longest to make, usually.
To
Usually.
answer your question, Rusty,
What's
no,
it
I
do,
think you were
Gungan?
thinking of Nebulous Fleet Command, which I think was supposed to get a campaign.
Nebulous Fleet Command was cute in concept, but
It's extremely autistic with
it's
the UI.
too autistic. Mostly because the user interface sucks, in my opinion.
Yeah, that was a big issue.
I think
with
the
it.
big
That's
thing with Nebulous Fleet Command is I would have probably liked it if the UI wasn't making me want to kill myself. And the UI
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It also appears that Outer Worlds 2 is bombing, by the way.
Oh
of
my
games that
God.
take forever.
Shocking.
Which is funny because Outer Worlds 2 they tried to like fucking hype up so much. So you can see some of the ships fighting around things. So yeah, it's gonna be from an Star Wars Empire War kind of vibe. It's not a 3D like 3D space like Homeworld, but that's fine. Mostly because I do think the 3D space stuff kind of has its own problems, where it's like you can fight in 3D space and like around big objects. It's like cool. What does
The
that
problem
mean?
is you have to actually make the 3D feel good, which
And
means
it
you have to focus a
usually
lot.
never does.
Yeah, it's either just a gimmick and you don't engage with it, or you engage with it exclusively, and if you don't, you die. The only one that did it okay or well was Homeworld. And well,
Homeworld.
we know how Homeworld ended up being.
Damn. Diggler Jones $5 says, what Chatfish really want is Kib's Cheek Sim 2025 or Cheek Dating Sim 2025. SF Konasvik, thank you for your generous donation. Your family will not be spared after that. He's like, damn.
We will devour your organs.
That's the main thing, because the UI is just a pain and nebulous.
Nebulous Fleet Command? Yeah.
It seems neat, but it seems like it's just hell to control more than like two ships at a
Also,
time.
for me, it's just skirmish battles and PvP.
Yes, I was really interested when they do the campaign, but I don't know if that's even still on the table.
Honestly, I'm just not really interested in that game. Nebulous, I'll show it, but Nebulous Fleet Command is one of those games that kind of just doesn't click for me. It's like Terra Invicta. It sounds cool, and then you play it, and then there's actually not Terra Invicta. It's the game of
Terra Invicta.
It's the game of
yeah.
there's so many choices, but it's like actually there's only two.
Yeah, there's almost all of the tech and stuff you can get actually is just
are bad.
Worse.
And,
it just fucks you if you use it.
And the problem, I wouldn't have a problem with that because it's cool. Some techs are not as efficient, but it's no. The game takes 30 hours to get to that point, so you spent 30 hours of your life only to realize your entire run is fucked.
Yep.
The only people I know who actually play Terra Invicta play it with guides and follow guides.
Yeah.
But yeah, Nebulous Fleet Command was cool on paper, but the big problem I have with Nebulous Fleet Command is that it looks cool, but when you play it, it doesn't feel particularly fun. Commanding ships isn't very intuitive. The damage control system, I think, is the coolest thing about the game. But beyond that, it just kind of feels like, at least from my experience,
moving the camera. From what I've seen and seen people play it, it's a lot of positioning camera to make sure you're lined up with things.
Yeah. Also, I don't know about you, but like autistic space sim games that are super trendy, where it's like, oh, spaceships are super realistic and they got like little thrusters everywhere. I don't know why. Maybe this is an unpopular opinion, but I just don't fucking care. I want my magic spaceships back. I'm kind of sick of the look at my realism spaceship. It's like I don't care. I don't mind if it's like a
I
little
disagree
realistic.
a little bit with you there because I like the realistic because there's a lot of what if.
It's like but it looks stupid.
That's because they're not imaginative.
Because I think realistically, space combat is actually just kind of like it really.
Because I also point out you can design ships with just a massive set of engines in the back. Literally, all you'd have to do then is they have to 180 to decelerate.
Yes, I know.
Which is why I like the Expanse so much, because that's what all the ships do in the Expanse.
Yes, I know. Maybe it's just me being a little pedantic bitch about things, but I'm just saying. One of the things that always really... yes. One of the things that always just kind of felt like to me is Nebula's Fleet Command just... Like, it just doesn't play very fun. I just don't know. Maybe it's just...
One of its big selling thing was that
it looks
their
fun.
sonar system.
But
and yeah, that's the thing. They were like, it's designed by people with like actual sub commanders and stuff that based off real life sonar. Which is like, that's cool and all, but is it actually? Can you actually use it well? No. It's.
Yeah. Kids pulling a hands moment. It starts screaming in the background.
The lie of many choices, only 2/3 out of 100 are right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's Terra Invicta. Terra Invicta, I want to love this game, but
my problem with Terra Invicta is it was like, oh, it's made by the people who did Lawn War, and it's like, oh, that's like, okay, so where's the gameplay? Oh, you have to get to space combat. It's only the space combat. Otherwise, it's clicking on
the ground warfare
sections on the map and watching numbers change.
I heard a long time ago that they were going to add ground warfare combat, and I'm like, okay, that's cool, and they never did. My problem with this game is that it sounds so cool, but as somebody who's played it, not very long. Oh, it doesn't show me. It's only like I only played it for like I feel like 20 hours or whatever, 30 hours. But I started learning stuff, and I started learning stuff from people that would talk about it. And then I learned that if I didn't do certain research trees, and there was like only 3 or 4 paths or whatever that were like efficient for something, and like 2 or 3 paths for that were efficient. And it's like, what about all these other things? Oh, don't research that. They're useless. And I'm like, what? Like, you're telling me like 90% of the research is not worth researching? It's like, yeah, it's just garbage. It's like, what? Like, then what's the point? I thought it was going to be just different play styles. Like, no, you research that and you lose. It's like, what? You research that and you lose?
Hold on.
And
yeah. It's the tech tree is a fucking mess. I mean, it could have changed, but I have a feeling it didn't.
I wanted to love this game, but like I just couldn't. Because
so I want to address something Yinlis just mentioned about.
He
says most sci-fi forget there is a second type of engine configuration for spaceships. It's called the tractor configuration. So when I look that up, the first thing that comes up, it's talking about airplanes that have a propeller mounted to the front. So it's the engine is in the front of the ship.
Did Chatfish bring any articles? Or did Chatfish fail me again? Just like, maybe we failed a little bit. Maybe we failed.
Little Polly Matthews posted a Trench Crusade article.
Post it in here. Polly, I'm proud of you. It can be anything. It can even be drama and gaming industry.
I
don't care. I'm going to let chat post anything.
There were a couple more.
And then I'll start banning them afterwards.
So we should... Yeah.
Posting the Fallout one.
Because Polly put text with his as well, so I'll just read that when I get to it.
Death to Polly. He's like, because I killed him. He's dead now.
The game.
It doesn't have hentai in it, does it? I think it's a hentai game. I'm not entirely sure.
I think we can just go off.
It's about an occurrence something that occurred rather than the game itself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Okay, we're safe. Just slowly scrolling for safety, chat.
Look at the new VR thing, Gabe. What? Well, I don't see any links for that, Plague.
Trench Crusade.
Plague, sure.
We're gonna eat plank. Eat ham.
Yeah, he posted the Steam VR thing.
You did? Oh, go ahead and post it.
I'll burn it
Yep.
over.
Bring up those articles. Come on, Chatfish. Come
Okay,
here.
I'm gonna use restroom coke.
Okay, you're allowed. Fuck, I wanted to take a piss real quick.
He's
before
not
we started.
allowed.
Fuck. All right, Chumpus.
Why don't you go?
Should've
Why don't you
done
go
that.
as well? You can help each other.
Yeah.
Hold it for the
Alright.
other one.
Squealy, I need to hold.
That kind of thing.
Hold it.
Maybe-
Mine's
Maybe give
huge,
each other
right?
a little
Let's go
jerky
cross
jerk.
streams then.
Mine's
Cross
like a
streams.
fire hose, you know.
He
Oh,
says
so
that,
you piss
but
everywhere. Got it.
he says that, but it's actually very small.
Fuck off.
Go.
Go back.
Go waddle and go share the toilet, you two. Did you ever get told how Microsoft Quality killed their software support for their VR goggles? No, that doesn't surprise me they've done that because Microsoft does that all the time. I'm still salty about them ending support for the Windows Phone because I really liked the Windows Phone. I had one even. I liked it. It was nice. And then they cut it. They also fucked over the App Store support. Or literally, like, it was just pain to make apps for that. And even then, like, if you relied on ad revenue for your game, good luck, because ads just wouldn't work in those games, which, I mean, it's nice for playing a game, because now you never have to deal with an ad. But also it means that no one has any incentive to make their game, because they can get no revenue from it. And then I bought Fair doesn't cost what? Jesus Christ, 1,200 at launch
Back,
for a
bitches.
gimmick. VR is ultimately a gimmick, chat. It is.
I like it, but yeah, it is.
I do like it as well, but it is the gimmick.
Because it's always inferior to mouse and keyboard usually. Is Glee back yet?
You would know. What did you leave him in there?
Well, he got crushed on my massive dong.
Okay, so he fell into the toilet, got it. Unfortunate, but expected. He is just a little kitten. After all. So, there's more links posted, Kibbs. Or did you get them all now?
No, I did. Already had him. Never mind.
Okay. Well, let's open up Polly's first, which is the Trench Crusade thing, because he specifies on that, in this article when he typed it, that there will be there's no STLs actually, and that was apparently it was on the, that was close to the top of a list of promises they made, that there'd be STLs.
Huh, our tabletop has SDLs already. We beat you. And I barely have a budget compared to these guys. Okay, what else? I just find that funny.
Well, then we'll just have to look at the article, I guess. He posted an article for us to read.
Damn it, I put a piece of candy in my mouth. Hold on a second. Gotta eat it.
Unless I ain't reading that shit.
What did he do?
He posted an article, pros and cons of a starship with a tractor configuration. And it's a question in a blog. Or no, it's Stack Exchange.
Remember,
world
Yinglis's
building.
brain doesn't work. He doesn't. He
That's
can't
true.
imagine. Yinglis, rotate the apple in your mind. He's like, "Urgh," as he starts spraying.
He just goes, what
That's
apple?
the topic right now.
Yinglis, what did you have for breakfast? He's like, "Urgh."
Okay.
Fascinating.
Okay, I'm just gonna post a picture of one of these things.
Both
And
of
it-
you.
I understand why they don't go with this configuration for cyber. It looks retarded.
What in the fuck? Oh, tractors and it pulls the other object.
Yeah, as in the engine's in the front.
Isn't the problem with that is if it has to stop, the thing in
Well,
the
look-
back will smack into it? The thing in the-
Well, that's I would assume that would be rigid strands. But now you got this just engine, or you have to have them sitting out to the side. It's not good design. It means you have to have a bigger profile.
Death to
if you're using an
Yinglis,
engine.
Death to Yinglis.
It works for propellers because it's a propeller.
All right, so let's go back to the funny thing. So, on November 3rd, 2025, The future of plastics at Trench Crusade. Here at Trench Crusade, we recently released our very first plastic kit, the Prussian Straustruppen Warband Box. This article will go into detail about the plans for the future of our plastic range, including the different types of boxes and how we plan to structure our future releases. The plastic range, of course, we'll elaborate right here. Come here, you little fucking retards. It doesn't say that, but I like to add that. The core plastic range for Trench Crusade includes 4 different types of boxes. There are squares, of course, as detailed below. The first is a warband box. A warband is what we call the player's forces in Trench Crusade. So, as to live up to this title, warband boxes are ready to play 700 ducat force. Oh my god, they use ducats. That's adorable. Alright, I find that funny. The starting point value for a campaign composed of 6 to 10 models. Of course, you need more than just minis to play a war game. So each box also has a QR code on the back that takes you to a warband guide. What? Which is also available directly on our website, containing the rules, lore rules, and samples of the core Trench Crusade. What, didn't come with anything? You don't get a book with it?
It doesn't come with a book. You have to go and download it with a QR code.
Like, that's the kind of stuff that I would expect from us. And we don't even give it a QR code. We just give you the book. It's like, here you go. Here's a PDF, because I can't print it because I'm poor as fuck. But, you know, that's incredibly funny.
Also, I've seen people seeing in chat, like, they've just become more retarded GW. Is speedrunning becoming as shitty as GW?
Yes.
Cesar.
Also, this website is horribly designed. Oh my god, my fucking eyeballs. Why is it white? Like, okay, so it should be like not, but alright, whatever, ignoring that. Warband boxes, core Trench Crusade rules, player with some dice, blah, 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 doesn't matter. Each warband is designed to capture the theme and unique rules of each faction and variants. For example, blah, 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 none of that matters. The theme is, none of that matters. Troop boxes. Excuse me, let's see what the difference is. Troop boxes are the first step to expanding a warband. God damn it, chat's donating. Dead Glory Donatillo says, Trench Crusade is pure cancer. SF Counterspec. I don't know much about Trench Crusade. All I know is I've seen some of the artwork of it, and the artwork is actually really well done. But I have heard not good things about Trench Crusade. Okay, maybe parts.
So me and Carlos were looking at Trench Crusade and like...
Okay, I only looked at some then, so you guys know more. Fuck.
we did, so like me and him, like specifically when it goes to artwork, and I was looking at the rule set because we were looking at it because Trench War, we're looking at what other people are doing. Because we can use their fuck-ups as learning experience, potentially.
Oh my god, I'm gonna kill you.
Like what not to do.
I mean, that's fair. I will... See, the fact that you guys spent time dedicated to looking at Trench Crusade kind of aggravates me. Only on the principle of, like... That's probably paid time, so I'm just gonna...
No. Well,
okay.
Not from me, it's not for sure.
Carlos?
He wasn't charging because he wasn't drawing anything.
Yeah, well, Carlos, you'd be surprised when he has to pay time when he helps artists.
This was also a while ago. But basically, so when we started looking deeper at the art, because the art looks very good, we were noticing that they actually don't... A lot of the artwork isn't actually finished.
Yes, it's all trash. I forgot about that.
Yeah, like when you actually start to look closely at it, it's like, okay, so they just kind of stopped drawing it around the edges. It's only the center that they actually, you know...
So the artwork for Trench Crusade is deceptively good. I forgot about this. So
it looks good when you look at it from a distance.
Do you have the examples?
And you glance at it.
Go get the examples.
No, this was like at the beginning of the year, dude. This
my god,
was like new.
Because I remember I caught Carlos talking about that because our art director was talking about.
Because we're looking at it.
Yes,
we did a deep dive looking at it.
Trench Crusade has terrible art when it comes to certain things, because if you look too closely at the art, you'll notice that they actually don't draw things. This is the setting I'm thinking of, I stumbled into Carlos talking about this, and I was like, "What are you talking about, Carlos?" He's like, "I'm talking about Trench Crusade," and like I was looking at the soldiers, and like he's like, "Look at the fucking legs," and I'm like, "What?" And I looked at the legs, I'm like, "Oh my god." What the fuck?
And that
they didn't paint the legs.
That specific one,
like the legs were just green lines.
That wasn't artwork to like show something. That was actually artwork from the PDF rulebook, like the official finalized.
It's
book
unfinished artwork, and it's just like slapped. It's like slapped together at like, which is weird because like parts of the illustration are really well done, but then you'll look at it and be like, something's wrong. The legs are just green sticks, and it's like, yes, the legs were green sticks. The legs were just lines with some small light texturing, and it was just like, and then the feet, and the feet were just like terrible. If this is the thing I'm thinking of, if you look at that book, look at the infantry, and look at like it's only their upper torso, head, and shoulders, and their legs are fucking just green sticks. It's just.
I think I found one of the images you're.
So specifically, when we were looking into it, the thing we both realized, both from like artistically and like looking at it rule wise, both of us realized we have nothing of value to gain by looking into this anymore.
I do realize that because I did tell you guys to like, yeah, no, it's not a bad idea to look at and see the good and bad of others, because then you can learn from it, right? That's what I did with Peter Molyneux.
That's exactly what we were doing.
And Todd Howard.
As I was aware when it came to Trench Crusade.
Oh yeah, this one's pretty bad. Oh fuck, this image is terrible though. But yeah,
it's supposed to be large.
Go get the bigger version if you could. But
that is the bigger version.
Okay, well, it's not the correct one because you can see the artifacting, but you can kind of make out, if we had the real one, that the legs are just green sticks, like there's nothing there, and all the detail is upper torso and like this region here, and then the illustration
it loses detail the farther it goes down. Yeah.
The further you move from the actual center of the piece, the detail degrades, and it's bad art because if you make good art, then everything should be as detailed and well-rounded. Oh, yeah, this is much better. Yeah, look at how fucking bad the feet are. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. So here's pretty good, but like the further you go down, the worse it gets. Green sticks.
But as far as I'm aware, Trench Crusade existed purely as some guy who was just drawing shit.
Yeah, in his spare time.
Someone else came along and was like, we'll add lore to it. And then the lore doesn't mean anything because they didn't put any effort into it.
Yeah, so the lore isn't actually connected.
Yes, Chad is also saying all the lore and world building is based off the art and not the other way around.
That's terrible writing.
And so it's very vague, and
you can't write that way. You can't.
And Doman says Trench Crusade also did the unreliable narrator, so like the lore is completely meaningless because it's whatever they need it to be at any given moment, basically.
So that unreliable narrator thing can work if you do it like BattleTech did originally, because each BattleTech faction house book was specifically biased. So whenever Tech told historical events, it was always biased in favor of itself. It's like, yeah, the battle for this battle that the other guys were in, they were evil and they killed civilians.
That's how you do it well, because then another account would contradict it.
Yes, and the other book would be like, no, actually, they killed civilians. And the third account was Comstar, and it's like, they both did.
Yeah. So the way Trench Crusade, as far as I'm aware, is doing it, and I know GW does it, it's literally to hand wave away blatant mistakes in the lore, because there isn't an alternate account. It's just, oh, this person just lied about it. Because we fucked up.
Oh my god, they did it again.
We need to change the lore later. Yeah, look, he doesn't have feet. He has a couple toes, and the other one's just a blur.
There is another art piece.
You know what happened if Carlos did this?
Feet, but it's not wearing boots.
You know what? If Carlos did this, I would literally dock his pay if he did this, because he'd be fucking us over.
Yeah.
It's like you half finished the art piece, like you couldn't be bothered to finish the rest of the fucker.
Oh, and I have to show you the Battle of Trench Crusade. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh my god. It's just like...
No, Trench Crusade basically created a bunch of goodwill about what they were doing, and then they immediately shit all over everybody.
But they started canceling people.
That is a Doom, Death, and Destruction Apocalypse Hell Invasion.
What do you mean?
Wow.
Most of Europe is still safe.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like this is Trench Crusade has been going on, like, the setting wise, it's what, thousands of years?
Yes, 1,000, something like that. 1,000.
Wow, Hell Forces really suck.
Oh my god, they barely took it any ground.
Yeah, this is their. I mean.
Also, must I say, this map is incredibly based because most of the bad territories are in the.
It started in the Middle East. What did the devs mean by this?
Why has the map got these weird highlights on the edges? What the fuck?
I would have put out, I recall seeing
somebody did that.
A thing like it originated around Jerusalem.
Yeah, because it's still Satan.
Okay, like how come they haven't taken more ground here? Like it's just a desert. Just push your demons. You don't have logistics.
I don't think demons can actually fully manifest. I think those are heretical forces. And I think in order to become a part of the heretical forces, you have to go and steer out some demon gate, which only barely any people survive allegedly, of which, given the population they have, how do they have any army at all or resources?
I mean, assuming that the ground isn't actually black ash, they would probably get a decent chunk from the Egyptus, from the food.
But against the rest of Europe and the world and everything?
If they don't even have demon troops, then how are they actually fighting?
Like, how are they actually an existential threat?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. It's like, without demons, unless they changed that lore, because it's been a while since this map was released.
Also, they randomly got a flare-up in the center of France.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. I mean, don't get me wrong.
I don't know.
If I look at the map, I would say it looks kind of cool, except for the fact that the lore just doesn't make sense with this map. Because my interpretation with this map is that the demon outbreak just happened, and it's only been like maybe a decade or so, and this is the ground they've taken.
Vesti says the desert is because of literal wall of Allah. Allah came down and put down a wall straight up. So other gods are real. It's just probably what is it? Just not the Christian. Like Jesus is the false one.
So the
but
god
Allah's
that's
real.
okay with raping children and shit is gonna defend them, but like the Christian god's just like, nah, go fuck yourself.
The 13th Black Crusade made more sense than this, says Czar.
How come the Orthodox Church didn't get an intervention? What the fuck? They got fucked over. Their god abandoned them too. And the papacy, like, basically abandoned. Like, they're already coming down Italy. Fucking wall of Allah. That's fucking so lame. Fuck off. Like, that's the only way they could explain as to why the fucking goddamn, like, didn't spread across the Middle East like a virulent plague. Because they would have, mind you.
You know what? Let's take what Yinlis says here as a gospel. They hand-waved it saying demons aren't allowed to actually physically intervene in order to stop heaven from coming down in force, so they're both doing it all through human intermediaries.
Also, I feel bad for Trebizond. Trebizond's like, surrounded. I like Trebizond.
No, the Christian God is true, but so is Allah. Okay.
What?
Even though if you think about
so how come
Allah
helped,
but
the Christian God didn't intervene? What the fuck?
Green Branch says the lore is what you say it is. That's literally a thing the dev said.
What? Okay, so here, if the lore is what I say it is,
make up the lore.
I got you. All right, it's my setting now. Thank you. I'm going to also start charging. But okay, so the new lore is that basically demons came from over here, and it's only been like 5 years. And this isn't the Wall of Allah. This is a demon wall that's magical and is advancing across the Middle East. I totally didn't steal that from anything. And it's going to like expand and roll over them.
It's the wall of flesh
from Terraria, exactly.
No, I was stealing it from a different fantasy book where there's like this magical wall that like slowly expands over the kingdom and it spreads winter wherever it goes. It's actually pretty cool. I can't remember what book it was. But either way.
I remember playing an RPG game. I think a game called The Way or something.
So I just made that better. That's more cool. And so like the demons are gonna destroy Allah. Allah's about to get fucking sacrificed. Like they manifested him and they're gonna sacrifice him.
Dale says it's also because the Christians were the one that caused this. The Crusaders opened the gates of hell. The gate of hell.
The white devil.
So what I'm hearing is the Christian faith is correct because hell exists and Christianity.
So
is the reason
why did God not
back.
come like intervene? Like why aren't they here?
No, I think it was Vesti that said it. So basically, the only reason Europe stands is because saints and stuff came down and to save people. But remember, a lot of stuff I was also seeing is the demons are actually the good guys, and the people fighting. Yeah, like they immediately. So the devs immediately caved to that crowd.
The demons are misunderstood.
They literally burned all the good rebels because they immediately caved to the woke DEI crowd and started to push the Christian nations are actually evil.
Also, why are there demons up in the fucking... I guess it's the Sami are evil. I always knew it.
Yeah, it's...
No, the demons aren't actually evil.
Murmansk is evil.
It's the Christian nations that are evil.
Yeah, I can sum this up like this. Yeah, the promising concept that the devs ruined almost immediately. And keep ruining more and more. They took a... You're not the size of Games Workshop. You can't just charge whatever price you want.
Yeah, they also are charging ridiculous
prices. That's also
prices
stupid.
For their models.
Like, could you imagine if I said in our setting that we didn't have good guys? Like, are you kidding me? It's like shooting yourself in the fucking foot.
Yeah.
Of course we have good guys.
That people want a good versus evil in the most clear sense here, and that's not what they're doing.
The
Yeah.
devs also said there's not any good guys. Yeah.
There's no
The
good people, forces of hell.
the
There's
peasants
no good guys.
in rural France who are fighting to save their friends and family and their lives and protect their people, they're on the same moral compass as the demons.
It's like, I just want to
the demons
protect
that
my
are-
family, but I just want to kill your family. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the side that literally stands for the 7 deadly sins, just to give a base example, are somehow not the
So
bad
here's
guys.
the fucking issue, okay? If you're gonna write a fantasy setting where you have like a fantasy war between hell and earth, right? This is based on Christian mythos, right?
Yeah.
I used to go to church. I don't anymore because I don't really care for it. But when I was there, I learned some things. I kind of crazy, but literally, hell and the devil and demons and all that shit they're evil. They're irredeemably evil. They're bad. They're not good. There is no moral gray. It is good versus evil. And the inner fight between yourself and your soul and all that shit is literally, the good choices you make in life and all that fucking crap, yada, 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 that shit. And that is like the core focus, the crux of this whole conversation. When you have literally, like when they talk about hell, when they talk about why you go to hell, you don't just go to hell because because you think it's fucking hot and shit. You go to hell because you committed murder. You go to hell because you committed adultery. You go to hell because you did something fucking horrible to somebody else for no reason, right?
And you're unrepentant about it.
You're unrepentant, so you're gonna go to hell and you're gonna burn forever, and that's what hell is. It's not like, oh, you went to hell because you chose at the starting screen, like, oh, I like the color red more than the color gold.
I wanted to join the evil faction.
It's not like when you boot up Command and Conquer and you click on the GDI or not, like, ooh, cool scorpion tail. It's you went to hell because you raped people. Okay, you're going to hell.
You ate children and threw them into wood chips. Yeah.
Polly's saying they say the Christians are evil because of the fact that Christians are engaging in horrific methods to resist hell. And his example being performing miraculous healing after grafting prayers into paladins' bones.
That sounds incredibly painful, but that doesn't make any sense.
That sounds the point being that's a horrific method to resist hell, mind you. They literal demons that are resorting to doing stuff like that, which makes them just as evil.
I assume that was voluntary, anyways. But if they're paladins, they could, of course, because you got to resist hell and demons.
And prayers which will smite them and damn them if they consider turning against the will of God. Yes, truly horrific.
So they're making a setting about something they actually don't care about, and they're tourists in their own setting. Because in order to make a setting like this, because this could actually be cool. Like when I look at this map and I think about if I was writing this and all the potential I would have at my fingertips, this could be a really cool story. Like I would do so much with this. In fact, ask yourself what you would do with this setting. You do a lot with it. But they just they totally fucking politicized it and for no reason.
Hearing the things that I've heard about the devs and like the stuff they're pushing always reminds me of that quote of evil cannot create, it can only twist.
Oh my god, look, New Antioch is hanging on like, help! And they're like, I didn't even see that. Who highlighted this shit? Because they did it's fucking annoying, actually. There's no way this was initially intended to be highlighted like this. This is ass.
Mythic was saying that he thinks the map should be inverted.
No, because
the black areas are the good areas that are holding out, and everything else is overrun by hell.
No, that doesn't make any sense. Like if you invert the map, that's stupid. I don't like that. So what I like about this map is perfect the way it is, actually. So here's what's actually happening, right? This is the beginning of the story. This is set 15 years or 5 years into the invasion, right? And you show, like, as each year advances, different cities fall. and that it's actually progressive. It's not been a century. There's not been any static front lines. It's been a slow residual thing. The only thing that's static now is that the war is now starting to slow down because humanity is starting to slowly fight back, right? But then as that happens, another outbreak occurs. This happens. And then all of a sudden it starts expanding, and you have a story arc where you release a story where the southern part of France falls. And then you release a story arc where the siege of Toledo takes place. And you start creating stakes in your story, and you start killing factions off. The first thing I would do would be the fall of like the Arab area. Or maybe if you want to milk that a little bit because they're going to have their own separate army, then we'll hold off on that and say that, you know, the Battle of Aleppo and Damascus are going to happen. And that's going to be a big deal because they're going to lose those two cities. And you make the demons win. The reason why is because it'll create stakes. And that's way more interesting. You set up characters that are in Athens and in Bulgarian regions or the Byzantine Empire regions that are holding out. Reroll the burning of Constantinople because that's just a waste just to have it burn already. Ruins of Byzantium, waste. Like, honestly, wind it back a bit before that so that you have the Byzantine Empire, like, holding out here. And there's, like, this heroic stand, right? And people are like, yeah. And then you build up this cool emperor character. And then you fucking kill him. You fucking murder the fuck out of him and make a big deal out of it. You know what it'll do? It'll send a shockwave through the fandom because you had the balls to kill off a character people liked and then introduce new likable characters. Maybe somebody from Kiev, maybe somebody from the Polish lands comes down, or the Hungarians. Introduce other likable characters, and then maybe one of the Byzantine characters survives and flees, and he has a story arc where he has to grow, and he has to retake Constantinople. What a fucking epic story arc that would be, the Reconquest. But first, in the first story arcs, the demons should just absolutely maul. There should be massive pushes towards Rome. Rome should become under siege. Constantinople should fall. The enemy should breach into Greece. All of northern Africa should fall. All of it. Because I think it would just be really cool. You can have a place like Antioch or maybe Trebizond to hold on. There's like these little bastions that are like, hey, you know, screaming. And that ups the ante because the demons aren't really too worried about Antioch. They're just not really putting much mind to it. They're focusing on other measures. And then the Rome, the Pope, you know, comes together and is like, hey, Britain. Britain's like, what do you want, boy? And they're like, talk to Norwegians and Swedish. The Murmansk thing is stupid. But that's all I have to say about that. Because, like, come on. Like, it's just weird. Like, at least doing that now. And then the Pope calls for a crusade. And then you have the story arc where in the second chapter of the story events, the good guys go on a crusade and they go to reinforce Antioch. And for a while, it looks like they're taking things back. They reclaim a few cities. There's even talk of taking back Constantinople. And then you throw a twist where a new demon incursion occurs and things get more out of hand. And it stretches the Crusader forces thin. And then there's a counteroffensive and they're pushed back to Antioch. And you get this, like, you know, this, because you're trying to create a trench warfare thing, right? So it needs to have this feeling of like, yes, we're taking ground. God damn it, we only took 15 feet and then we just lost it. And now we've lost 23 feet. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, you need to create this sense of tension. What do you want?
Yeah. I was going to say, Botzar wanted to point out, medieval humans held them off for 7 centuries for technology to advance to World War I level.
That's stupid.
The stakes couldn't be lower.
That's, oh my God.
Yes.
I just fixed their story. I fixed their story and like,
because I thought it took place like around World War One, and that's why no, I didn't know that technology advanced to World War One levels, and that's why
it's not just been a century; it's been several centuries. This couldn't be the like weakest, lamest demon invasion ever.
Yeah, so they basically just kind of, well, as people point out, the only people who were able to join the demon army, like become like that, are people who are forced to stare into the gates of hell and don't turn into ash when they do that.
Yeah, it's like
which apparently are only the absolute blackest of souls.
So that wouldn't be that many people to begin with.
Yeah. How
the army's small.
Do they even have an army?
This is
how
lame.
Are they even surviving?
So
no demons. You only have a bunch of heretics that just base humans.
I don't like this. I don't like any of this. This sounds lame. Like they took my story and they ruined it.
Because they took art and they tried to make a story out of it.
Rather than having an idea.
To inject politics into it.
Like, you can totally salvage this and make this interesting, but you're gonna have to take several of his art pieces and throw them in the garbage.
First, you're gonna have to take all the riders and throw them in the dumpster.
Yeah, like, oh my
Well, what
god.
riders? They're not riding anything.
So I hyped myself up for a setting I came up with in my head in the span of 5 minutes. That doesn't exist, so that's wonderful. That's
Yeah.
World War II levels, they actually have jets, says Yinless.
They have jets. That's not World
Yeah.
War II. You
Yeah, they
fucking
have aircraft.
monkey.
Yeah. No, Kips, he's right because it's whatever you say.
Oh yeah, I guess.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
whatever, it's whatever you say. So it doesn't matter.
extra jets.
I just know there was that art of
Shut
that
the fuck up.
demon woman with like a big bomb floating beside her that she just telekinetically throws at people or something.
The fuck? Did they think about any of these designs, like narratively?
No.
See, this is why you cannot just create like, oh, this looks cool. Like that doesn't mean anything. It may look cool, surface level shit, but is it cool? And the answer is no. It's garbage.
You have a donation.
Spider-Pig donates $5 a Keeb. So you're saying it should imitate the Muslim conquest of Europe up until the time of Charles Martel, Cub. I mean, honestly, just replace the Ottoman Empire with demons and literally just say that the Ottoman Empire did demonic magic. Like, let me just fix this. Okay, so the timeline for this and these kingdoms are wrong. Screw this fucking like feudal map shit. Let me just fix this again. Oh, fuck, I gotta fix everything with this shit. So basically,
Just
let's
start doodling on a map. Kit,
pretend.
on a-
No, I'm not gonna do that because I can't be fucked. So basically, just pretend that this is 1914, and it starts off with the Ottoman Empire being like, "Our empire's collapsing. What do we do? Let's do demon rituals." It's like, and then they start summoning demons and shit. And so basically, all of a sudden, the Ottoman Empire completely collapses from the inside from demons because the Sultan is just basically has his balls ripped off as like a demon just rapes him to death. And then bada bing, bada bam, he just takes over their entire empire through fear. And slowly, no, wait, I can't do that. I'm gonna steal my own ideas, actually.
Yeah, why don't you put a pin in that and read, so Baltzor said Crusaders open the Hellgate or whatever,
That's
because
dumb.
Crusades are supposed to be evil.
No, that's stupid. I'm fixing that. That's dumb. That's not canon anymore. So the Ottoman Empire is evil. They did evil Islamic rituals through child sacrifice of little girls because, you know, they would do that by pelting them with demon rocks. Yep. And then as they pelted them with demon rocks, it opened a demon portal. And then the little children were just gobbled up by a demon. And then the Sultan's like, "No, you will help me save my empire." And he ate him too. And then he widened the portal, and then it took over their entire empire. There you go.
And he widened the asshole.
He still like Blizzard.
Yes.
Like, I just made it better again. Like, seriously. It's not hard. See how quick that was? Like, we fixed their lore 3 times. I'm going to start charging.
What's
I'm
frustrating?
going to start
What's frustrating about all this, Kibbs, is
Well, guess what? You are charging because Spider-Pig donated again.
Yeah, it's $5 and says, they should have started with World War I when faith is waning and people are delving into occult. Also, you missed a super. Thank you for the nation. Did I?
There's
says,
one from
"Keep,
him as-
So you are saying that should imitate Muslim... I just said that already. I read that. Thank you for
What
the
about
nation.
one before that?
You mean the one that was?
Keep, Anno Rome released yesterday. No one's funded it, so we're not streaming it. Chat has to pay if they want to see it. Otherwise, I ain't buying. I'm not spending $60 on a game chat's not interested. I'm sorry.
As a reminder, chat,
Yeah,
there's 2 bounties you can get.
I'm interested in it, but I ain't buying
next
it.
year. Semper has a personal bounty on him, and there is a raffle for Pocket Fish on Final Fantasy XIV.
Yes. Because the reality is that I could buy these things, but my studio needs the money more than I do. So unless chat wants it, like, not gonna do it. Like, I only did Arc Raiders because like it was a chance to bring in new chatfishes. I'm not gonna stream things that don't make the studio money because people need it more than I do. The team is hungry.
I'm looking
they are
I'm
coming.
looking closer at the guy with the pointy hat. There's smudges all over it.
Oh yeah, it's fucking ass. I mean, it's just a brush. So the smudginess down here is that these are like just quickly scribbled together.
Yeah, but like my
it's-
point is, there wasn't any cleanup done on this.
No, it's not.
Because it was not a finished art piece.
So like the hand like texture work, you can see it's actually bleeding onto the rifle. There's like it just bleeds off the rifle here. In fact, the more you look at the rifle, the worse the rifle actually is. Like
It's
this
like
is
it's
fucking
literally they just grabbed
slop.
concept art.
Look at this shit
It's
here. They didn't
yeah.
clean up the bayonet
Colorless.
whatsoever. Like it just bleeds over there. The only actual focus is in this area here, but then there's like paint that's smeared over the edges here. And I know it's pedantic, you might think it is, but it shows how little they actually care. It's like what this piece actually represents is it was a cool idea in their head. They quickly did a mock-up of it. It's just a quick concept, and that's what it is. This is what I would consider is concept art level. This is not finished.
It is concept art that someone then went and drew extra details on. That's all it is. It's concept art that they then went and added detail work to the chest and head.
Did they
I
actually?
have to point out all this discussion about
Well,
improving
but
the
like
setting.
the armor actually has little bits of detail on it. I'm saying
Like-
so there is details
so
put on stuff.
The
but
big
it's
thing
only
here
on some
that I would
areas.
immediately ask, because if I'm the director of this project, first I'm going to ask is, what the fuck? Why is there a lock here? Like, what is that lock for? And if the artist doesn't give me a good answer, I'm going to have them re-fucking draw it. Because why is there a fucking lock there with chains? Like, that looks stupid. Like, what is that chain to? What is that connected to?
Chastity belt kit.
Like, why is there a lock there? His pointy helmet, okay, that's cool ceremoniously speaking, but that's not going to make sense. Like, it's going to get snagged on shit and trees. Like, that shit's garbage. Sorry, that's got to go. That doesn't make any sense. This is more or less fine. That's acceptable. I guess that's just, okay, we're showing off his melee weapon. He's got a bolt action with a... Wait, bolt action with, like, a magazine thing?
Those do exist.
I know, it's just a bit goofy. Like, also,
Yeah.
the weapon's size is...
I dislike how the
wrong.
bayonet ends.
I mean, it's just sloppy.
It starts to curve up, or like it just.
As concept art, I would probably accept this. I mean, it's good enough. I'd probably ask for the feet to be
It's-
cleaned up for the animators, or the modelers, because like, okay, the modeler, or if it's Baffio, it's gonna be the modeler, right? So he's gonna need to be able to see the feet. So you're gonna have to do the feet. And you're also gonna need to do a 380, or not a 180, meaning we're gonna need to see the backside. Like what does the backside have?
view from basically.
You don't need to do like a 360, but usually you need to do like at least a couple things. Also, I want two
You
posts.
triggered ghost. The magazine and bolt don't line up.
Yeah, because it's wrong. But like you can already tell they don't care. Like they just drew it and they didn't care. It's a cool piece, an art piece that you post on Reddit. You get 1,000 thumbs up or whatever the fuck it's called, and then nobody ever thinks of you again. That's what it is.
So the Tragic Crusade ultimately is Iron Harvest.
Yes, Iron Harvest.
A
had
guy
the exact
made
same
some
problem.
really beautiful art, and they decided to design an entire game and world around that.
And it was ass. Iron Harvest is genuine ass. I'm sorry, it's ass. I played it. I kickstarted it. When they asked if I wanted my portrait in the game, I said no, because I don't want my I don't want my face.
I have the little bag you got for kickstarting
Yep,
it.
I have that too. I've got everything. It's in a box somewhere.
I didn't get the statue though.
I have that, but I also don't care.
The statue, like that mech is a little. I adore that little trash can mech.
I would if the game wasn't ass.
Yes, that is the big problem.
The big problem is that you can have cool art, but none of that fucking means anything if your game's shit. No one cares. None of you will actually give a damn when it comes down to it. If I'm like, well, I tried hard to make my game good, and my game turns out being ass, you know what you're going to say? You're going to be disappointed. And you know why? Because you should be. Because I failed you in that case. Just like they failed you. People won't won't be kind, won't be generous if my game were to release and it would come out like shit. And so I'm not going to be kind or generous either, because to be frank, your game, whoever made this shit, came out like shit. It's garbage. Like, the fact that you're charging for this is funny to me. It's funny.
Scythe is also, yes, there was also another game, Scythe, that was
That's a board game in the
based on that,
setting.
but the Scythe looked, yeah, it looked more interesting.
Scythe might be better because at least it's a board game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's the frustrating part about all this?
If the game
It
is,
didn't take us that long to make a bunch of suggestions to fix all this, and people are starved for new fantasy universes, especially with the Games Workshop dropping the ball constantly and being so dominant in their position in the tabletop industry and many fantasy universes, and you have all these alternatives just messing up left, right, and center.
Yes, the big thing here is honesty and transparency, right? Honesty and transparency and staying to a vision, right? The reason why I'm somehow able to still scrape by with the chatfish we have, because we have a small but dedicated community. The reason why we're able to do that is because we are honest and we've never lied to you. We've always told you the truth. When shit happens and bad stuff happens, when we had to do budget cuts this week, we told you guys. You guys deserve to know. I didn't fucking hide it from you. And that's the most important part, because we never would. Because you have to be honest to the people who support you when you have grassroots supports. The problem with these people here is they weren't honest and transparent. They were disingenuous and lied. They sold people a promise, but the minute a woke crowd came in and started demanding changes, they abandoned the people who were loyal to them. They literally abandoned them. They left them to rot. And instead of committing to a vision and having some sort of integrity, they had such a weak fucking will that they couldn't even commit to their setting. Like, come hell or high water, I'm committing to the vision I've set out to do, regardless of what happens. You know what happens to me, by the way? Because I've experienced what they've experienced, so they don't have an excuse. When push came to shove, it happened to me too. What happened when people came to me and were like, Kibbs, did you ask women what they thought about how you wrote female characters? Did you do that? I'm like, yeah, sure, yeah, I talked to my grandma once. And like, but like, do you talk to like women though? Like women about like how you should write female characters? I'm like, no, that's a problem. Okay. And just like that was the end. There was no conversation. They just left after that because I'm like, and I'm not gonna change anything.
Talk to an expert.
If you have like if there's a mechanical thing, like, oh, kids, I'm not sure if I like, how the stability mechanic works. Okay, what about it? Like, what's the issue? Well, maybe this and that, like that would be something, right? But if it's like, oh, like, would you fucking like let me write your story for you? How about you go fuck yourself? How about you go fuck you?
No. I want to go back to that last thing you said, though. Fucking Christ! Like, what are you gonna do? Go to your mom, say, "Hey, mom, is this woman enough to you?"
Well, like, to be frank, we have women on the dev team, but I'm not gonna go to Show and ask her how to write Celeste, because Show doesn't know who Celeste is. I know who Celeste is because I wrote her. I made the character. If she's flawed, if she's not flawed, I know because I wrote it. Like, Show don't know. Show draws pictures. She's really good at art. And do you think I go to Show and be like, don't paint that way. I want you to draw the circle over there. Like, I might have like critiques as a director, but that's about it. That's how that works. And the issue is with that is that, again, you have to have a vision. You can't just start making a project with no vision. Iron Harvest did that and it flopped. This is doing that and it's going to flop. It already is. Like, you gotta have a vision. I've had a vision ever since I was a little kid. And I know exactly what my story is and what it'll have and what it won't have. And I can tell you right now, it's not gonna have any gay woke slop in it. It's not about that shit. And if that pisses you off, that's fine. I don't care. Go away.
Oh, okay, I'll leave.
People who watch my streams are here to support me. And if not, I don't care. Like, the audience that supports me are the only audience I care about. I don't care about anybody else because no one else matters. Because it's so stupid. It's so obvious. Like, of course, I don't care what the pink-haired girl thinks about my setting. You know why? Because she doesn't care about my setting. And if she tries to pretend
to... the universe.
Yeah, it's
like... It's not about the universe or selling the product or service to people. It's about shoving her worldview down other people's throats via other mediums.
Yes.
And Spider-Pig has a point.
Go ahead. What's the point?
Spit it out. Said, Show would simplify Celeste's concept, making her a circle.
Probably. That would unironically become a Show change.
Be easier to draw her.
I mean... that would be probably something Show would change. She's like, Choco and $5.
Grumpy says, Izza is a woman.
Grumpy says, I'm actually here praying for your downfall. You'd be surprised how many people actually do that kind of stuff. It's actually kind of sad. Like, one time something bad happened to me, and I was astonished. I'm not gonna name names because I'm not gonna do it. But and this also happened to some of my friends where something bad happens to them, and so people will reach out, but not with any kindness. Most people reach out with kindness, but some people will reach out, and this is something you should know. And they'll be like, "Yeah, I'm so glad this is finally collapsing. I can't wait to see everything else burn." And it's like, okay, like there's nothing you can do about it, so don't worry about it. Just think about the positive things, and just remember, as a creator, that will happen when you enter the public sphere. It's okay for that to happen. I mean, it's not necessarily okay, but you know what I mean. It's going to happen to you. Don't get caught up in it. Just focus on the stuff you're working on and the people who actually care about you. Because the entire goal of that is to distract you. Stay focused on the goal. What's the goal? Former Ghost is the goal. Green Branch is the goal. Doug is the goal. Crazy Templar, Commissar Czar, Tauber, Grumpy Rat, Spider Pig, Darylin, Hug, Doug, all, like, etc. Dead Glory, blah, blah, blah. Like, name, and names everybody. They matter. They matter. Because they're actually part of the community. Everyone else isn't. They don't matter. They never did. They were never going to support you. They were never going to buy your game. Don't worry about it. Focus on what matters. Keep working, keep your chin up, and keep going forward. Easy to say, hard to do, I know, but we will continue to do it. Now, what was the question? Oh, we have a donation from Crazy Templar.
Yeah, yes, on Stream Elements.
How much? And what? Sorry, what for? And what does it say? And how
Kibbs
much?
can't read.
In that
I'm
order.
sorry, chat. I know you want Kibbs to read.
What's it
but,
say?
yeah.
What's it for? And then how much? In that order.
So, Crazy
He's-
Templar says, Trans Crusade started out purely as an art project. Then some people convinced the artist to turn it into an actual tabletop game, and it all went to heck. And it's for #Warcraft 3, and it's $25.
Thank you for your generous donation. That puts a pocket fish on there.
It does.
On the thumbnail. For Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 is fucking amazing. That's actually a really fun one. Actually, one of my
is a fun
champions Geebs never is it.
Now, I think we have stated all of our disdain for Trans Crusade. Also, I looked it up.
Well, I learned everything I need
If
to
I'm read-
learn, and I don't
If
care.
I'm reading it correct, it is $30, gets you a box of 8 minis, at least for the Heretic army.
How much is it for Games Workshop? Let's actually compare. I am curious about that.
8 minis doesn't sound like a whole lot, to be honest.
I-
It's not.
How much is it for a box of Imperial Guards? Just curious.
Shop
And Games Workshop is terrible as a company,
Imperial
by the way.
Guard. Let me look it up. Estimate charm. Blah blah blah. Okay, fucking cookies. No, I reject your cookies. Fuck off.
Champion cookies, a cookie.
So for 8 models, well, I don't see 8. I see what appears to be a command squad, which is 5. That's $48.
Well, a Trench Crusade is better than 40K.
Yeah, it's not hard to do. I think they also raised. I think GW also raised their prices again recently.
Oh my god! Once upon a time, you
Remember,
get
at the
20
height of COVID, their announcement to, then they announced that people are struggling right now, and we've decided to raise our prices.
So did you know?
They
Curiously
actually
enough,
did that, by the way.
Did you know? I mean, Chumpus knows. Did you know that our setting, Terrestrial War, is free to play right now, temporarily, and eventually the tutorial armies will be free as well. Each faction gets a tutorial army. Yeah, you're damn right. I'm going to shill. Need to and to stay alive. So, like, the big thing is that not only is that the case, but did you know that we only plan on selling an army that includes all heroes, all troops, everything for a faction, including their faction book, for just $50? See, at first I thought it was too much. Then I started doing research into what other people do, and I'm like, oh my god, no, I'm insane. I'm actually insane. But granted, that's not like we just sell the STLs and we sell that. We also sell that's pretty much it. With the faction book, right? The core rules are obviously free. Who the fuck would charge for core rules? You have to be retarded.
Me.
You not doing that. And I hear the tabletop team keeps demanding we charge for that. And I'm going to say no, because again,
No. That's misrepresenting
people should
them.
look at the core rules and see if they want to play the game. I'm not going to fucking charge them just to see if they want to play it. Hence why I want to make tutorial armies for all the factions. So you can try them before you buy them. It's a basic principle. If you can't have a trial, just like our video game's going to have a demo, just like our tabletop stuff has a demo.
I also need to ask, Christina, what are you going on about? I've the half the reason Cookie is what it's at right now. You goober. Yinless says GBO has openly stated they base their prices based on inflation predictions 5 to 10 years in the future. That's their price justification. I've heard something to that effect.
I just do a backflip off my balcony, but I don't live on the top floor, so I just land in the grass. That's fine. Just
One day,
yes,
Green
boy,
Branch.
dear.
One day we'll get you too.
Reading is for nerds. I can't read though. I can't read. God damn it. Read. But yes, don't forget to volunteer for the tabletop team. We are built by and for the fans. The only tabletop to ever do that, and the only tabletop that will do it. And
we have meetings every Sunday. Ideally, we'll even do that up until, around Christmas. But every Sunday, about an hour before normal stream start time.
Mm-hmm. The tabletop is glorious. Terrestrial War is beautiful. And our setting is easily better than Trench Crusade. The Astrid Empire would roll over the demons like they were fucking candy. I
agree with you, especially since apparently the medieval armies were holding them off. They absolutely would.
Yeah, I think the Astrid Empire would just fucking curb stomp them.
They absolutely would.
Like, fucking, they may not have bolt-action rifles and shit, but
Just
they got fucking matchlocks. That'll work.
Literally, they set out a squad with 2 priests. Starfall. Demon army gone.
Just Starfall them? Starfall. Blinding flash, pocket sun.
Pocket Than.
I still think my favorite nickname for that spell is Pocket Sun, but yeah, go for it.
I do think we have more or less exhausted Trench Crusade because chat has provided quite a few links now to go through. Even some more. I just posted.
Oh, what? These links?
Yeah, I posted 2 more, and there's all the ones you grabbed earlier.
So this is an indie RTS I've seen. Oh, wow. Micropose picked him up. It's made by this guy who basically wants to recreate Command & Conquer-esque vibes. Literally. Just look at it. I've looked at it, but I don't buy anything that chat wouldn't like. And I'm not sure if chat would like this.
This is very much
cool.
just trying to be Command & Conquer.
Yes. It's basically like against these like eldritch zombie army things, mutants or whatever. It looks actually kind of interesting, I will say. I will say that the music is a bit of a cacophony.
A bit.
And yes, they do try to do FMVs, by the way. Which I'm not sure if that's good or bad, at least considered.
If they're done well and they have charm to them, they're really good. But, like, a lot of times they are not done well.
They do not like this music, I'll be honest.
No, it's too much.
Yeah. Wait, I think I was gifted this game. I actually might own it.
A little shameless Steam page if you own it.
The sprite work's not bad, though.
Because I normally can't buy things, but sometimes Chatfish give me things. Like, I want to hear it.
The FMVs look bad.
They look bad, yeah. Now, maybe the music stopped. Oh my god.
You can't even hear them.
Okay, this trailer is
bad.
Fucking awful. I'm sorry. I'm genuinely sorry because you are an indie project and you're trying to be passionate, and I get what you're going for, and that's cool.
Fucking guy.
But like, oh my god.
Look at these fucking guys.
I love that. But like, the music is so bad. Like, it's just a cacophony.
See, all the FMVs give me the feeling that it's being.
It looks corny and charming.
They aren't it's corny, but I feel like they're not taking the setting seriously.
Yeah, because in Command & Conquer, Command & Conquer's cutscenes did take it seriously. Oof. Do not show Robert to this. Do not.
I think Robert was watching the stream, Gibbs.
A while ago.
Let's hope he fell asleep.
This track is significantly better than the other one, but the voice work is not very good. I like how there's grab
Oh,
boards.
look, they have grab boards. Yeah.
They're just worms, yeah.
I get what they're going for. That looks just like Command and Conquer.
I want you to play Die and Breed.
That is significantly better to hear him.
Yeah.
This trailer should be
I
on the
want you
front.
to
The
play
other
Die
one's
and Breed.
terrible.
I'd say they're trying too hard with the FMVs. Maybe.
Maybe. The big thing is when you make
So
these
scroll down.
FMVs, you got to take yourself seriously. Go for it.
You do not own it.
Oh, I don't. No, I do. I probably do. Cause log in
Ah. Well, I can easily go check.
and go
I'll
for
just
it.
open up the store page myself.
Just open up to see if Kiv owns the game already.
See, the big thing here is that I love the idea of these FMVs and they look so goofy. But my only problem is that I kind of want
Yeah, you own it.
an RTS to take it seriously. Nice. I think it was gifted to me by a chatfish, but I don't know who.
A chatfish.
But now I don't know
I
if
know
I
how
actually
you
want
could.
to play
I
it.
know how you could actually figure it out.
Maybe we shouldn't put them on the spot. I don't want to feel bad. I don't want them to feel bad. Especially because I'm criticizing
It's literally going through your account
I saw some of the
history
stuff
and
on Twitter and I
deactivation.
added it on my wish list. And that's what I did because it looks it does look
That
kind
was
of
your first mistake.
But like I will say that whoever did the trailer for the launch trailer, I'm sorry, fire them. Like, oh my god. They're going for like those crusty CGs. So, oh god, I'm gonna do something absolutely terrible. Oh my god, what is it called? Dwarf. So you want to go for a rustic RTS. What you need to do is you need to understand what makes rustic RTSs good. And then try to make it look interesting in a serious, somewhat way, right? Because I think Dwarf does that a bit better. What do you think?
Yeah.
Art style is a lot better.
The music's also
sounds more
better?
fitting. The factions look more interesting. Much more clean art style. You can see a bit more what you're doing, but still have that classic retro style.
Well, the other one's going for
It's going for
original
DOS, yeah.
Command and Conquer.
Yeah, I still prefer this. I think you can still modernize it like it does.
This is
here.
more like Red Alert 2-esque.
Perfectly.
But I do like Red Alert
Yeah.
2's visuals a bit more.
Look, look at it in Tiberium.
They're getting Tiberium.
You're eating trees. That's why.
So those tanks on the left remind me of some of the vehicles from Brigador. And that's just the ghost.
Those balls look adorable.
So they're the fucking balls from the Battleship movie. They just wrench it over and keep going.
So yeah, that's
Dwarf.
yeah, so Dwarf, in my opinion, like if you're going for that rustic vibe, like the big thing is presentation. The music is stronger and more on point and stuff like that. So my only like criticism, I guess I have to say, is that it feels like I get what they're going for. And I actually like what they're going for. It's going for the Dwarf is a bit later. This is a bit more like 1994, 95, 96 style RTS, right?
And it's explicitly that, and you have yep, all in the AI 90s electro metal soundtrack. You can definitely go for the 90s feel.
Yep, the 90s feel, which again, I like that. The FMV style thing is a cool thing, but I think the big problem here is that music choice. Like, just one more time. I know it's painful. Just for 5 seconds.
Listen to it a second time. Yeah, I see what you mean. I'm starting to hate it more.
No.
No.
That's
Yeah,
just
no.
that's just too much. It's too cacophony. I think that's how you pronounce the word. It's late, okay. I've been waiting there for ever since. But yeah. I think, are you guys talking about, I can't tell what part of the stream. What are you talking about?
They're talking about Dwarf now, I think.
Okay, Dwarf. Yeah, because Dwarf is this one. which actually I think has a pretty powerful art style that they're going for. Also, I will say that that's just a Command & Conquer MCV. That is literally just a reference. And I can tell, because I've played Command & Conquer a lot. But it's cute. I appreciate it. Is there more than one trailer? I don't think so. Oh, there's only 5 pictures. I don't have a whole lot. But yeah, I think Dwarf is a bit stronger in that regard, at least at the moment. Again, it's still early access for the other game, but they got to turn around. Misery's back on sale on Steam. Oh my god, that's actually some good news. Good news, Chatfishies.
Looks good. They won that.
They won. They're back on Steam. 81% positive. Good. The GSC doing what they did was actually just fucking horrible. Or wait, no, is it? No, it's... Oh yeah, no, it is. Okay. I thought it wasn't. We're back. Great news, survivors. The DMCA strike was lifted and Misery is back in store. Thank you for community awesome stuff. It seems like it's done.
Yeah, this kind of bad reputation is not what the Stalker devs needed. It's like, they just look...
I'm kind of curious to see if Stalker got review bombed over that.
Yes.
It's not doing well. Cheeky, breaky. Fucking God, kill myself. Okay, imagine DMCing a fan-made game. Just foul. Well, it wasn't a... Okay, so this isn't actually... This isn't actually a... Like, that's not a... Okay, so it's not quite the same.
No, it's a product being sold.
Yeah,
it's not a fan game.
Misery is a separate game. That's not super on point here. That's a bit misinformation-y. But the big thing about Misery is that it had nothing to do with this game. But yeah, Stalker 2, 50%. Not doing particularly well.
They're receiving shit because of DMC and Misery.
You know,
yeah, they were very close to 70% to getting mixed also, if I remember right. I think if you fall below 70, it falls to mixed. I got my...
I believe so. Also, Chatfish, as now it is time to get some feedback for our part, because feedback is important. It's always important to have an open ear. So, chat, what do you think of the Fireside streams? Are these something you guys like? Would you like to see more of these? These are more rapid fire than the bunch casts, and will basically be something that we do multiple times a week, if you like them. Basically, anytime a bunch of interesting news piles up, we'll just do it, rather than waiting just to the bunch cast to cover it. So it'll be more quick. So if something big drops, like the Gabe Cube, we'll then cover the Gabe Cube, and then whatever news came out.
I thought you were saying that with a Y for a second.
Gabe Cube. Gabe Cube. They turn into Cube.
The Steam machine. Gabe Cube.
Chatfish like him. Because remember, you help tailor the content here. Your feedback and your criticisms of what you like and what you don't like are valued here. Where no one else values you. I value you for your precious little yellow body. Oh, that's right. Good night, Mythic. For your... Where is it going? Oh, yes. Obsessing over your precious little yellow fishy bodies. I don't know why I gestured to us an orb with my hands.
I was trying to distract him before he got a bit too creepy, chat, but I failed. I'm sorry.
Gabe Cube. Gabe Cube. The Gabe Cube is cool as like a concept.
That name is fantastic.
I do like the new VR headset stuff, but way out of my price
range. That was an article chat brought up for us.
Did we not?
No, we didn't go through any of the. We got stuck on trench. You grabbed it already.
Oh,
I posted a new link that they brought up.
Netflix showcases the new video game strategy. I was just getting. Hold on, I'm just getting Chatfish feedback. They were good. We get Kibtisms. Yeah, we're not quite done yet, by the way. I just wanted to get feedback before Chatfish start tuckering out because I saw Mythic was going to bed. Because the British fish might be sleeping.
EP time junction.
Oh my god, I don't want to disable my ad blocker. Okay, so what does it say?
But you have
Netflix showcase video game strategy in time for holidays. Oh, they're doing tie-in stuff. Or what?
Actually, how long is... I gotta look something
Speaking of that...
Read that article. Read it, I can't open it.
I'm reading through it. Go to a different article.
Chatfishies.
We'll come back to that.
This game is actually pretty cool. I'm not very good at it, but it's cool.
Battle of Britain is about to begin.
Oh, they're adding Britain. Okay. I was like, what? What is this? So yeah, Ostfront is basically the continuation of Men of War, and they're adding Britain finally to the game, which is cool. So they might add like France and like more Western powers. Maybe even add like Japan and the Eastern Front. Or the Pacific Theater, I should say, not the Eastern Front.
You ask, what is our aim? I can answer in one word. Victory. Victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all terror. For without victory there is no survival. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight in France. Let's get up! We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields. If necessary, for years. If necessary, alone. Victory, however long and hard the road may be. We shall go on to the end. We shall never surrender.
We shall never
The
surrender.
British Empire and its Commonwealth lost for 1,000 years. Men will still say, this was their finest hour.
And it didn't last for 1,000 years. The British Empire fell after World War II. It's like, the British Empire crumbled.
So neat that they're getting their own DLC. But
They're expanding it.
that Netflix thing, I have skimmed through it.
Yeah.
Netflix is making their own games. Their plan basically is they're gonna have party style games that you can stream on the TV and like all that, like generic party style games, but they want to look to incorporating brand IPs into games like Peppa Pig and stuff like that for family friendly things.
Okay.
And
What you're saying
they're
is that
also
they're
looking
making-
to build them to having an actual game library where you could stream games to your TV through Netflix.
This has
So
happened
what you're
before.
saying is they're making shovelware.
So the games to streaming thing is something that the market has been trying for years, and I mean genuinely years now. Like we've been, I think, over a decade now. I'm not entirely sure. The streaming game thing is Xbox tried it, like Google tried it. These streamable libraries, Steam technically has it. You can kind of do it, but like the big thing is that the stream library thing, in my opinion, just doesn't work. Like I just don't want to deal with it. Like what happens if my internet goes down?
You also almost always have some kind of input delay.
Yeah, input delay, like there's no modability. Okay, how can I access the files and mod them?
There isn't.
You can't.
That's why big name companies are in love with the idea, because they can force you to have to continue paying to play your games.
Yes, I don't like streaming games. I want to be able to own my games. I want to be able to download my games. I want to be able to mod my games. I don't want to be able to I don't want to be fucked around with. Like, the entire reason why I wanted to get into game making was because I loved video games, for the fact that once you own it, it's yours forever, and you can tweak it, you can twist it, you can bend it, you can slap it, you can smack it. You can break it, you can bust it, you can do whatever you want to it. You own it.
You know the painting.
Yep. And that's...
Because video games are art.
Yeah, that's true. Paints over the box.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. So, like, yeah, the big thing is that I don't really want my library to be fucking online only.
Yeah, is Netflix's gaming strategy coming more to manifest after their initial announcement 3 years ago? I mean, obviously, wait for results, but I think there'll be a market for this for the ultra casual audience that already has Netflix subscriptions, but pushing new subscriptions.
Because this will come with a price hike.
Yeah, if this comes with a price hike, which
It'll have to if they're going to start putting more money into development.
Yeah, because it's just flat out rising costs, and unless they get new subscribers, that price has got to go up. And this could easily backfire.
Yep.
Yeah, and that will just be an embarrassing amount of money, probably tens of billions, possibly tens upon tens of billions of dollars just flushed down the toilet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, I don't know, the streaming game thing is just a dead end as far as I'm concerned. And it should be, honestly, something you should never want.
Yeah,
What is
the
it, Green
best
Branch?
attempt.
He says, "Kib, you dum-dum." And I'm like, what is it? Make me think I did something wrong.
You did a nipple slip.
Nipple slip for there. Her nips came out. Chat latched on like,
Mm-hmm.
you need to put the recipe in the description of the cooking video. No. Never.
You must watch and cook alongside
Cook
Kibs.
along with Kib. Oh, maybe I will. But we should.
I feel like yeah.
If you guys complain so much, Christ.
It makes it easy for them to just make the recipe, Kibs.
But you better watch that fucking video because I put effort into you pieces of shit. You're like, eep. Start screaming.
It's also vitally important you use a Red Bull.
Yeah, that.
And yes, I will keep going on that because it amuses me to no end.
God damn. Yep, and two Red Bulls. Two Red Bulls.
Well, that's true. They do need two.
Yep, ignoring the fact that looks in my kitchen, doesn't say anything.
You only used one.
She's like, what?
You actually didn't follow the recipe? Yeah.
I used multiple bowls.
Yeah, gaming and streaming, I don't know if it'll ever be a thing anytime soon, as the close to successful attempt was Game Pass until they raised the price too much.
Well, he says John Wayne Casserole is in the oven. You want to remind them of that contest, Kibs?
Yes, there is a cooking contest based on our channel. So if you watch, I don't want to hear my own voice, but I'm going to accidentally click on it, so I'm going to hear it anyway, so fuck me.
Good.
But if you watch this one. Don't make noises, Kib. There we go. Also, look at me doing my part. I did my part to like my own stream. I totally just did that now. I totally didn't forget. I'm supposed to do that all the time, but I always forget. Oh, fuck, I need to actually...
Click dislike.
Now that I opened it, I have to actually hit the play button. God damn it. So yes, for the cooking... Wow.
It's unloyal.
I'm plagiarizing my own content. Oh my god. Now let's see.
Reaction videos of your own content. Wow.
So,
how low have we fallen?
For the cooking video, if you follow the recipe, right, and you actually make the John Wayne casserole, you got to take a picture of it and submit it in the Discord. And you have until the end of the month to submit it for getting the chef fish. A chef fish is an award that Chatfish will receive and will basically be like a badge of honor that the bucket has chosen you as a good chef of the bucket. And chef fish will be handed out multiple times. Chef fish will be basically kind of like pocket fish in a way. If you don't have one, it'll be just a custom chef fish. But if you do, it'll be a pocket fish kind of. Except it'll appear on thumbnails. It'll be your chatfish with a little chef hat. And that's how you'll know that they earned that getting on that thumbnail by cooking good. Because they got a chef fish. Like chef fish.
Oh, it's a chatfish, but now with chef hat.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the John Wayne casserole. And I made the recipe. You could try cooking it. You should try cooking it. Make sure you watch it fully and drop a like. And don't close it if you open it, because if you do, that affects the algorithm. It affects the algorithm. It actually does. I found out about that recently. And so now whenever I accidentally click on my own videos to check the comments, I have to leave it open and then drop a like on it, because now I know how the interaction system kind of works.
So dumb.
Because if you don't,
also, Czar, you're not allowed to do that. That's my gimmick.
Posting the contest? I don't think so. You can't do that. Now, we could try making our own, like, quarter pounders, if Chatfish want. And we try to imitate that recipe, I guess. Or, like, you know, the chicken things or whatever. I guess. But it'll be, like, homemade. Hashtag cheap.
Never cook, only rice cooker. Hashtag cheap.
Hashtag fish.
The John Wick cannolis. Says Blake.
But yes, this is part of a way to engage you guys with in making our community even more interactive. Because I want to do stuff with Chatfish and make Chatfish play with us more. And I thought the John Wayne cooking things is a good way to start. It's step 1 in Kibbs's increased interactivity program to make Chatfish work harder. Like,
Good, Czar. That is better.
Okay, I'll do Burger King then. Get a big whopper.
Can we submit recipes? Asks Polly.
Chatfish can, or they can also fund me making them, depending on what recipes they're submitted. I will let chat actually fund it, but I do have to add.
But as a
grocery
reminder,
fees.
the cooking videos only happen if Chatfish make the weekly.
Yes. The one I will be preparing and making, because I will be making them, but you have to unlock them for weekly goals being made. The one that will be unlocked this week, if you fund the weekly, will be the smash burger recipe. I'm preparing a couple different variations of it, so it's going to be a couple different takes on it, only 2. And I might revisit the smash burger recipe later if we want to do more, like I make a Mexicana style. I'm going to be trying the American Deluxe, which is what I come up with, or the Kib Deluxe style, and then the classic barbecue is what I'm going to be going for as well. Which are the 2 recipes I've come up with for the smash burgers. So one's kind of spicy, one's kind of, your classic American. And you can remove what you like and add what you want. They're modifiable. Remember to modify these recipes. They don't have to be followed to the letter. I found out because my stepmom and my aunt watched this video, apparently, that they've actually altered the John Wayne casserole and wanted me to do an updated version, which I told I will if Chatfish fund it. And maybe in the future, it'll be updated casserole. The updated recipe is slightly changed and is kind of better because it does some things different, but I can't spoil what it is. The ideas they had for certain things were much improved that I never thought to try.
That'll be neat to potentially in the future. Also, sleep well, Dead Glory.
So my family was also submitting their own recipes, but like they have to follow the same rules as Chatfish. Chatfish has to fund them unlocks. So if you want the altered Kib family version of the John Wayne casserole, which I didn't even know existed until recently, but then again, I remember it now because I have eaten it, and I didn't even realize it was altered. And I kind of prefer the altered version a little bit more.
Kids will just eat whatever you put in front of them.
I mean, I kind of will, but like the altered version's a little better because there's something in it that's improved, but I can't.
Oh, now hold on. Is the altered version a little better, or is it just better than what you made?
No, I do think it's just better, slightly. There's 2 things about it that I like a lot more.
I like the Chatfish.
And then Chatfish like, ooh,
That's
ooh,
Yes.
ooh.
No, Robert did good. Robert did good.
I can have Robert talk to Blake if he wants. Maybe Blake can make more like different fish expressions that he can use. Because Robert did say that those fish expressions are useful. With Father Kim his own VTuber model.
On that note, should I just
my
send
God.
Robert all of the Chatfish files because I have all the new ones as well?
I think Bon has enough work right now.
He said Robert.
Oh no, he said Kib. Will Father Kib get his own VTuber model? That's what Crazy Tempo said.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kids was ignoring my question.
Oh, what was your question?
Oh.
I was reading what he said.
I said, should I just send all the Chatfish assets to Robert?
Yes, I think he has them already, but yeah, it'd be
Well,
useful.
I don't know if he has the new emote ones, is the thing.
It helps with the cooking videos. The other thing I was going to say...
I'll just send it to him without any...
The other thing I was going to say was that me Poppy did say that he would be willing in the future, when he's finished building his new desk and his new office, to join Chatfish in a Command and Conquer brawl. So, he did accept the idea of that. The Kib father was interested when I told him that Chatfish would be willing to play Command and Conquer with him. Because he loves Command and Conquer. Specifically, I think it's 0 Hour, if I had to wager a guess, by the way. It's his fucking favorite. So yeah, we might do like a Kib father special in the future. Where Kib Papa will come on. And he will probably get trounced by all of us because we played it a lot more than he has. And he hasn't played it in years. Could be funny. But yeah, I think it's time to wrap up today's stream. I think we got through most of the articles, right? Yeah, all of them.
We got through, like, a few of the ones chat had submitted.
Fuck. All right, well, we'll do more of these fireside streams this week, I guess. And then we'll get through the rest next time. Because it takes a while. Like, we've been streaming this for 4.5 hours. I think I'm going to try to keep the fireside streams to 4 hours on top.
To be fair, you also went on many lone rants.
That's true. But that's part of my job.
And we got stuck on Trench Crusade for a good while.
I was too agitated because the setting...
His autism.
Like, because they have the resources and the finances, right? Like, imagine if we had a sliver of that. We have our audience, and our audience is incredibly generous, but they have way more money than we ever had. Ever. Like, they have, like,
well, they got a lot of people to buy in early on based on
lies. Yeah. To be fair, it's better to chisel away with a tiny little pickaxe than get a giant pickaxe that's made out of mud that breaks in the first stroke. Yeah, that is. Alright, Chatfishies. We'll be popping in the Discord server for an after-stream hangout because Chatfish are well deserving of it. Maybe we'll even do a special Chatfishy watch-along tonight. Flake's eyes pop out of their fucking sockets.
Actually, there is a watch-along because I made a promise.
Oh, yeah, no, there is, actually. It's yours. Alright. Chumpus has this night's covered. Oh my fucking god, Flake. Movies! Every goddamn time.
Movies.
So we'll see you in the Discord for an after-stream special. Thank you for hanging out, and we'll see you in the next stream tomorrow. And thank you for making today's goal, chat. I really appreciate it. Have a good day, Chatfish.
See you.
Bye now.
Yeah, goodbye.